I'll let them. I'll let them tell you. I don't know, Batman. If you're around, yeah, we got Scotty here
My
from
man.
Australia, from Melbourne. So
Well, I've been in street food for a long time. I've divided every, finance and blah blah. I've divided every finance you can think of, and most of the agents, most of them government enforced, blah blah, and you know, we're still going on about this QAnon bullshit. And all we're gonna lock down Australia again, and there's the military are on our side. They're gonna save us when the military, the police, and all corporations, got and paid for, they're full of waters and doing low IQ. They aren't gonna save us.
I don't know if it's just me, Scotty, but it sounds like your words are muffled, or maybe it's just the accent. I'm not sure. Can somebody chime in? Is it just me that I'm hearing him like muffled, or can you guys hear?
No,
him?
it's dreadful. His microphone's dreadful, Mick. He's got to get closer to it.
That's what it was. I thought that's what it was, but I don't know if it was just me.
Is it muffled right now? Because right now my microphone is my laptop, which is it's not the worst laptop, but I did have a microphone months ago. I got hacked. It's a fucking whole story. Is it better now or is it worse?
Well, I mean, I can hear what you're saying. It's just sometimes when you're speaking, it sounds like you get really muffled, and then I can't understand. So I don't know if it is your microphone.
Okay, well,
you know what I mean? Like,
well, I apologize. It's the first life to the laptop. Laptop, it's over $1,000. It's not the best laptop in the world. I did have a good speaker and laptop setup, but I got hacked not long ago from 6 months ago now from a brainwashed moron. So I threw my 10 grand computer out, put a laptop, and now it's more bullshit. But that's my bad. Whatever.
Yeah.
I am familiar with your voice. Very familiar.
Yeah, I think that's fine on your end. You could probably hear us, but when we hear you, the sound that's going through your mic, it's. I'd like to use the word distorted because we can't hear you. I can hear what you're saying. Some words I can't hear, like what the word you just.
Yeah, sir. Some words I've got to get a new headset. I've got to get a new headset. It's my end. It's a laptop. It's a full laptop. It's blah blah. So, continue on. My bad.
Nothing much, man. We're just saying what's up to people in the morning. Toyborg, Toby Dog, what's up, man? Old dude, what's going on? Saying what's up to you guys.
What's up, guys? Good morning.
Good morning, man.
What time is it in America?
Happy to be here. It's 3:30 where I'm at right now.
Yeah, 3:30. I think you're on the West Coast, aren't you, Toby?
AM.
Correct.
PM.
No, it's AM. So it's 5:27 in the AM for me.
Well, it's about 10:30 PM for me. So it's prime time.
Contrary to popular belief, you're not in the land down under. So that's.
Oh well, I agree with that, mate. We're down under. We're up and over, more specifically.
But yeah, so I'm gonna have to be heading out here in a little bit because I got an interview to go to. Well, not interview, an orientation for a new job. So
what's the job?
I'm just here for a little bit before I gotta get ready to go to work.
What job are you applying for?
Just a factory work here in the local area where I'm at. Just factory work.
What, America?
Yeah, America.
Which part?
You gotta make some money somehow, to survive.
Oh, so you already got the job orientation?
Yeah, I'm going for orientation. I mean, It's a job that I've had, like the job that I quit the time that the pandemic came around. Then I had to quit and I come back. So now I'm reapplying again about a year later.
Gotcha. The union?
Yes, it is.
Right on.
Yeah, I mean, they push for the wages to be what they are. So we're the highest paid in the, I would say maybe the second or third highest paid in the country for the specific work that I do.
Yeah, it's got its benefits for sure.
Yeah, I don't really put stock in it. I just do it because I work to live, I don't live to work.
I hear that.
Yeah, it's something that I do just to put that food on the table, but this is my passion, doing this. Like I live for this, so. But yeah, I think they're gonna put me on the shift for night shift, and once I'm after orientation, so then I'll be hanging out in the mornings here, which like I said, I'm gonna probably have a morning show and all that. I don't know if you guys heard of me saying that, but yeah, I'll be doing that. I already talked to Julio and some of the people
in here. Isn't Trump and the Republicans going to save us all? I'm fucking joking.
Scotty, it's kind of hard to hear you, man. Like I'll be honest with you, it's really difficult, brother. Like, yeah, your mic is.
Can you hear me?
Absolutely.
Is it?
Yeah, I can hear.
I don't know,
like I said, some words that you say, I can hear you, but other words, it's like your mic is not good at the moment, bro. So it's.
I don't know, Mike.
It's almost like I want to say that it's really no use for you to be on talking, because like I hear you sometimes and then I'll have to stop you and say I didn't hear that other word. So it's really gonna make it difficult for us to communicate, because I hear you sometimes, but then at other times I don't when you're speaking. So it's just really hard to stop you and say, hey, what did you say? What did you say? What did you say? Like,
I'll test it out. Can you hear me right now? I'll test it out.
Yes, I can hear you right now. But like I said, when you're speaking,
right now in the corner.
No, I didn't hear what you just said right there. I don't understand what you just, maybe somebody else can. I can't hear you.
Have it in this corner of the laptop.
No, that was.
It's not good on my end either.
Well, I'll try. Okay, in the middle. Can you hear me right now?
Yeah.
No.
Yes or no? Wait, yes or no?
Yes, I can hear you right now.
Okay, so right now it's not as bad.
No, I lost you right there. It goes away like. Yeah, you're gonna have to fix that, Scotty. I'm sorry, but sorry. I don't mean to do this, man, but I'm gonna have to mute you because it's really bad. Just maybe get another mic or something, bro, and come back. Because I can't stifle the conversation just because we're trying to fix. Like, make sure you get that fixed and then come back. Like, yeah, like I say, I'm not trying to be mean or anything, but just please fix that. Thank you. Yeah, I can't be fixing mics. Like, you have to sort it out and come back. I can try to help a little bit, but when it starts to be too much, and they got to sort it out. Plus, I think that on here you can sort it out. Anyway, back to the conversation.
All right, Mickey, I just saw that thing about the New World Order on the, with the little Wikipedia references on YouTube. I just remember was it about 2.5 years ago when Flat Earth, I think it was Flat Earth and probably global warming, which are the two ones that got the first, Ministry of Truth. Wikipedia says it's not true, so it can't be. And that's the official line. Do you remember that? When they first came out with those reminders?
Yeah, but I didn't see that they put the flag. They didn't. I've never seen the flag underneath it. Now they're flagging it, aren't they? New World Order. They got the Wikipedia to it.
Yeah, no, they've been doing it. I don't know for how long they've done it for the New World Order, but yeah, Flat Earth. And during the Great Purge, wasn't it? When YouTube was just purging everything on Flat Earth, wasn't it?
I think my channel got taken out too, man. In the midst of all of that, so
yeah, there was a lot of stuff shut down. How long has this been 2.0 now? Has it been here a couple of years? Is it?
I'd say about 2 years, Chad. It's been about 2 years.
Yeah, because
we existed further than that, but like, yeah, it's been 2 years. Well,
yeah.
Wait a minute. Yeah, we're already at the end of this year. So
yeah,
gosh, it's been a while already.
I think with this pandemic, time has gone really quick, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has. I'd say I look in the arena text, and that has been like since 2019. I see some old messages from that far back. So
no, this one hasn't been here since 2019.
Were you part of 1.0, Chad?
Yeah, I was here before. Before what's his name came in and took over the admin. That was hilarious.
Oh, you were here when Sheeple was here. That was interesting.
Well, it was so obvious. I mean, I take breaks every now and again. I get too intense and everything gets a bit too much for me. I was taking a break, but I came on and saw Sheeple in here, and I thought, this isn't going to end well.
Wait, did you know him before he came here?
Yeah.
Did you know?
Yeah. I used to chat to him in because he used to be in Dome. Is it? What's the other one? It's the second biggest Flat Earth site. It's Under the Dome. So he was regular over there. I used to chat to him over there. I mean, he's an intelligent guy. Let's not. You know, I mean, to be able to take over the whole Discord server.
Yeah, he's a sly one, that guy.
I mean, the guys here who run it, and they're not fools, are they? They've been running this for a long time and dealing with all the trolls. I think what it was Karen B left, and I think she was the one who didn't get on with Sheeple, so she went off and made her own Discord. And
I think she fell out of accord with other people in here too, Chad. If you knew that, I don't think she got along with Jose and maybe somebody else. That she didn't get along with a few people, or at least disagreed for the most part of like how they ran things.
No. But she was like the one who said, "There's no way Sheeple's coming in."
Yeah.
But so when she left, I don't know who decided to let Sheeple in. So I'm trying to think of who the admin were. Indio.
It was Jose. Yeah,
Karen. It was somebody else. It wasn't CJ. It was before CJ was an admin.
Yeah.
I thought there were 4, but I can't remember who the 4th one was.
Mimas.
Mimas, yeah.
It was Mimas.
Right. Yeah, I don't think I know them very well. Yeah.
Yeah, Mimas has been out because he's been...
Oh, no. Of course, Memulus. Yeah, of course I know Meme. Yeah. No. But who was the guy who actually established this place? It was...
Indio?
ODD?
No, not... Who?
ODD.
That's it, ODE, yeah.
Oh.
ODD, yeah. Because we came in, we were all out on... Yeah, we were out on ODD's YouTube. And then when they started advertising the Discord, when we were all out on ODDs on YouTube, and then we came in here.
Yeah.
What's that guy up to? I haven't seen him around. Is he still in the circle of Flat Earth? Like, is he still around?
Yeah.
He does good. He focused on music, didn't he? He does some good stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's the guy that produces for him? Is it not Dark One? Is it Dark One or something like that? But ODD was putting new stuff out about 6 months back, I think. And I'm not sure if he was at Flattoberfest or not. I don't know about that. But he's on the periphery still.
Yeah. Yeah, but so he was yeah, so he was the actual creator of it. So but somehow I don't know, it got taken over by what's his name? Because he wasn't coming on enough. If you don't come on for like a month and someone puts an application in, then you get their Discord. And I think that was why. How
Yeah, they didn't do that though.
Wrong about it.
The way that it went is that they didn't do that because they were respecting the guy who was actually out, because they didn't want to just take it and then he was gonna come back and be like, hey, what the hell are you guys doing? You taking my
Yeah.
Because there was a guy that was next in line outside of ODD that was like his server. Like it was his server. So they didn't want to put the application in, and that was their undoing because of the fact that the other guy was already wanting to. He was already like.
People came in and did it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then
I remember Sheeple put loads of like bots on, didn't he? And it went completely crazy.
Yeah, he. But see, the thing is though, Chad, like because you weren't in the meeting like that he had with all the admin and the moderators. He was saying some of the strangest shit that you ever even heard. Like it was weird, man. He's like, and you must call me the most flat, and just like what?
No.
And I was thinking about that. Just listening to him, man. Just like he sounds like.
No, he recorded it all.
Yeah.
He recorded it all, and somebody recorded it all, and somebody was playing it somewhere. So I did hear a lot of it. Yeah, I heard a lot of that sort of stuff.
I let him have it though, from my end. I told him, I was like, you're not the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. I said, these people that are in this room right now, they're the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. I was like, you're not taking anything. We are what make up 24/7. And I told him, I was like, and because of that, I was like, the show that I have here, I'm going to take it away from here, and I'm not going to do it here because you're here. I was like, you're a disgrace, man, for doing what you're doing. I was, because there was a time where we're like asking him, just give the keys to Indio, man. Everything's fine. Just hand him over to Indio. Like, everything will be okay. But he refused, and then he just made it sound like he's not going to do it. So that's why I blew my top. And then I made my exit. I was like, you guys can stay here if you want, but I'm not going to be here if this guy's here. And especially not like server admin. Hell no. So I decided I was like, pull the plug. And then shortly after that, everybody else dogpiled in like on him. And then I think it was a day after
he did a
that.
mass ban, didn't he? Banned like 1,000 people or something. And I don't know what he did.
Dude, Mima's banned like 12K people. Like he was just banning everybody. And so we took all of our information, everything that we had. Like that was the exodus that we did to move into this place. No, I think
this
that's
was
why
up and running really quickly, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's why like even here, dude. Like we've you and me, like we've had some falling outs with people in here. Like it's been rough, dude. It hasn't been like the easiest transition to like get people with the mindset that we're not putting up with bullshit. Like this is for real. Like this isn't a game to me. Like I'm here because I'm passionate about the truth. I want people to know. And mind you, I'm not above being corrected. I'm not I love everybody that's in here. So this is like a family to me. The people that are in here, it's I hate to use the term, but it's sacred to me in the sense of like what truth is. I can't deal with like people like making light of this. This isn't like a joke. This isn't like a meme. It's not like some fun internet conversation. This is for real. You're actually affecting lives with the truth. So that's why it's important to me. So, and I care very dearly for the people that are in here, passionate for the truth as well. Like, I don't know. That's why I feel like it's not the thing. And I think that's why we're a cut above the rest, Chad, because the other people they're out for debates. They're out for like I'm not, this is a lifestyle for me. I think people should understand truth and at least know that we can, talk about things that matter in reality, and it's not like I was asking that question too earlier. It's like, what do you think this means to you? Like, is it just some fun thing that you do just to kind of have a conspiracy theory on things, or do you realize that the Earth isn't what they told you, and you want to let other people know, make them aware of it? It just depends. Like everybody has a different idea behind that.
Yeah, for me, it's all about sort of the way people think is so important. And with this globe business and all this, the science, if you can convince people that what they're seeing is not real and what they experience is not real and it's actually something else, then you can convince them of it. There's I don't know who said it, but if you can convince somebody of absurdities, you can get them to commit atrocities.
Atrocities. So, yeah, that's true. That is true. That scares me, though. Because that scares me.
That's what it should do, because it's true, and that's what people do.
That's true. We vomit how much money, we hemorrhage how much cash through NASA and war and munitions and all that daily, minute by minute, second by second, and there's all the atrocities going on across the face of the earth, mate. Yeah, people turn a blind eye just for the sake of believing in something, without even questioning it. It's atrocious, completely.
Yeah, I mean,
we got.
Sorry.
No, I was just gonna announce we got a new guy that's in here. Clearly, welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Are you there? You have control of your mic if you want to jump in and have a conversation with us. But we do like to talk to people about the topic of the shape of the Earth here. So if you're here and you have any questions, you can ask us. You can jump on your microphone and ask us any questions, or you might be new to Discord, so getting the hang of things might be difficult. Here, hang on. Maybe you can't talk. 1 second. It shows on my screen you can, but try again.
Check. Hello, check.
Yeah.
All right, so the Astro, mate.
Hey, what's up, dude? Hey, what are you doing on that name, dude? Put your name where it needs to be.
Bro, I deleted all my accounts and I couldn't be asked. Please don't disclose who I am. People know me, they know me, they don't. It's clearly who I am, and it's clear. So, clearly. Yeah, clearly. But I just want to come on here and pretend to be a Glober. But you know what? The guy is around anyway. Like that's what I'm going to stick with anyway. Fuck it. You know what? It's got to the point now. Yeah. You know what? That's right. Fuck it.
Good man.
Let me drop the GIF that you're famous for, man. Look at live stream voice tech. Wait a minute. You don't even have any roles. 1 second. I got to give you a freaking role. There.
Just put me as a globe. I'm a globe tard now, man. I'm a globe tard. Just put me as a globe tard, man.
Bullshit.
I'm a globe tard, man. Fuck it, it's round, bro. I can't be asked that. I can't be. It's round, man. Fuck it. Let's just go.
Dude. If you swear, man, don't even.
No, I want to be the only. I want to be the only one to go back and get me. I want to be the only one to go back to the globe.
Are you gonna join Ranty? You're gonna join Ranty?
I'm joining. You know what, man? I just look. It's fuck. It's a globe, man. Fuck it. It's a globe. Can't be asked anymore. Do you know what I mean? I've give up the fight, man. It's a globe, man. Fuck them.
No, you didn't give up. You're hanging out with those clowns. That's the reason why you're saying that, because you're hanging out with those clowns.
Fuck it. It's all fucking. At the end of the day, it's both. It's both at the same time. It's both at the same time. Fuck it.
I've heard you speak, dude. I know. There's no way in hell, dude. Even if no. Not even.
I'll come back just because I heard your voice. I come on here. That's the only reason I come back. I stopped debate. I stopped going into this a long time ago. I thought, you know what? Fuck it. You guys have done so much work for it. And the free questions thing. I need to hear it again. Like I need to hear you just do a free question thing on someone again. Because
you need to come back in here, man. Like that's the conversations we used to have in the arena, man. You were part of that too. So bullshit. You know what? Take some time away, but come back.
The free questions are brilliant. I need to hear you do it to somebody. I need to hear you break someone down with the free questions. Do you still remember the routine?
Yeah, there's nobody that comes in here anymore. Clearly, like there's no one there's people used to like be coming in on the daily. I'd say about a couple weeks ago, we had a bit of action in here, but for the most part, it's nice and quiet. Like there's not a lot of people. The ones that come in here, you got like people that are in college and like those young students, and it's like surface level kind of stuff. It's real. It's nothing like the way we had it before. Like we were in the trenches and like a few years ago.
They were the days. That's what I mean. They were the days, like, and that's when it was its best. And like, it kind of when that kind of broke down the 3 questions and like people actually coming to different people's like hostile platforms, because people were getting torn to bits and going back all like cognitive dissonance. So it was like, there was a lot of damage done, psychological damage. And there's a lot of psychological damage going on. I couldn't deal with it. Like, no, that's why now I'm just like, you know what, right? Like, no matter what you do, no one's going to change their mind. If you believe, you can believe what you believe, as long as it ain't now I'm in anybody else. Do you know what I mean? And I guess I guess both sides have both made their argument. Both sides are fully aware of both argument. I think, it's good to kind of, just leave it stalemate. That people like. That's why now I'm just like, you know what? Yeah, whatever. It's round. I
got a new one for you. Clearly, I put this one in your arsenal too when you talk to him. And just be casual about it. Don't make it like weird or anything. Just tell him, hey, I got 2 questions for you. So, are we talking on Discord right now?
Yeah.
Okay, so the second follow-up one that you would ask him is, are you 100% sure we're talking on Discord?
That's pretty much, I'd say so. Yeah, I'd say 100%.
Well, you listen to them and they're going to fall apart at that second one because they say things that are weird, right? Like, well, this is justified true belief that we're talking on Discord. Oh, you're 100% sure of that. And they're going to be like, well, you can't ever be 100% sure.
No. Like,
you hear their brain tumble downstairs and it's
yeah. Well, no, at least I haven't lost that much yet. I ain't gone yet. I'm still logical, follow logically with what I'm saying.
We're not letting you go, man, because you've always been, and every time, man, they're really upset with you. Every time you say, dude, clearly, like they don't like you, man, because you're in their face like all the time, and I guess maybe that's why they were treating you the way they were.
When I used to argue for them, everything was lovely and rosy. I used to love coming on the server. As soon as I started questioning things, everything turned really dark, really twisted, really quickly. And I tried my best to keep my love with the group, but it just wasn't there. Nobody would give me even an inch, and I thought, no way. Like, this is just because I was questioning, like, the moon and the sun look kind of relative the same size, like, just a general question, and it was like frowned upon. And I thought, wow, like you shouldn't have that sort of aggression behind just curiosity, So
well, they built their worldview. They built their worldview on saying that it should be healthy for people to be curious about the world around them and ask those questions. And then when you do, they're like, "No, stop it! Don't! You're not even. You're denying science." And it's like, bro,
that's what science is.
Well, they're clearly going against what it is because they don't want you to question settled science. That's what they call it. Settled science.
I mean, you know what? Though, I can honestly say though, when I was, it doesn't matter. Both sides. I've seen both sides. It's like, ever seen that dress or that on the internet that looks different colours to different people when they look at it, and people argue over it like it's a blue dress and it also looks like a shade different, a blue dress that looks completely different colour. What was the other colour I was saying? It's like a white dress, but if you look at it in a different way, the actual dress changed colour for me. I looked at it a couple of times, and the dress changed colour. And some people can see that dress only in one colour, and I've been able to see it in both.
Yeah, I've seen that. I know what you're talking about. I've seen it.
Yeah. So it depends how you're looking at it. So it's also about how you interpret information. There's a lot of variables that are going unanswered, and that's why we're having this debate for so long now, and that's why I took a step out and I just went, whatever, you know what, we've got satellites, we've got fucking GSP, blah blah blah, yeah, it's round, whatever, and just get on with your life, because I think what happens is it becomes more of like a more of a burden for you, because you're trying to wake people up, but they're not meant to be woken up. Do you know what I mean?
Well, and how we're doing it these days is because of the fact that this isn't a battleground anymore. Like it used to be. Like when you were here, oh my god, dude! Like I know the torment that because like you were just asking questions at the very beginning. You were just asking questions. You weren't like for one side or the other. You were just like giving people reason to think, right? And everybody just stockpiled on you every time on both sides. So you never got any So
right, the best position to be, because you get a very healthy in the somewhere in between is where it's about right, isn't it? And I think like you know, when even if you're right, if you go extreme about how you're right you are, it sounds wrong. Such as like Nathan Oakley and whatever his name is, Quantum Eraser. Now they can be right to the point, but because they're so anal about it and so condescending, it's almost if they're wrong. So you know, sometimes how these professors and these people, they present their information in such more of a digestible manner that it has much more of a profound effect. So no wonder that most people go along with it, because it comes across like it's monotone.
This is what I've been saying lately, clearly. This is what I've been saying lately. We're not in the convincing business. We're in the challenging business. So what we do is we put up the challenge. So like even the 3 questions is a challenge, but what we do is we set them up to understand whether they can question their known reality or not. And so if they're able to answer sufficiently those questions with answers that can suffice behind them, then you know what? Like if they walk away from this thinking that the Earth is a globe still, then that's okay. Like I've never been one like. At first, I was chopping heads off. You know, I was like just out for blood. You know, I wanted to see the person like actually get to a point where they couldn't say anything anymore, and then I felt like satisfied. But now it's like I don't see. I see value in leaving them with the question, just like so that they can be curious. I think that's the healthiest thing to do when you're curious about the world around you and you want to ask those questions. And then, you know, if you make up your own mind, then you do that because you did it for yourself. I didn't do it for you. I don't want to be the one that convinces you.
Look, I think there's a place for everything in the world as long as it don't harm nobody. And when I came across you guys and spoken here, I learned a lot of information I wouldn't have learned if this wasn't around. So it's good that there's people like you available. So yeah, I mean, I'm not saying don't do it. I mean, personally myself, well, I've stopped participating is for the reason that like it seems like these people don't want to know, even if they did know. Do you know what I mean? And some of them do know anyway, such as, you know, Xanax or whatever. He knows, but he just still argues the same shit. So it's just like, even if you get through to them, what's the point? It's just not worth the effort.
We had Xanax even admit at one point, he was like, "There's a place in the ocean that is pretty flat." He was even saying that. So I don't know. You probably weren't hearing that conversation, but he was saying, "Yeah, if you go, yeah, he's crazy." He throws up some arguments for flat Earth, and then of course he's not really for flat Earth, but some of his arguments are. But no, it's just if you pop back in or out, man, just come in and like listen. It's the landscape is different, man. Like the people that we have in here now, they've really, like most of them haven't experienced like what we were going through in the like, a couple years ago, so they don't know like the struggles that you had to, like when you were coming in here. Every single moment you'd have like a troll or you know, a staunch Glober coming. Like, we don't have that now anymore. Like every night, you remember Dean? You remember Dean?
Not by name.
Yeah, Dean, he was real staunch in his position. He's real argumentative. He's Scottish. You know,
there's quite a few of them. There's quite a few of them Grouchers. Was he a Groucher?
Yeah, well.
You told me, how the fuck this happened?
Yeah. He's basically but yeah, well, maybe you're probably right. But the one that I remember, he was from the old days. Like he would come in here and burden of proof, reversal fallacy immediately. You'd be talking, like say, like to those flat earthers in here that were saying, well, you know, they were talking to him and they were like, well, Earth is said to be covered in 70% water, and then he's like, well, you said 70%. You're a flat earther. Why were you saying 70%? Is it your claim that Earth is 70% covered in? Like he turned it around and like made it sound like the guy was saying it, instead of him addressing the claim that it's like
that
the narrative.
Was his name Balmod?
No. His name was Dean. But yeah, he's this is the thing that these guys, what they do is they turn whatever you're saying around and saying that you're saying, and like even the Earth curve calculator that McWest or the other old guy what's his name? Names at the tip of my tongue. But anyways, like those guys, they'll say that those calculators, or because FEs came up with the idea that Earth curve has a calculator, or 8 inches per mile squared. Well, why do flat earthers keep saying 8 inches per mile squared? We didn't even come up with that information. We're not even saying the Earth is curving at a distance. This is what we're going by because that's what people have been saying. This is what you can measure the curvature with. And so, like people like Professor Dave, which is Dave Farina, were saying like, Anybody who uses 8 inches per mile squared is a con man. Like he made a statement like that way, and it's like they're getting away from like trying to be held accountable for the things that Globe has been saying, and we're just restating it. But then they're coming to us and saying, "Why do you flat earthers say that it's 8 inches per mile squared?" The you flat earthers are the ones saying that. So they're trying to put the burden of proof on us, saying that we're the ones saying that. But we don't even care.
I know. This is what I'm saying. It's crazy. It's like you can quote it better. Like I've heard arguments where one person clearly knows more about the globe than even the Glober, and the Glober will argue their inferior positioning more dominantly, even though they're like nowhere near us. Like they don't even know that. Like for example, the circumference and the radius don't know the distance to said objects in sky. But the confidence behind what they're arguing is incredible. But you know what? Like that's how it is, isn't it, brother? That's just how it goes. How the cookie crumbles.
Well, it's the nature of the beast, right? Because if you're gonna disprove something and they're seeing that it's gonna be able to be disproven, they're gonna turn around and say, "Why are you saying that? Why did you bring it up?" And it's like, man, like we're not the ones saying this. We're just saying that this is what the stated claim is. That we're kind of repeating it back to them. But they're
like talking about it. It's like when you talk about the distortion on the Black Swan. When you just talk about distortion, you're like, it's not about the distortion of the oil rigs. It's about the distance of the horizon, and they just don't get it. And it's like arguing with like when they argue against like creation, and they say, "Oh, we don't come from monkeys. We just share a common ancestor," and they get their struggle. So both sides are just missing each other's points, and they're arguing constantly. It's such a headache to be in between.
I want to show you something that this gentleman was showing me. There's a lot of crazy things that have come. You got look at livestream voice text. I want to show you something. We were talking about the bendy cranes. This one gentleman, his name was Rice. Can you see it? It's an image I put up.
It's so funny. This is.
Yeah, like let me tell you a little story. The guy that I was not debating. I was actually explaining. We're talking about the Black Swan. The very beginning. I didn't bring up Soundly's power line image. This picture, and then he was saying, well, there's clearly refraction. The bendy cranes. They always talk about the bendy cranes. The bendy cranes. You look at the bendy cranes, and we're like, okay, fine. So you're saying in this image that the Black Swan is happening right there. It's all refraction. He's like, of course. How can you say that it's not refraction? Look at the cranes. And so his motivation for us to him telling us that this refraction happening. Are you sure this? Are you going to say that even the horizon is being refracted? So everything's being refracted. It's all refraction. He's like, of course. Like, what do you think else it could be? Because you can see the way the bendy cranes are like. All right, fine. So then I bring up Soundly's image, right? Because Soundly doesn't say what these guys. He says it's definite curvature. What you're looking at is curvature, Earth curvature. Yeah. So then I showed him the image. I was like, so what are you saying is happening here? Is it all refraction too? Because Soundly would disagree with you wholeheartedly, and he's telling his proponents that it's definite Earth curvature that he took a picture of. And he's like, he started. So he did this mental gymnastic kind of like walk back on what he said. He's like, no. So check it out.
Cognitive dissonance. That's it.
Yeah. So he outlined what he meant. So the lines that he drew on there's two lines, one on the bottom, one on the top, and then he circled that little circle at the end. And he said, you can see curvature on the lines that I drew, on the one on the bottom and the top. And he says, you can also see refraction on the circle that I drew. So you can see refraction happening as well as the curvature of the Earth. So this guy is having his cake and eating it too. So everything's happening. And I was like, so where is refraction happening in this image that you can point out? He's like, well, it's happening. He said it's happening all over. And I was like, so everywhere? He's like, yeah, but it's not noticeable. This is what he's saying. Then I said, what's that little circle bit? He's like, well, it's noticeable there. I said, so refraction is happening. It's not noticeable, but it is noticeable. That's the way I played it to him. And he's like he was thinking, I was like, yeah. He's like, because you can see it right there at the bottom where I circled. And I said, is it happening at the top too, at the top of the power lines? He's like, yeah, a little bit. I was like, a little bit? I was like, so you do agree that you can see refraction at the top? He's like, no, you can't. It's not noticeable. This is what he was saying. He was so
He's going in
confused.
circles. He's going in circles. Now, look, Miggy.
Yeah,
this is why I wanted. This is why I wanted to see if you still do your free question stuff, because you get people. You break it down simply, and like, the fact that you can remember every interaction and every reply between that conversation is outstanding.
Yeah, I do, because
Got a phone
the
call.
most amazing thing to me,
I got a
I
phone
think,
call. Got a phone.
the most amazing thing to me. Yeah. Oh, you got a phone call. Okay. Yeah, I find that amazing that people's, their minds are just spiraling. They can't comprehend truth. It's interesting. Hi, good morning to everybody. It looks like everybody's up and about. How's everyone doing? We got What's up, Radwin? Yeah, I'm out to dip out. I got to get ready for this orientation. You there, Julius?
Well, thanks for the discussion.
What happened?
I said thanks for the discussion, and
yeah, bro. Like I'm always excited about coming in here and talking with everyone, because, like I said before, and I'll say it again, man. You guys are like my family, my extended family. Anyone who's in the truth, I have a great conversation with. I talk with. I defend. Like, I mean, it's the way it is. What family does, If you're in the truth, it doesn't matter where you are. You're extended family. Especially if you're advocating for it, if wherever you are, you're talking about it. You're doing. That's the way I see it. I think about this, like if you were ever to meet me in real life, or if I was to ever meet you, and you said the Earth is flat, and I understood that, that there would be such a common ground between us. It'd be like a family member. You'd be seeing. That's what it feels like, because you understand the struggle that the person went through to get to that place. It wasn't easy. So
I hear that. It's like an instant bond.
Yep. So you would welcome them in your home, like that's the kind of person you'd want to hang out with, because they understand truth.
Yeah, it's family, Miggy. I trust the people in here implicitly. You can all have the keys to my car, my home, anytime you like.
Yeah.
Not a problem. I do trust you
crazy?
people implicitly because I've known you for so long, and I've seen you, like you say, Miggy, I've seen you go through changes that have removed you from society, removed from society from you, and you've dealt with it and handled it, and you're still carrying on, looking for truth. And there's no harm in that. But yet we're labelled as harmful. So yeah, I'm the same, bro. And have a great day in your orientation. If I miss you dropping out, dude, it'll be good for you to go back to your place of employment and meet some of the old work crew and whatnot as well, maybe. So there's a good side to that.
They'll probably be like happy that I'm coming back, because they're, some of them I speak to, like I see them at the grocery store and whatnot in the town that I live in. So I'll be like, "Oh, dude, you're coming back." But
that's another form of family as well. There's a trust and a level of honesty and care in a workplace, like in a work team. Even if you don't see each other much through the day, you're all doing the same thing. And if one of you fails, then everybody fails. So yeah, the work scenario is a great thing. It's good to know that you're getting back.
First, I take pride in what I do. It doesn't matter what I do. I could be cleaning something. I take pride in it. So, that's just the person I am. But anyways, I appreciate it, old dude. I'm going to probably get ready. If I have any time, I'll just jump back on again. But if not, I'll talk to you guys later on. Yeah, you guys have a great day.
Have a good one, Miggy.
See you, Carl.
Surveyors, engineers, and architects are never required to factor the supposed curvature of the Earth into their projects, providing another proof the world is a plane, not a planet. Canals and railways, for example, are always cut and laid horizontally, often over hundreds of miles, without any allowance for curvature. One surveyor, Mr. T. Westwood, wrote in the January 1896 Earth Review magazine stating that, "In leveling, I work from ordnance marks, or canal levels, to get the height above sea level. The puzzle to me used to be that over several miles each level was and is treated throughout its whole length as the same level from end to end, not the least allowance being made for curvature. One of the civil engineers in this district, after some amount of argument on each side as to the reason why no allowance for curvature was made, said he did not believe anybody would know the shape of the earth in this life." Another surveyor and engineer of 30 years wrote to the Birmingham Weekly Mercury, February 15, 1890, stating, "I am thoroughly acquainted with the theory and practice of civil engineering. However bigoted some of our professors may be in the theory of surveying according to the prescribed rules, yet it is well known amongst us that such theoretical measurements are incapable of any practical illustration. All our locomotives are designed to run on what may be regarded as true levels, or flats. There are, of course, partial inclines or gradients here and there, but they are always accurately defined and must be carefully traversed. But anything approaching to 8 inches in the mile, increasing as the square of the distance, could not be worked by any engine that was ever yet constructed. Taking one station with another all over England and Scotland, it may be stated that all the platforms are on the same relative level. The distance between eastern and western coasts of England may be set down as 300 miles. If the prescribed curvature was indeed as represented, the central stations at Rugby or Warwick ought to be close upon 3 miles higher than a cord drawn from the two extremities. If such was the case, there is not a driver or stoker within the kingdom that would be found to take charge of the train. We can only laugh at those of your readers who seriously give us credit for such venturesome exploits as running trains round spherical curves. Horizontal curves on levels are dangerous enough. Vertical curves would be 1,000 times worse, and with our rolling stock constructed as at present, physically impossible." Engineer W. Winkler wrote into the Earth Review, October 1893, regarding the Earth's supposed curvature, stating, "As an engineer of many years' standing, I saw that this absurd allowance is only permitted in school books. No engineer would dream of allowing anything of the kind. I have projected many miles of railways and many more of canals, and the allowance has not even been thought of, much less allowed for. This allowance for curvature means this, that it is 8 inches for the first mile of a canal, and increasing at the ratio by the square of the distance in miles. Thus a small navigable canal for boats, say 30 miles long, will have, by the above rule, an allowance for curvature of 600 feet. Think of that, and then please credit engineers as not being quite such fools. Nothing of the sort is allowed. We no more think of allowing 600 feet for a line of 30 miles of railway or canal than of wasting our time trying to square the circle." The Suez Canal, which connects the Mediterranean Sea with the Gulf of Suez on the Red Sea, is a clear proof of the earth's and water's non-convexity. The canal is 100 miles long and without any locks, so the water within is an uninterrupted continuation of the Mediterranean Sea to the Red Sea. When it was constructed, the Earth's supposed curvature was not taken into account. It was dug along a horizontal datum line, 26 feet below sea level, passing through several lakes from one sea to the other, with the datum line and the water's surface running perfectly parallel over the 100 miles. The average level of the Mediterranean is 6 inches above the Red Sea, while the flood tides in the Red Sea rise 4 feet above the highest and drop 3 feet below the lowest in the Mediterranean, making the half-tide level of the Red Sea the surface of the Mediterranean Sea, and the 100 miles of water in the canal all a clear continuation of the same horizontal line. Were they instead the supposed curved line of globe earthers, the water in the center of the canal would be 1,666 feet above the respective seas on either side. David Wardlaw Scott wrote, The distance between the Red Sea at Suez and the Mediterranean Sea is 100 statute miles, the datum line of the canal being 26 feet below the level of the Mediterranean, and is continued horizontally the whole way from sea to sea, there not being a single lock on the canal. The surface of water being parallel with the datum line, it is thus clear that there is no curvature or globularity for the whole 100 miles between the Mediterranean and the Red Sea. Had there been, according to the astronomic theory, the middle of the canal would have been 1,666 feet higher than at either end, whereas the canal is perfectly horizontal for the whole distance. The Great Canal of China, said to be 700 miles in length, was made without regard to any allowance for supposed curvature, as the Chinese believe the earth to be a stationary plane. I may also add that no allowance was made for it in the North Sea Canal, or in the Manchester Ship Canal, both recently constructed, thus clearly proving that there is no globularity in earth or sea, so that the world cannot possibly be a planet. Thomas Winship wrote, "If the earth be the globe of popular belief, it is very evident that in cutting a canal, an allowance must be made for the curvature of the globe, which allowance would correspond to the square of the distance multiplied by 8 inches. From the Age of 5th August 1892, I extract the following. The German Emperor performed the ceremony of opening the gates of the Baltic and North Sea Canal in the spring of 1891. The canal starts at Holtenau on the south side of Kiel Bay and joins the Elbe 15 miles above its mouth. It is 61 miles long, 200 feet wide at the surface and 85 feet at the bottom, the depth being 28 feet. No locks are required, as the surface of the two seas is level. Let those who believe it is the practice for surveyors to make allowance for curvature ponder over the following from the Manchester Ship Canal Company, Earth Review, October 1893. It is customary in railway and canal constructions for all levels to be referred to a datum which is nominally horizontal and is so shown on all sections. It is not the practice in laying out public works to make allowances for the curvature of the earth. The London and North Western Railway forms a straight line 180 miles long between London and Liverpool. The railroad's highest point, midway at Birmingham Station, is only 240 feet above sea level. If the world were actually a globe, however, curvating 8 inches per mile squared, the 180-mile stretch of rail would form an arc, with the center point at Birmingham raising a full 5,400 feet above London and Liverpool. Adding the station's actual height, 240 feet, to its theoretical inclination, 5,400 feet, gives 5,640 feet as the rail's necessary height on a globe Earth, more than 1,000 feet taller than Ben Nevis, the tallest mountain in Great Britain. Thomas Winship wrote, "In projecting railways on a globe, the datum line would be the arc of a circle corresponding to the latitude of the place. That the datum line for the railway projections is always a horizontal line proves that the general configuration of the world is horizontal. To support the globe theory, the gentlemen of the observatories should call upon the surveyor to prove that he allows the necessary amount for curvature, but this is what the learned men dare not do, as it is well known that the allowance for the supposed curvature is never made." David Wardlaw Scott wrote, "In a long line like that of the Great Pacific Railway, extending across North America, the supposed curvature would, of course, be proportionally great, extending to many miles in height, but not 1 inch was allowed by the engineers for curvature during the whole course of the construction of that vast line of railway. And if we think of it, how could it be otherwise? All railway metals must of necessity be straight, for how could any engine or carriage run with safety on a convex surface?" J.C. Bourne, in his book The History of the Great Western Railway, stated that the entire original English railroad, more than 118 miles long, that the whole line with the exception of the inclined planes, may be regarded practically as level. The British Parliament session in 1862 that approved its construction recorded in Order No. 44 for the proposed railway that the section be drawn to the same horizontal scale as the plan, and to a vertical scale of not less than 1 inch to every 100 feet, and shall show the surface of the ground marked on the plan, the intended level of the proposed work, the height of every embankment, and the depth of every cutting, and a datum horizontal line which shall be the same throughout the whole length of the work. Thomas Winship wrote, 118 miles of level railway
Like
and
where
yet the
it gets
surface on which it is projected a globe? Impossible. It cannot be. Early in 1898, I met a Mr. Hughes, chief officer of the steamer City of Lincoln. This gentleman told me he had projected thousands of miles of level railway in South America and never heard of any allowance for curvature being made. On one occasion, he surveyed over 1,000 miles of railway, which was a perfect straight line all the way. It is well known that in the Argentine Republic and other parts of South America, there are railways thousands of miles long, without curve or gradient. In projecting railways, the world is acknowledged to be a plane, and if it were a globe, the rules of projection have yet to be discovered. Level railways prove a level world, to the utter confusion of the globular school of impractical men with high salaries and little brains. That in all surveys no allowance is made for curvature, which would be a necessity on a globe, that a horizontal line is in every case the datum line, the same line being continuous throughout the whole length of the work, and that the theodolite cuts a line at equal altitudes on either side of it, which altitude is the same as that of the instrument, clearly proves, to those who will accept proof when it is furnished, that the world is a plane and not a globe. If the earth were a sphere, airplane pilots would have to constantly correct their altitudes downwards so as to not fly straight off into outer space. If the earth were truly a sphere 25,000 miles in circumference, curvating 8 inches per mile squared, a pilot wishing to simply maintain their altitude at a typical cruising speed of 500 miles per hour would have to constantly dip their nose downwards and descend 2,777 feet, over half a mile, every minute. Otherwise, without compensation, in 1 hour's time, the pilot would find themselves 166,666 feet, 31.5 miles, higher than expected. A plane flying at a typical 35,000 feet, wishing to maintain that altitude at the upper rim of the so-called troposphere in 1 hour, would find themselves over 200,000 feet high in the mesosphere, with a steadily raising trajectory the longer they go. I have talked to several pilots, and no such compensation for the Earth's supposed curvature is ever made. When pilots set an altitude, their artificial horizon gauge remains level, and so does their course. Nothing like the necessary 2,777 foot per minute declination is ever taken into consideration. Thomas Winship wrote, "It must be obvious to the reader that if the earth be the globe of popular belief, the rules observed for navigating a vessel from one part of this globe to another must be in conformity to its figure. The datum line in navigation would be an arc of a circle, and all computations would be based on the convexity of water and worked out by spherical trigonometry. Let me preface my remarks on the important branch of our subject by stating that at sea the datum line is always a horizontal line. Spherical trigonometry is never used, and not 1 out of 1,000 shipmasters understands spherical trigonometry. Airline pilots and sea navigators fly and sail as though the earth were a plane. Pilots reach their desired altitude and maintain it effortlessly for hours, never contending with anything like the 2,777 feet per minute of forced inclination due to Earth's supposed curvature. Similarly, ship captains in navigating great distances at sea never need to factor the supposed curvature of the Earth into their calculations. Both plain sailing and great circle sailing, the most popular navigation methods, use plane, not spherical trigonometry. From Navigation and Nautical Astronomy, plain sailing is usually defined to be the art of navigating a ship on the supposition that the Earth is a plane. Even when longitude enters into consideration, it is still with the plane triangle only that we have to deal. But as the investigation here given in the text shows, the rules for plain sailing would equally hold good though the surface were a plane. Thomas Winship wrote, "It must be evident to everyone who understands what a triangle is, that the base of any such figure on a globe would be an arc of a circle, of which the center would be the center of the globe. Thus, instead of a plane triangle, the figure would contain 1 plane angle and 2 spherical angles. Hence, if the plane triangle is what we have to deal with, and such is the case, the base of the triangle would be a straight line, the ocean. That all triangulation used at sea is plane proves that the sea is a plane. The foregoing quotation states that a plane triangle is used for a spherical surface, but the rules for plane sailing would equally hold good though the surface were a plane. What fine reasoning! It is like saying that the rules for describing a circle are those used for drawing a square, but they would equally hold good though the figure were a square. Plane sailing is navigating a ship making all mathematical calculations on the assumption that the Earth is perfectly flat. If the Earth were, in fact, a sphere, such an errant assumption would lead to constant glaring inaccuracies, and the necessity for using spherical trigonometry would become obvious. Plane sailing has worked perfectly fine in both theory and practice for thousands of years, however, and plane trigonometry has time and again proven more accurate than spherical trigonometry in determining distances across the oceans. It is so commonly used at sea. Navigation in theory and practice states that, in practice, scarcely any other rules are used but those derived from plane sailing. The great and serious objection to plane sailing is that longitude cannot be found by it accurately, although in practice it is more frequently found by it than any other method. So both latitude and longitude are found most often and most accurately by assuming the Earth to be flat, more accurately even than assuming the Earth to be spherical. Thomas Winship wrote, "Plane sailing proves that the surface of water is a plane or horizontal surface, and in practice it is shown that this plane extends for many thousands of miles. Whether the voyage is outwards or homewards makes no difference, thus showing that a short voyage to the Cape and back to England can be accomplished by plane sailing. The fact that water is flat like a sheet of paper, when undisturbed by wind and tide, is my working anchor, and the powerful ground tackle of all those who reject the delusions of modern theoretical astronomy. Prove water to be convex, and we will at once and forever recant and grant you anything you like to demand." William Carpenter wrote, "If the Earth were a globe, a small model globe would be the very best, because the truest thing for the navigator to take to sea with him. But such a thing as that is not known. With such a toy as a guide, the mariner would wreck his ship of a certainty. This is a proof that the Earth is not a globe. As the mariner's compass points north and south at one and the same time, and a meridian is a north and south line, it follows that meridians can be no other than straight lines. But since all meridians on a globe are semicircles, it is an incontrovertible proof that the Earth is not a globe." And David Wardlaw Scott wrote, "The needle of this most important instrument is straight, its two ends pointing north and south at the same time. Consequently, the meridians must also be straight lines, whereas on a globe they are semicircles. Even at the equator, the needle points straight, which would be impossible, were that the midway of a vast convex globe, as in such case the one end would dip towards the north, and the other be pointed towards the sky. Again, the navigator, when he goes to sea, takes his observations and relies on the compass to guide him as to the direction in which he wishes to proceed. He does not provide himself with the model of a globe, which, if the world were a globe, would surely be the safest plan for him to adopt, but he takes flat maps or charts. Thus, in practice, he sails his ship as if the sea were horizontal, though in theory he had been erroneously taught that it is convex."
My name is Joshua Silva. I am a licensed commercial pilot and flight instructor. I have had a lifelong love of aviation and aerospace, and when growing up I even fancied myself an amateur astronomer. I would drag my family and friends, anybody I could, to every air show I could possibly find in Northern California. I was the only kid you knew, or anybody knew, that knew the various components on aircraft, spacecraft by heart. I absolutely loved anything to do with flying or space. But my love of aviation and aerospace never stopped. I continued studying, had an entire library full of aviation books of various military and civilian aircraft, military history, every aviation campaign and theater in almost any war. I studied religiously, and it was just out of pure passion. Later in life, many years later, I decided to become a pilot. As strange as it may sound, it hadn't occurred to me to become a pilot up to that point. I just simply loved aviation and aerospace, but I decided to become a pilot, and I began attending a prestigious flight academy in the Midwest and attending university at the same time, and to gain a degree in aeronautics and aerospace. Shortly thereafter, I began flying twin turboprop aircraft out of Northern California for several nonprofit organizations, and years after that I found myself flight instructing for various small flight schools, both in California and in Arizona, and then on to large academies that trained for the airlines and even some military flights. Shortly thereafter, I began flying regional business jets, and that's when the story of me finding the topic of flat Earth started.
Been a military brat all my life. However, I've been in the industry of aviation for the last 21 years. And I became an FE somewhere around 15 or 16 when I really started looking at conspiracies. I looked into Benghazi because I happened to work on government contracts abroad, overseas. But I've been in aviation for 21 years. Anything from helicopters to aerostats to big birds, little birds, fighter jets, things with engines, no engines, big blades, little blades, compressor blades, which, by the way, that one's not a hoax. Jets do not run only on compressed air. Contrary to popular belief, it takes compressed air in a blended ratio of air to fuel to drive the now heated gas and rotate the compressor blades. This has been a topic of discussion between FE and, not everything's a hoax. Coriolis effect. With that ties into, obviously with no spin, around the axis points that they say exist at 23.4 conveniently, 66 off the 90 degrees, right? Everything ties into 666 with NASA and all the BS scientists. Our aircraft have things called ADIs, attitude direction indicator, which gives correlation between the aircraft housing or the shell around the gyro itself. The ADI is nothing more than a gyro that will always reference level. I don't care what any pilot says. I don't care what any mechanic tells you. There's a reason that pilots have one book called a Pilot Operating Handbook, and there's every other book, right? From structures to avionics to wiring diagrams to the actual components that make up these systems. That is a standalone system. The ADI does not lie. I don't care how cold it is, how high you are, and some of these guys are pretty damn high. It doesn't matter where you're going. It doesn't matter where you've been. It doesn't matter where you are over the realm itself. I woke up to the truth of the flat Earth, shape of the Earth, as an engineer and a pilot. So I've studied engineering, physics, 3 different ways: basic physics, electric physics, and construction physics. And also as a pilot, as a rotary wing pilot, that is helicopter pilot, I studied aeronautical physics as well. So I can cover and discuss just about any factor of flat Earth. Not that I'm any smarter than anybody else, but I've studied quite a bit of factors that analyze shape and motion of just about any object. That's physics, also aeronautical physics, and principles of flight. I can tell you this: airplanes fly straight and level. That's even an aviation term, straight and level. Airplanes will fly for hours at the same altitude, never dipping their nose down to follow the curve of the Earth. An aircraft on a 12-hour or even 18-hour flight from Portland, Oregon to Seoul, Korea, that would have that aircraft starting at one point and then flying so far around the Earth that it's flying downwards with its nose vertically downwards, and then starting to go around the curve of the Earth so that the airplane is now flying upside down. Would have to make that kind of a flight path on a globe, which is, it's such an absurdity.
So that being said, I come into the true shape of the Earth, the flat Earth, as a skeptic, like most anyone else. I'll tell you my story. My buddy told me about this. He said, Rob, you need to learn about the ice ring. You need to learn that the Earth doesn't move. This globe is garbage. And I laughed at him. I said, are you kidding me? I'm not even gonna look into that. And he said, that's fine. He said, that's fine. You don't have to look into flat Earth. But until you do, he said, until you do look into flat Earth, you will remain a slave of the Matrix. And interestingly enough, at this point, this was more or less November, December 2015. I had already mentally resigned from the U.S. military for 3 years. I had already resigned because of Benghazi. I realized, and I saw for myself, I'd been working with U.S. as an Army officer, working for State Department for a good 10 years. And so what I did, I turned my physics awareness, I turned my studies into analysis of the shape of the Earth.
I have a bachelor's degree in English and International Business and a master's degree in Emergency Management. Emergency management is an area of study that deals with lessening the effects of a natural or man-made disaster. Areas I had to study related to emergency management were meteorology, geology, geography, hydrology, and oceanography. You have to know well how Earth works in order to prevent or lessen the consequences of a natural disaster. In 2019, I wrote the book called 16 Emergency Landings Proving Flat Earth. Not many people know that when I was younger, I worked for an international airline. I worked at the International Cargo and Logistics Division of the company at São Paulo International Airport. I had to know all international routes in order to provide our clients the precise information about import and exports, as well as the logistics of transporting cargo internationally. Our company transported from a simple parcel package to cars and helicopters to anywhere in the world. Having access to all areas of the airport in 1988, the Brazilian soccer team was about to board their flight towards Australia to take part of the Bicentennial Soccer Cup in Australia. It was a tournament to celebrate Australia's 200th birthday. 2 South American teams were invited to take part of this tournament, Brazil and Argentina. At that time, we had access to several maps, all based on the Globe Earth model. The Brazilian squad left to Australia with natural conclusions that this charter flight was going to Australia over the Pacific Ocean, as the global model suggests. Perhaps stop in Santiago, Chile, and then head to Australia. To my surprise, the flight went to Los Angeles. For several days, I could not comprehend the reason why that flight went to Los Angeles in North America to then go towards Australia in the Southern Hemisphere. This thing kept alive in the back of our mind for all these years.
I'm a merchant marine. I've been sailing 15 years. I graduated from the Paul Hall Maritime Center out of Piney Point, Maryland. I primarily sail on container ships, tankers, drill ships, military cargo vessels, you name it, I can sail on it. I sail in the capacity of bosun. My whole title is AB Unlimited. That primarily sail deep sea and coastal, meaning up and down the coast, west coast, east coast, and deep sea is out deep sea across to other continents. What led me to the flat earth was actually my sister. We've always been into the conspiracies and the 9/11 and Sandy Hook and all that stuff. And one day she said, hey, you want to see a conspiracy? You should look into the flat earth. And I looked at her and laughed because I had seen the videos come up in the feed and they showed that disc thing in the space and I laughed at it and whatever. And she showed it to me and I laughed at her. And I went and pulled out my phone and I looked up a video. You can look it up. It's called Dragon Link FPV to Space. And what you'll see is basically an RC airplane that's been taken up about 80,000 feet, and they release it, and then the airplane comes down with power. And it has the Dragon Link system, which is capable of making control and video. Anyways, but they had a GoPro, so you see this curved globe. And that set it for me. When I saw that, I was like, oh, wow, look at that. So I brought that down to her put it right in her face and said, "Look at that." And looking back, I remember her smile on it was like, okay, she wasn't going to argue with me. And she said, okay. Later on, I don't know, a couple days later, whenever, I seen it in there and I said, all right, I had nothing to watch. I hit it on the YouTube and I knew within 10 minutes of it. I forget which one it was. I think it was probably one of the documentaries, but it was almost like I instantly knew. And then what happened was a lot of the proofs that I had were before I was a flat earther, such as seeing contacts at 30 miles out with the naked eye on the horizon, which is impossible on the globe model. So much so, it was me, the third officer, and the lookout. We were standing our watch, and I believe we were in the Mediterranean Sea. Lookout, looking watch, I say, okay, we got a contact out there. We look, and we try and get it on the radar. We get it at 30 miles out. When the chief mate came up, we had told him, hey mate, we got a contact earlier 30 miles out. He said, bull crap, I don't believe you. And we all looked at each other and shook our heads and said, yep, they got it. He stormed off the bridge, ran down, came back up. He had the Bowditch, which is a thick green book that's everything you ever need to know about being on the ocean, sailing, navigation, everything. And he comes up and he says, the math doesn't lie. And he slams down this piece of paper and he says, our bridge height is at 100 feet versus how far? 30 miles. It should have been behind like 600 foot of curve. I remember 600 something foot. He had all the mathematical, of course I didn't know, okay, that's good. All right, he must know what he's talking about. But we're looking like, well, I don't know. We got it on the radar. Then the radar must not know what it's doing.
You can just call me Jay. That's what my friends call me. That's what I go by. I just go by Jay. My work experience, I joined the Navy when I was 17 years old. I had a secret security clearance. There's different levels of security clearance. There's a lower level, then there's a secret, which is what I had, which is like a mid-level, and then there's a top secret. I did not have a top secret clearance, so there's a lot that I don't know. But I did have a secret clearance. So it's basically the mid-level security clearance for the government that I had. And I did that job for 8 years. I worked in operational intelligence specifically. The radar navigation, there's a limited scope of what we're able to see. Now, granted, this is 15 or 20 years ago. What I mean by that is with it being 15 or 20 years ago, the technology nowadays on the new warships, I would imagine, are just off the charts advanced compared to what we had, 20 years ago in the early 2000s when I was doing deployments for the Navy. We're looking at the scope of the radar. Now, this is just going off of the actual screen that we can see. Now, there's 3 different screens. There's the basic radar screen where we have this limited scope where it only goes out like 25 miles, right? Then there's this other bigger screen, and I forgot the name of it, but it goes onto this huge projection in the Combat Information Center. Basically is where all of the information is housed. And on this huge screen, we can actually zoom out and see a significant portion of our area of responsibility. I can't say the exact number. Again, a lot of this is classified. Basically, when we zoom out onto this large projectile screen, it goes in and out, right? So the reason why we're able to zoom in and then pull back out is just for accuracy. So if we're looking at something that could just be like a buoy in the water, right? Just one of the little tiny buoys that the ships can use as kind of placements to track where they're going, that can be mistaken for an actual small watercraft. So we have to be able to differentiate between that and some of the ships that we're looking for, because some of the deployments we're out there looking for drug ships, we're looking for other types of ships, submarines, basically just to keep a track of everything. That's basically what the Navy and Coast Guard do. They want to make sure that they know what's going on in the seas, and that's kind of the way the United States Navy operates. They're basically dictating what happens in international waters.
I will be providing my in-depth experience of U.S. Navy submarines and how they prove we do not live on a globe Earth. However, due to the nature of my job and the security clearance that I hold, I wish to remain anonymous. I've worked for the U.S. Department of the Navy as a submarine quality assurance specialist for the last 5 years. My job is to ensure that each submarine is built properly, safely, and to the engineer's plan. I have an intimate knowledge of every aspect of each submarine being built in the shipyard I work in. Now that you've heard a little bit of my background, let me explain how I arrived at the crazy notion that the Earth is visibly and observably flat. I have always questioned the reality around me since I was little. I never followed anything mainstream, and I was never interested in what the news had to say. As I got older, I started looking into more and more things out of my own curiosity. 9/11, school shootings. I eventually started researching the moon landing because it just never sat well with me. And it didn't take long for me to completely unravel that for the hoax that it is. After that, I was starting to realize that we had been lied to on so many levels. What else could there possibly be? Then I saw a video about the flat Earth pop up on my YouTube recommendations. At first, even with my awakened mind, I thought this was absolutely ridiculous. I decided that I'd look into it simply to disprove it and move on. It should be easy, right? That was over 6 years ago, and I still can't disprove the flat Earth. In fact, the more I research it, the more it reveals. This leads me into my submarine experience. Looking back on everything I had accomplished while on active duty with eyes to see, has only served to solidify my stance that we live on a flat and motionless plane.
Also, there's a semi-classified naval communications device. When ships are communicating ship to ship on the ocean, U.S. Navy, semi-classified laser communication NAVCOM device, which also does data as well. So if they're communicating with ships 70 miles, 100 miles or more, like I said, every 100 miles is a mile of curvature. So it wouldn't work because lasers operate line of sight. They operate in a straight line. There's no curvature to the laser. So the bottom line here is the naval NAVCOM classified, semi-classified system that they use to communicate ship to ship, that operates on a laser, and if there was curvature, anything over, like I said, 100 miles is 5,280 feet of curvature, and the ship's diameter is nowhere near that, which you know. So there's another example, the naval NAVCOM communication device. Also, there's a woman, female KLH pilot, KLH Dutch Commercial Airlines. She got fired from her job a while back for questioning this issue. Now, they didn't throw around the company, but they gave her like a desk job, so this way they kind of keep her around and quiet so they can control. But she's a very sane and rational woman. If they ask her, what happened, she starts talking, it's going to raise serious questions. So we got the KLH pilot, we got the laser NAVCOM, U.S. Navy. We've got my personal experience flying from Long Island to Bangkok. There should be at least 5,280 feet of curvature added to the 4,000 altitude average while heading easterly. So there's something very wrong there. The numbers don't work.
Could the Earth actually be flat? I began to see opinions and arguments that seemed logical, but I heard several arguments, which I now know were most likely disinformation, easily disprovable in the aviation world, but there were some that stuck with me. And so, myself being the way I am, I ran quickly, metaphorically, to my old textbook, and I opened my old textbooks, found them, unpacked them, cracked them all open, and even downloaded brand new copies in PDF form offline of all these books to make sure that nothing had been changed. I thought for certain that I knew exactly what compensation pilots are trained while flying to compensate for the spin or the rotation of the Earth, for instance. As far as falling around a globe, that I assumed in my mind would be an aircraft's angle of attack. But upon more study, I found that not to be true. The angle of attack being the angle between the aircraft's flight path and the relative wind, which is something that pilots are very familiar with. And it's the idea that an aircraft has to be slightly pitched up, essentially to stay airborne, or a surface of that aircraft has to be pitched slightly to create a difference in air pressure to hold the aircraft aloft. And that is assumed, or was assumed at that time by myself and other pilots, to be the compensation one would make for falling around a globe while flying, period. But upon further research, I found that this was not the case, and it was not even mentioned anywhere. This compensation was not mentioned anywhere I could find in any resource that I had gone to flight school with. And they were extensive. There were many, many books, especially as one progressed towards the commercial flying side, especially elective courses, especially if you're going to university as I was studying aerospace, then you would assume, and I had assumed, that this was calculated for.
Again, as far as ADIs, in every aircraft, it references the level horizon or references sea level always. There's no way that you can convince somebody of sound mind that if you take off from New York and immediately flip upside down, now your housing or your ADI is referencing upside down to you because you're upside down. It's right side up. It cannot deviate off level. It doesn't matter how much fuel you got in your tanks. It doesn't matter if you're a helicopter or an aerostat or a fighter jet. That gauge will always reference level. It has to, because otherwise it would be a poor reference. And if you could manipulate it, why would you even have it in the airplane or your aircraft? But if you go take off 2 miles away, do a barrel roll, you're now flying upside down. At what point does that gauge show you back right side up? A half a hemisphere away? Is that what we're led to believe? Is that what we're supposed to believe? At what point does it right itself if you never flipped back over and continue flying level? You see what I'm saying? It's ridiculous. It's ludicrous to think that thing compensates for curvature in straight and level flight.
The big one that is oftentimes quoted is compensation for Coriolis effect while flying. And this is something I'd even taught my students about, and it's always assumed to be correct. We just assume. We're given the narrative from a young age, and everything is built upon that assumption, upon that theory. And so I thought I had the silver bullet. Coriolis effect. We always calculate for that. Well, as I began to look through the books and to look into the calculations given for Coriolis effect, the narrative began to fall apart even further. I began to see things I didn't notice when I was in school, such as Coriolis effect is actually never calculated for, but is assumed to be a part of wind correction angle. Wind correction angle is one of the many calculations pilots of all kinds make while flying to correct against winds in whatever volume or section of air they're flying through, which it could be from any direction, and you're flying through it, so you have to compensate a certain angle into that wind to hold a straight line.
Interesting side note, I worked on aerostats for several years, and I always ask people who try to bring up gravity, well, how come my 4,000 pound, 74,000 cubic foot aerostat isn't getting pushed towards the ground? It weighs more than you do, which you believe gravity is pushing you down, right? Because these are some dense ass people. But how come the aerostat's not getting driven into the ground? It weighs more. It's definitely larger than the size of a house. It's more than size of most houses. So why isn't it getting driven to the ground? Well, that's because it's displacing less weight than the atmosphere or the medium that it's in. And I try explaining that. I don't know how many times you've probably posted something on this. I don't know how many times we're going to have to post something on this. But every time that little kid lets go of that helium balloon and starts crying.
Radar is simply another form of radio transmission. Radio, in includes anything within the range of the electromagnetic spectrum. Electromagnetic spectrum, also known as light. Radio is the transmission of light, whether it's visible light or radio waves which are not visible. When it comes to radio transmissions, there must be a transmitter and a receiver. There can be a reflector or a transmittal unit along the way. However, in the end, there's got to be at least transmitter and a receiver. And in the case of radar, radar transmits a signal and it bounces off a reflector and then it comes back to the receiving station. Or it can go to other stations if they're set up in the network properly. Long story short, radar emits a signal, it bounces off something, and then it returns to a receiving unit, and the receiving unit maps that reflection accordingly. If there is no reflector, then there's no return signal, and then the object does not show up on the radar. For example, it's off the screen. Notice, there's no curving around anything. It goes out in a straight line. Radio signals always travel in a straight line. So the transmitter sends the signal out to the target, bounces off, and it comes back in a straight line. Radar cannot travel over the curve, and hence radar is dependent on line of sight, direct beam from the transmission to the target. It reflects and it comes straight back. There is no curving around anything, thus is radar.
Also, radar works in straight lines. The radar is incapable of curving around a curve, picking up and bouncing back the reflection of what it's picking up. So if you can imagine a ship on the other side of the curve, we'll say 30 miles, 40 miles out, it sends out the radar beam. The radar beam is supposedly curving around this ball, bouncing back, and then bouncing the reflection, curving back around to be picked up by the radar. That's not happening. It's flying out straight, and when it picks up something, it hits it back. It's not going around any curve. That's plain and simple. That can be looked up on your YouTube and see how radar waves work. They don't go around the curve. Every diagram shown will show you straight lines. They don't show you curved lines.
As we zoom out to look at the larger scope of things, once we verify that, we're able to zoom out over a large distance. Now, over this screen, at the time, I was like 18 or 19 years old, all right, when I was doing this job. I wasn't thinking about flat earth and any of this other shit. I was still indoctrinated and under the assumption that the earth is a spinning ball. I never thought about flat earth or anything like that, but I always thought it was weird that as I'm looking at this massive radar screen, I always used to think, how come we're looking at this and I can see, like, we're off of the coast of Argentina, for instance, right? Like, how is it that I can see this far out and it's not like over the horizon or curve, because it's so far? Like I said, we use a lot of these other link signals, and they're called links. They go by different names. I can't say the code names. Some of them I forgot. Some of them are, again, this is classified information. I can't give any specifics on these. But some of the links that we use, not only do we speak to the actual ships and track them, but we speak to aircraft, 10,000, 20,000, 30 and higher, 30,000 feet and higher is what I'm saying. It's not just a matter that they're 30,000 feet directly. It's not like they're directly above the ship. This is what's interesting, is this aircraft could be 50, 60 miles away and 30,000 feet in the air. So you understand, like, the angle that you have to take to be able to track this aircraft from a ship that's moving on the water. Think about that for a second.
I served on board of a United States 688I fast attack nuclear submarine, and I can personally attest that we never constantly angled down during our submarine deployments. One of our longest transits went from the Gulf of Oman around the southern tip of Africa and back to Connecticut. We were underwater for almost 3 months straight. My job on board as a radioman meant that I spent a lot of time both in the radio room and in the control room. The control room is where they navigate and drive the submarine. I never once, in my 5 years active duty, heard the officer of the deck or the diving officer give the order to consistently change the angle of the submarine to compensate for the curvature of the Earth. The primary task of the diving officer and the helms and plainsman is to maintain the submarine as level as possible while in transit. If the Earth had any measurable curvature, I am certain we would not have been able to make this incredibly long transit without accounting for it.
And then the big one is given after that. Well, GPS auto corrects for it. And that sent me down yet another path. GPS auto corrects for it. If it's a satellite-based system, how is it correcting for spin if it's also spinning over the same body? And why are there large gaps in GPS coverage over large oceanic bodies? Do they just turn them off? It's just not worthwhile? There have been enough aviation accidents at sea, very far from shore, that would say otherwise. And if you gave the American taxpayers, the ones funding these satellites that are supposed to track aircraft, the information that, well, we're just shutting them off because it's not worthwhile, those 3 or 4 jets full of hundreds of passengers just have to use other navigation methods such as dead reckoning, which is basically using a stopwatch and guessing to the next checkpoint, essentially. If you were to tell them that, they would be infuriated. So that could not be the case. Coverage was a problem. Even over large and non-densely populated areas, you would lose GPS coverage, even in jets at times. So this began to unravel the thread of satellites and satellite timing, and the fact that many reels of footage show these satellites being launched by balloon rather than by rockets. How the concept of these rockets doesn't even work to make it past the atmosphere, much less leave something in perfect geosynchronous orbit. I actually had the privilege of working a short time at a satellite manufacturing company in Northern California. Got to see the assembly and participate in the assembly of satellites, space-based satellites, or so they were said. There would be small bottles encased in these structures that were encased by another structure. The small bottles were the fuel cells. These fuel cells were incredibly small, smaller than a diver's tank in most cases, much smaller. And this was supposed to be all the fuel that the craft needed to run and operate, as most are not actually electric, they're becoming electric now, and sustain itself in a perfect orbit by just small bursts from its engine or its propulsion system.
But truth be told, I've been to many countries, done many things, all things aviation. I can say with absolute certainty, and I can attest, the plane does not dip nose down to follow the curvature of the Earth, ever. Matter of fact, most planes have an airfoil that are 3 degrees nose up in straight and level flight. And the reason that is simple. If the nose of the aircraft was at 0 degrees or level flying through the air, then it would porpoise, right? It would be quite violent because some of the air would go over the nose and some of the air would go under the nose. And it would cause that nose to go up and down, which is literally like a porpoise or a dolphin out of water. And that's exactly what would happen. So it's the wings are designed, when they are level, the nose is 3 degrees nose up. The fact, proven from multiple points, that there is no Coriolis to the motion of the Earth. And I'm speaking from a pilot's perspective, also an engineer's perspective, because I obtained a degree as an engineer before I went to flight school. So I'm both a pilot and engineer at once. So, number one, there is no rotation of the Earth, proven by the fact that a helicopter pilot can hover the aircraft indefinitely, motionless, above a single point of the Earth. If the Earth were spinning, as soon as that aircraft left the ground, the Earth would spin out from under it. Now, somebody may say that the air of the atmosphere rotates along with the Earth, which is one of the most absurd concepts imaginable, because if that were the case, then all wind would travel with the Earth. There would be no alternating wind currents. When we know that the jet streams fly overhead, clouds move in multiple directions overhead, and a kite flying over the stationary Earth, the fact that a kite flies because of wind passing through, that proves that the Earth does not, that proves that the air does not move in unison with the Earth.
Number 2, airstrips do not rotate away from a landing aircraft. Anybody who's seen a pilot's view when an aircraft lands, well, the aircraft lands to a motionless airstrip. If the Earth were rotating, the pilot would have to turn to the angle at which the airstrip is rotating away and land at the speed of the airstrip, which is absurd, simply absurd. Airstrips do not rotate away from the aircraft, and on an east to west landing strip, if the aircraft is landing to the west, the airstrips do not land moving towards the airplane. That's insanity. Okay, simply stated.
If the Earth was a spinning ball, it is virtually impossible for a ship to be moving at 25 to 30 knots on this curved spinning ball while tracking an aircraft that's probably going 300 miles per hour, 50 to 100 miles away. Really, I mean, these like P-3 aircrafts were pretty far and 20,000 feet in the air. It's just virtually impossible. It doesn't make sense. Again, at the time, I wasn't thinking like this, but looking back on the information that I had, I'm like, yeah, there's no way. There's no way that was done on a curved Earth. Literally, the only way that could work is if we are on a flat, stationary plane. We're cruising along. The boat is cruising along in the water. Like, think about it in terms of like a large, like, you know, like those backyard swimming pools. Picture the swimming pool filled up, right? And then your ship, you put a little boat on the swimming pool, and then, you know, you put like a little fake aircraft in the air. Now, from that ship, you're able to see the aircraft. It doesn't matter where you are in that pool, you can track that aircraft. If you're on a spinning ball curve, how the hell can you track an aircraft that could be in a position that's 100 to 200 miles away from you, 30,000 feet in the air from a different angle that's around a curve? It's impossible. There's no way that you could, there's no radio frequency that could track that.
I'd like to point out that I see now that I didn't see before is that you have a magnetic compass and you have a gyro on any ship. And I'm not talking about your little Crabberman show fishing boat, what are they, Deadliest Cat. I'm talking about a real deep sea going, unlimited tonnage boat. It's going to have a gyro. And it is a big, huge box that sits usually behind the bridge or in the chart room. It's a big box and it's basically the gyro compass. Now, if you had two models, I guess, wouldn't you have to have one making the corrections? Because it almost never matches the magnetic almost never matches the gyro. It's very rare that we're steering the same course. And they say it's due to deviation and variation is where you know, like the metals of the ship causes it to differ. And then you have the variation of the magnetic fields over the Earth is, I guess they change, you know, true north and magnetic north. But the way I look at it is, man, they got two different machines. One is a machine and one is from God. The way to get around the Earth. God's not a dummy. He put the way to get around the Earth with the compasses. If back in the day they had motorized vessels that can get them around, they would probably have got around a lot better. But they were at the mercy of the wind. People say, oh, they didn't know their way, or, you know, they were using the stars and stuff, and they, you know. So I just believe that the two compasses, the gyro compass that's electronic, and then our regular compass is because they are switching the ways, you know, the maps. There's two different ways to get around the Earth. They're tricking us.
Here is another flat Earth proof that I never noticed while I was on active duty, thanks to years of indoctrination. Periscope observations. When the submarine is at periscope depth and the observer is looking for ships on the horizon, they will start to see masts at about 8 to 9 miles, depending on atmospheric occlusion and sea state. The hull of the ships won't be visible until about 5 miles, depending on atmospheric occlusion and sea state. At 9 miles away, the target should be 26 feet behind the curve, but this isn't what's observed. My final flat Earth point on submarines is with regard to the AN/WSN TAC-7 ring laser gyro that is used on board of U.S. Navy submarines. A typical gyroscope, like the ones used on board of an aircraft, is a device used for measuring or maintaining orientation and angular velocity. It is either a spinning wheel or disc with a counterweight in which the axis of rotation is free to assume any orientation by itself. When rotating, the orientation of this axis is unaffected by tilting or rotation of the mounting, according to the conservation of angular momentum. However, a ring laser gyro doesn't have any established weight. They use light as a point of reference. It spins up a disc that shoots out lasers, and it has a digital encoder that deciphers where the laser strikes inside of the gimbal system. No make-believe gravity required.
Let's just say we're like 30 miles away. These missiles can shoot much further than that. I can't give you the exact number, but say we're 30 miles away, okay? 30 miles is far. So from our ship, we can track on our we have like a missile projectile. It's like a radar, but it's a little bit different. It's specifically designed to track the missiles. You and actually input the coordinates, latitude and longitude of where you want the missile to strike. Really, really high precision accuracy. Really accurate. We hit that launch and the missile, and it will hit that target 30 miles away, even longer than that. Now, here's the thing. Again, that's not possible on a curved Earth. These missiles are huge, 50 caliber projectiles that are carrying massive amounts of explosives in them, okay? Each one of these missiles are probably worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. So whenever you're lining up these missiles to shoot at targets that are 30 plus miles away, if the Earth is spinning. Again, now think about this. We're not sitting like on land holding a gun, all right? So picture this. We're on a ship, like actually in the middle of the water, okay? And the missile is shooting off of the bow of the ship. So if the world is a spinning ball and we're on this curved Earth with water and we're spinning 600 miles per hour through infinite space, I'm pretty sure that it would be physically like it wouldn't even make any kind of sense on a physics type level to be able to shoot a missile from a spot in the water on a spinning ball to pinpoint accurately hit another spot.
And at night, we were going on one ship, on a military ship, and this is with night vision goggles, 50 miles, and these guys were on the bow. They were not even on the bridge where you'd be 100 foot up. They were on the bow, which is barely probably 40 feet off the water's edge. So these guys, and they have the latest state-of-the-art. This was in 2015. They had state-of-the-art, what do they call them, night vision goggles. So these things are capable of seeing that far if we live on a plane. You can't deny it. It was so obvious, but not to everyone else. I guess the programming's harder than other people, so they don't want to hear it. But over the years, I have learned the model. I know the model like the back of my hand. I can show proofs. I have ammo now. So when I go out there and I tell somebody, hey, that's impossible, and I'm talking to a third mate or second mate who's an officer who went to college, meaning they paid for their education. Because when you pay for your education and you're making a handsome salary on it, you can't be wrong. How could I be wrong? I'm making a salary, they're paying me, I paid for this career, everything's working great in my life. You are obviously wrong. All the math works. So with that, it's hard, but when you stump them and you start showing them stuff, it's hard for them to say, and then they start saying stuff like, oh, well, what does it matter anyways? I don't care.
And there is the 8 inches per mile squared. But you guys can't look at it three-dimensionally. It is two-dimensional. It is the amount of deviation that's required for you to come back inward. If you are walking east from north, meaning you are going around north equidistantly, and you walked in a straight line east 1 mile, you're going to have to deviate 8 inches back to the left to get back on the equator, right? Look at it on the flat Earth map, and clearly it makes sense. If you walked 1 mile in a straight line east, you have to deviate 8 inches after each mile to stay on the equator. The 8 inches per mile squared is a real measurement, if in fact we consider the equator to be a real place, a real location, ever, always.
In 2015, I came across YouTube's suggestions for Flat Earth videos. My first reaction was to laugh off. After seeing Flat Earth videos in one of my favorite channels, I decided to watch one. When I came across a Flat Earth map, which I had never seen before, it immediately sparked me to look at that flight route, Rio, Los Angeles, Sydney. And I could then understand why the Brazilian soccer team went to Los Angeles and then to Australia for the tournament. The Earth is flat, no doubt about it. The following weeks and days were followed by more research and disbelief. I had been a NASA fanboy my whole life, paying 2 visits to NASA's Johnson Space Center in Huntsville, Alabama, besides spending so much money in science and science fiction related documentaries, movies, merchandise, etc. But a waste of time.
I also tell mates about they lay down and we use all our charting is done on flat maps, straight lines. They never draw a curved line. Every line is straight lines everywhere we go on a flat map. And I try to point it out to them. And what they tell me is, Mr. Mercator has put all that in there for you. It's all equated in there for you. You don't have to worry about it. All the curvature calculations for it and everything's figured right into the map. So the straight lines and everything are actually bending somehow. I don't know. So these are just the proofs that I see. Along with, you can see the corpuscular rays are much betterly observed out at sea because it's nothing. It's like a desert. And so you can see the sun like a flashlight just shining down in a cone. Everywhere, if there's a little bit of where clouds are right, it looks like a cone, and I point it out all the time to these guys. And I get them thinking, but the programming goes hard on people, and if you're not ready to wake up, well, you're not ready to wake up. You'll just have 1 foot in, 1 foot out. You'll be back in the illusion before you know it.
The narrative began to fall apart. I would continue studying and finding that what I fear to be true is reality, that we have been lied to about just about everything. Upon researching military history and then military training and speaking with military gunners in both the Army and the Marine Corps that I know personally, I would ask them about Coriolis effect. And it was always assumed that, yeah, we compensate for the Earth being, a curve, that it would drop. We calculate for the Earth curvature. But even upon asking and having them look into their materials further and my own personal study, again, it found to be an assumed truth with no actual basis in reality, that they would calculate bullet fall based upon angular velocity, drop, friction, amongst other things. And curvature was supposed to be just corrected along with it, just like flying, wind correction angle corrected for Coriolis effect.
I've done many of them personally. I've flown more than 1,070 hours in both helicopters and airplanes, and I will tell you factually that aircraft meet their checkpoints, they take off, they meet their checkpoints, and they land exactly as planned on a flat stationary map. No pilot, I say again, no pilot has ever accommodated for the rotation of the Earth when planning flights and takeoff to checkpoints along the way, and then landing. Pilots can plan so well that they can take off and land hundreds of miles away down to within 30 seconds of their planning because the Earth simply does not rotate.
A waypoint would be like this. Like, let's say we're out in the middle of the water and we want to hit a target that's like directly to our west, 15 miles away. But that target is able to track our missile coming at them. We don't want that target to know where the missile's coming from, so we can put in waypoint. And a waypoint would be like putting a point out like 20 miles east, and then another point like 15 miles north, and then another point like 10 miles south of that, and then put in our target. You see what I'm saying? So the missile doesn't go directly from the ship to the target. The missile will actually fly to the latitude and longitude of the waypoints that are put in, and then it will curve from there, and it will hit all the waypoints and then attack the target. How is that possible on a spinning Earth? If the Earth is moving at 600 something miles per hour or whatever they say it is, there's no way that missile could stay. There's no way that missile would be able to keep track. Do you understand what I'm saying? At least that's how I'm looking at it. It may be a little bit harder to visualize if you actually weren't seeing it the way that I would see it. or there or understanding and putting in the coordinates or seeing how this actually worked out. But I'm telling you, like, from my perspective, that is one of the things that makes it virtually impossible to accept the globe as this, well, it's a fake lie. It's a theory. It's garbage is what it is.
So that began my journey down the flat earth. And since that point, I've only found more and more voices, more and more educated people, educators, professionals who are beginning to shed light on this subject in ways that I can only begin to imagine. But I'll never forget the day that I realized my plane wasn't falling around a globe, that I could look out the cockpit window, 185 degrees plus field of vision at 40,000 feet, and not see one iota of drop, but nothing but a flat, beautiful, motionless plane. The assumed calculations that we made that were compensating for Earth rotation were just a part of a calculation based upon wind speed and the angle we had to hold in order to fly against that wind and go in a straight line to our destination. It's one of the most freeing truths I've ever experienced, because in some small way, the idea that these other conspiracy theories and things we've been lied to about are true. But this biggest one is the biggest truth of all. We've been lied to about everything. It means we can start over. We can start again. At this time, at this point in our history, we are uniquely positioned to make that change.
And if I can make one statement to the people out there, it's simply this. That's it. That it's level. You cannot fall off the edge of an in-ground pool. It is level. Where you put your feet in the water in France, it's the same height that you're going to put your feet in New Jersey and Brazil. Do some research. This is not the only thing out there that needs to be researched, unlearned and relearned. The Department of Education, founded by Rockefeller in 1908, did a good job of proving that the mode of ignorance that he calls his education board, you are the proof it's working. The mode of ignorance widens every day. It gets bigger and bigger every day because people keep believing what they spit out. Unlearn. Thinking outside the box. The box is the cap that you got at graduation. So understand that for the first 18 years of your life, you didn't learn the truth about anything. You were simply told, and you got a reward for repeating it. Now it's time to think for yourself. It's time to do research and do your own testing. Be your own white coat.
Knowing the earth is flat has placed me in sync with our Creator, His creation, our hidden past, and with the future we hope to build. A future where we should not have an organization called United Nations governing the world. And there is no globe, there should be no globalization. This is my message to all of you. Peace.
So if you're able to actually open up your mind, look at things objectively, allow yourself to break free from the indoctrination bullshit that you were taught, you'll feel more free. You'll see the world differently. You'll love more deeply and compassionately. You'll appreciate life more. That's how I lived my life a couple years ago. Honestly, I can tell you this. I just hope and pray with all my heart that, as the years go on, this is probably not something I'll see in my lifetime. But, as my children grow older and my children's children, as the generations go on, the truth will start to emerge. And it is starting. I mean, it's incredible, that so many people are starting to really awaken. But, 10, 20, 50, 100 years from now, hopefully we can break free of the chains of indoctrination and really see the world for what it is and actually appreciate it and love the world and love each other. And I think if we all understood that there is a creator, people would be less inclined to be so abusive toward each other and the earth. So that's my big message for the people. Just think for yourself. At the end of the day, just be a good person. Don't be so quick to just believe something and stand by that belief just because it was taught to you at a young age. Question it. Make sure it makes sense.
In closing, I'd just like to say that these are my own personal experiences. I never ask anyone to simply just believe everything I'm saying. In fact, please don't. That's how we've gotten into this whole mess to begin with. by blindly following others who say they've already done the research for you. You allow deceptions to occur. Please do your own research and test all things.
The fact of the immobility of the Earth has an immense advantage over the theory of the rotation, in that it can positively be recognized as such, and it can safely be said that if the Earth cannot be seen to move, there are 100 chances in 100 that it does not do so. So trust your eyes and trust your experience. Trust your feeling, trust your intuition. Look out, see the horizon, flat. Feel for yourself. You're not moving. Just sit still. Just sit still for a second. You're not moving. You're not spinning around an axis at 1,000 miles per hour. Rotating around the sun at 67,000 miles per hour, spiraling around the galaxy at 500,000 miles per hour, and shooting off from a Big Bang at 67 million miles per hour. You're not. You're motionless. You're just sitting there. Just sit still. What does that even mean, sit still? You think you could sit still with all those motions? Does it feel like you're moving? Feel that? Same thing you've always felt? Nothing? Ever? Nobody's ever felt movement. Nobody's ever seen the Earth move. Nobody's ever seen the Earth curve. Maybe you just got fooled by some Masons. Mark Twain said, "It's easier to fool people than to convince them they've been fooled." That's why it's so hard to convince you you've been fooled. You can't possibly believe that you and the rest of the world could have been lied to and deceived by these Masons. The oldest and largest secret society in the world, over 5 million members, all over the world, existing for hundreds of years. But not you, right? They couldn't fool you. Of course you're spinning around. Of course you are. That's what they told you in school. They don't lie to you in school.
All right, who's in here? Say something.
Something.
That works.
What up, Fred?
I just relax. Actually, I'm driving.
Nice. You got good signal for driving.
Over here in not so Colorado Springs.
How's the weather up there?
bad part of Colorado. You got a bunch of freaking stuff. The best thing about it is the mountains that you see. So it makes you, it deceives you. Oh, it's beautiful. Oh, until you look at the people. Then you look at the mountain, you see it's like surrounded by houses, like the rich people.
Oh yeah.
Oh, dude, I gotta come out here on vacation one day and just fucking live it up. Bring the chick out here. Good old Colorado. Take a whole week and do hiking and stuff.
Come back, hit the hot tub, all that steam. Just a view of the mountains, man. But yeah, I would hate to live in snow or a snowy area. But I guess I say that.
Dude, I live in,
South
bro.
Texas.
I live in North Dakota, man. This is a joy. I'm constantly surrounded by snow and crazy weather.
Yeah, it's usually pretty hot down here, but you know, it's 40 degrees today, and that's just perfect.
Where you at?
San Antonio, Texas.
Oh yeah,
So kind of like central southish.
you need water over where you're at.
Well, we got it underground, but yeah, we don't have like a
For
large
now.
body.
I know, but I mean, that drought thing going on. That's what y'all got going on in that area. Well, it affects Colorado too, because the river's kind of low. Kind of
Yeah.
low. It's a lot low.
I mean, as long as it rains here, it kind of trickles down in there and fills it up, but they actually don't know how deep it is, which I find kind of interesting as well.
No. It's deep. That's all I can say.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that Mother Earth provides.
Any new NASA news? Anybody? What's NASA doing? Is the Artemis taking more video?
They're making more CGI as we speak. Not breaking that fourth wall, of course, and somehow being the third person view for all these pieces of junk they keep spouting everywhere. Yet, mind you, if you look at the Antarctic Treaty, you're not even allowed to use motorized vehicles or have your poop, you know. But they left some on the moon, that's okay, right? Just not Antarctica.
And that's a load. They wouldn't leave it on the moon.
I know.
You would have launched it into the sun. You would have sent it on a course towards the sun.
It would have been pretty cool. You would have saw like a little flame, psh, you know.
You'll leave it on the moon like a bunch of bombs. like what's that Dave Chappelle character? What's his name? The crackhead one who was taking a dump on the street.
Yeah, the names of these moon missions they were talking about yesterday, and you know, Apollo and Artemis. It's you know, symbols and
of course
will be their downfall.
But I just like how all of a sudden now they can go to the moon, but they lost the trajectory. None of that stuff, right? Difficult, painful process. So all of a sudden now it's not so painful. All of a sudden, boom, moon. Didn't give us any warning, any heads up. Hey, we figured it out again, people.
And this time we're doing less of a mission and not sending people, you know, and it's going to take longer to get there somehow. It's just completely laughable. But I will admit, I used to fall for it years ago, you know, especially as a teenager growing up.
It's all just laughable.
It is getting sad though. Like, because I think why it's like dumbed down, or at least they don't even really have to try, like they can just use CGI animations and all that stuff, is, you know, most of the population is average intelligence.
Yeah, they're already,
you know,
right, and that's how they got it. You know, they got them stupid like that, so they won't even look into it. No matter how much we tell them, how much we cry wolf, they're like, you're just lying, you're just playing around, you're just kidding.
there's no way I could be lied to. Then again, I was that kid who, like, you know, didn't really celebrate Santa Claus in the beginning, but from my younger brother and sister, then we started celebrating Christmas.
What are you doing?
And it was like, wait, there's no Santa Claus. Like,
Heard somebody trying to break in.
I heard
somebody trying to break in.
But yeah, you wake up pretty quick as a kid, I think, which made Flat Earth that much easier. Then you got everything that's been thrown at us. 2001, 2003, the Perpetual War Machine. I mean, all you'd have to do is look, you know, and you'd find the lies. But they do it on purpose, I think, right in plain sight. Look,
The
we
lies
told
are everywhere. And oh, I just broke my shades. No fucking way.
Ooh.
Oh, dude. Well, I guess I gotta buy a new pair.
Oof.
I've been meaning to buy a new pair anyway.
Maybe it was meant to be.
$200 round the drain.
Ooh, yeah, I usually get those like $15 glasses because I know that's exactly what's going to happen to me.
It's gonna happen. But I only use them like when I go out of town, so I don't really fuck with them. But I just leaned. I was just getting some out of the truck, and it was in my seat. Pressure right on it. They're in the box, probably. Do you need that to get in there? To turn it? Is it in the box where I gave it to you and you did something with it? Sorry, I'm at a client's house right now. Doing some stuff.
Good, man. Good.
Doing my due diligence. Okay. Yeah, well, then there's still you know, why didn't they put a camera on the Tesla car? You know, why didn't they foresee that? Well, people might want to watch how far it's going, but yet they got one on that what says is that?
Is it on the front too? I don't know. I don't have a Tesla or really have ever looked at one. Just too pricey.
Yeah, but they didn't put a camera on it. The one that is in space,
it's floating out in space, quote
Why
unquote.
didn't you do that?
Yeah, I don't think they did. I know they took the
they-
rear view mirror off. They're like, yeah, that'd be too hard to render. Let's just go ahead and take that off.
All the things that anybody else would have done, they didn't do, right? You know?
The thing that honestly gets me the most is the first thing he says is, you can tell it's real because it looks so fake. Like, come on. Who says that? I mean, if it was real and that was me, the first thing I'd do is be like, I want to thank all the people that helped achieve this thing, you know? And then kind of go over the obstacles of what was kind of hard about it, what was kind of easy about it. You know, something more real, organic even, but no. We get it looks so real, or it must be real because it looks so fake. We get an absolute paradox of a statement that is pretty honest, actually, if you ask me too.
He's like, what do you mean by that, sir?
And everybody laughs.
What's that statement? Can you put it into context for us?
It's like Neil deGrasse, right? What is gravity? We don't know. Next question.
And he starts the stupid laugh he does. Yeah, I hate putting on dryer hoses, man. Really sucks.
Oh, the dryer hose? Like the little 4-inch
Yeah.
accordion.
Yeah.
I've definitely gotten better at it over the years, but yeah. Usually cut myself on the aluminum or tin sticking out of the...
Gotta have gloves on, buddy. That's a safety violation, sir.
OSHA's gonna come right after me.
Okay, that's done. Put the drain hose in the washer. Oh, that's gonna be fun.
So what do you guys think of the new VR they made now? Oculus just made a VR that actually kills you when you die in the game. You actually die in real life. Globus.
Get out of that wind tunnel you in.
I was like, how's the hurricane, man?
Hey,
But
Brad.
yeah,
Check this out. Check out what I did.
yeah, I saw that Trinity about the real VR kind of thing that if you died in the game,
What I did.
you would die in real life. I don't know. It'd definitely make a hell of an interesting game, wouldn't it? Almost the exact game that we're
back.
playing
I
now.
forgot. Some of them have return holes, and I forgot yours does. Silly me.
There'll be a lot of Globers going to the Unreal World to
Italy.
And then they'll actually end up getting fried. Their brains fried.
You gotta stay again. Oh, she does. Oh, okay. In Oklahoma.
Hey, Fraud, could you mute when you're chilling? Sorry, Trinity, I didn't get any of that.
Hold on, gentlemen.
Oh yeah, I got Fraud muted right now because he's on some kind of thing there. But what I'm saying is, you could the Globers would go for that kind of thing because they love unreality.
Oh yeah.
So because they would love that. I mean, because that's the whole thing that they're buying now. Is nothing's real. So if nothing's real, then why don't you just go play on a game that you can die on? Because there's nothing real. So it's just a fan, yeah.
No, absolutely.
Fan of, but there's two fans. Yeah. So the Globers are like into this unreality thing. So that would just be like the perfect thing to kill them off from the New World Order point of view. Just get them on this game, and then they'll all, we don't believe in reality, and then we'll all die there because it's the perfect lure. Because that's how they're thinking. They're thinking nothing's real. So who cares if you die? Because it's not real. So who cares? So, but meantime, they're just getting euthanized, and world population reduction is booming. Everything's going towards that as well. Like Canada, they're busy. They kill children without the parents' consent, even if the children want to die. They do like euthanasia for children now. In Canada, it's being legalized. And so they're just trying to get rid of people every way they can. They're just looking for like ways for people to kill people any way they can. These people are so evil.
Well, as long as they can profit from it, right?
Yeah, as long as they can make, exactly, and they just want to kill. It's like non-stop. In New York, they're busy unrolling all these massive, big new towers, new 5G towers. That world, they've got them everywhere, but they're just like even getting more. They're just like filling the place with these towers everywhere. Like everything's just going to be like virtual towers around you, 5G, non-stop.
But as sad as I am about those black pills, right? Because don't get me wrong, I've looked into a lot of EMF radiation and definitely the genocide, if you will, just to call it that. It's dark, right? And a lot of people, I think, they stray away from it because of how dark it really is. But I try not to give in to the fear. Don't get me wrong, I think I still feel really sad. And sometimes almost kind of feel that pain from really far away, if you will. I don't know. It's just kind of like an intuition of like, holy crap, I think they're doing something bad right now, kind of feeling. But it's definitely one of the black pills that, I would say isn't the opener conversation, especially for a Globie, because they're still often like a Candyland type of world, and they still think like they're on like little candy squares, and that they're doing just fine, and they just got to climb the ladder, and oh no, I went down a slide. They think they're playing a game already, and to kind of go against, not against, but with your other point, it was like that Ready Player One
movie, right? Where, you know, everything got so bad in reality that there was this escape, right? And I mean, I completely agree. Globey would be the first one to be like, oh, I'm afraid of the real world, you know, because at the end of the day, they're always controlling us with fear. So they kind of use us. They use these computers to basically track us, but it's not them tracking us. They're just trying to study the movements. I honestly think they're creating another model of every single person kind of on the internet, you know, using these supercomputers, if you will, to actually make models, if you will, of what would happen if they do a certain thing. Some of the real events, I think, like in the past 3 years, were to actually put these models to the test to see what a lot of people would do. I think they knew a lot of people would become flat earthers and start questioning the paradigm. You know, at the same time, I don't think they thought it would have got so big, just because, I mean, the only thing I'm backing that off of is I didn't think it'd get so big. Until, you know, years later, realizing the severity of the big picture. But something tells me they've always known, just because of that Illuminati card game in 1992 that says the flat earthers know something. So I think they knew that it was coming out. And then you've got like the rock bands from the 90s that seemingly, like REM, we were talking about it weeks ago. Kind of, if you listen to some of their music, like if you believe they put a man on the moon, right? So clearly it was kind of this thing being talked about, I think, in the 90s as well. Obviously not as much as today, but you know, it was being talked about in the 70s, the 1800s, the 1850s. Because I hate when a Globey kind of comes by and goes, this is such a new topic, you know, and yeah, this is a new debate and whatnot. And it's like, no, it's, if you look into the history, it's been in debate since they tried to push the globe model. In fact, the church didn't like it at first, you know, and then they accepted it, and then they actually went against flat earthers or just the common people at that point. Pretty bad stuff. Maybe another black pill, but it's kind of easier to talk about because it's in the past, I guess. But no, you're absolutely right. I mean, there's a bigger picture here. These people are, I think, pretty evil because, you know, I've gone back and forth between maybe I'll be optimistic. Maybe they're just foolish like everybody else, and they're just being told what their grandparents told them and their grandparents, and they just happen to be very sinister, opposite of what we're being told, you know, over these generations. Clearly, two stories or two narratives, or maybe even multiple narratives, are being played out within circles, right? Where I think only a select few really actually know what's going on. But that's my 2 cents.
And once they buried it back in the days, I mean, no one looked into it anymore, and they buried it in the media. You know, I mean, what are you gonna think? I mean, it's just sad, dude. How many people are gonna just fucking die off, bro, because it's lack of any understanding, you know, lack of any wisdom. I mean, you gotta look at it like this, dude. We're like, how many of the people you know believe what you believe? And you and then you just multiply that number, and that's how many people aren't gonna make it. If your friend comes around, they come around, but right now they're counted with the ones that aren't gonna make it until they wake up. There's nothing you can do. You can't force them. You know, you just gotta count your losses, bro. I mean, like, that's just what it comes down to. Survival of the fittest. I mean, it's not about how strong you are. It's about your brain. What you can, you know what I'm saying, how you use it. What kind of stuff you put in it, you know? That's what it means. I mean, because, like, I don't care how well you can survive. If you're trusting the people who are trying to kill you, you're not going to survive. It's just simple as that. I mean, this is stupid. Everybody trusts the government. They trust the police. They trust all of these entities that, I mean, come on. You know what's fascinating? I always find this funny. It's like the military is nothing but people's children. So they're using your own kids to kill you. I find that funny. I do. I mean, to me, that's like, you can't get any more sinister than that, dude. using your own kids to kill you. It's just you have to applaud the ability to pull that off. I mean, I was like, yeah, that's pretty that's pretty evil, but I respect the fact that you can do that. I mean, they can't enforce any of these laws without human beings, right? Or any of these rules. So
Completely.
because where I live in North Dakota, it's right near an Air Force base. So every now and then I get a couple gigs on the base, and I look at these guys, and dude, they're literally children, man. And I'm like, and they have weapons and they have all of these stuff, but they're kids. And it's like I look at them, I'm just like, wow. I'm like, it's just, it's almost unbelievable that people can control the mind that way. Because at any time something pops off, you have to do what these kids say. You know what I'm saying? It's like these kids are the authority now.
It reminds me of the one time when I was 25 and I got arrested by a 21-year-old and I was just kicking myself in the butt. Like, are you serious, dude? Just because I brought a glass bottle to a park? Come on.
And then they're real gung-ho at that age because they want to prove, you know,
Oh, yeah.
how much power they have. That happened to me when I got a ticket one time from this black cop. Who obviously just became a cop. I'm super young. And I'm like, bro, I'm a firefighter, man. Fuck you, I don't care. I'm like, all right, I see how you are. You got to understand how it works, buddy. You know, they don't get it. The public likes us, despises them. So,
It comes back to everybody, I think, in time.
oh yeah, it always does. Yeah, it always does. That's why I don't get out my seat about it. I just take it as it is.
I mean, I stand up for what's right, but, you know, in situations like that, and honestly, I drive pretty safe, so it's kind of rare, but
Yeah, it's not worth getting on the news, getting shot dead. You know, there's no need to go that far. No need to go that far. Hey, buddy, my hands behind my back. But that was one of the main reasons I became a firefighter, because they don't mess with you for the most part. You know, it's only the ones that got something to prove. You know, those guys pain in the ass.
I think they get highest priority, firefighters.
Yeah,
Like if you're at a
to a
four-way
certain
stop and there's an ambulance, a police car, and a firefighter, the firefighter goes first because it can save more lives.
We're emergency. We are EMS. Really nothing I miss about that job though, because I don't really because I got my own business now. I don't really mess with it anymore. But I just keep my licenses, you know, updated and stuff like that. But I don't. It wasn't fun. Sometimes it was, but it's just like it became more of a chore because a lot of people they abuse the system rather than use it. You know what I'm saying? So it's like the way healthcare system now, you have to respond to every call, and no matter what the call is, you know, it's just ridiculous. Some ridiculous stuff you have to do. Unless you live in like the big cities where you see a lot of fire and stuff like that, you're really just basically a taxi service for people who are going to abuse the system. You know, so.
And the worst part is the more rules, the more the advantage, they take advantage of the system again, right? Which is why they keep enforcing even more rules. Like, it's just a perpetuating system. I mean, don't even get me started on insurance. Like, it's the biggest joke ever. And actually, insurance was started kind of for firefighters, right? So that people could basically
get collected back if their building caught on fire, which is, they started the insurance companies, they started making Sanborn maps, so everybody could, the firefighters would know what type of structure the building is, how much water they would need, because it was a real issue, I guess, back in the day, like getting water to some of these fired buildings. But yeah, then they started going, well, your car needs to be insured, your house needs to be insured, all this stuff. You need to be insured, your body, right? Your medical body. It's insane. Just insane what money based on fear. What a business model.
Come on, lady. How you gonna take my spot? She gonna have to move. Yo, come on, get out the way. Come on. I'm parking here. Yeah, but people just don't understand anything these days. Excuse me. I need to park here so I can get out, in and out. No, I know, but I need to pull away. I mean, like, I'm in a big ass truck. Get your ass out the fucking way, man. I mean, they're gonna make what's wrong with people, man?
No respect.
You got a car, you can park anywhere with that shit. I can only park here.
Be like, well, you know what? Research flat Earth. Have a good day.
So damn selfish and rude, man. I mean, it's great.
Just climbs out. That's great.
I'm just sitting there smoking a cigarette, parked, parallel, and it's, horizontal. I mean, it's parallel parking, not parallel parking, but I'm like regular parking spaces, and she's parked horizontally across them, where I can only park like that because I'm in a big ass truck. So I'm like, ma'am, can you move over there? I mean, come what the fuck?
Yeah. No, I feel you. Anytime that I'm ever in rage, it's because I'm driving in a car.
What is it about driving? It doesn't matter what state you're in. I've been in every fucking state. What just about? And it's the same. You have the same drivers everywhere you go. Doesn't matter.
I'm always like, I didn't know this was your road. I'm sorry.
People don't know how to merge.
No courtesy.
That's the worst.
Yeah.
You said these idiots merge.
No turn signal. God, that gets me.
They merge and they slow down. I'm like, who the fuck taught you how to merge? When you're merging into a highway, you're supposed to go faster than the car's coming. You know, you don't slow. Now I'm in a big ass truck. You gonna slow down? They just don't get human beings, man. It's like no one taught them anything.
Well, they think they live on a ball, so.
Man, can't get any crazier than that, right? That says it all.
They're clearly not even questioning the road. I mean, let alone where they are, you know. You just give them the smile and the wave, you know, as you're driving past them. Oh yeah. So this is kind of off topic, but I just kind of wanted to get a feel of the room if you guys have heard it. And of course, absolute speculation alert. But I came across this video that was talking about, you know, like knights of medieval times, supposedly, and you know, like completely metal cladded uniforms, right? And there was this guy who basically put together all the, like the head chassis, you know, because it was sort of an entire enclosed system, right? I mean, sometimes with only just like a little peeper, right? And he was going off of this like ancient statue, apparently, and somebody was depicting like that if you remove the head of one of these knights' helmets, that there was actually some sort of worm-like creature, right? Again, like I said, absolute speculation. But upon noticing, you know, he started drawing, I imagine he kind of had an architecture background because he started drawing like section cuts of, you know, the human body behind these helmets. And he noticed that none of them could actually see, right? You know, the holes in the eyes are usually way too far up or way too far down to even be like seen. And we're often, I don't know, I was taught that, you know, it was to actually avoid arrows and swords and stuff. But, you know, this guy was pretty compelling in terms of that at least he could conclude that they weren't for humans, right? Just because of the proportions themselves didn't usually, I mean, they're sometimes way too tall. It's just very interesting. I wish I could remember where it was a TikTok video that somebody sent me, and I was just like, wow, that's terribly interesting. But yeah, I was just wondering if anybody else heard it.
That shit, dude. That's pretty far out, bro.
It was far out.
I mean, they used to joust, and I'm sure when they were jousting, I mean, it was just a regular night.
I mean, that's what we're told, but you know, I wasn't back there, or I've honestly never even read some of the diaries of jousting or anything like that, because there probably is some or something, but yeah, I just thought it was really strange. Like, oh yeah, you know, I've never actually questioned that, you know.
It's a different one, man. I would have no clue on that one.
Because I do the same thing with architecture. You know, why the 60-foot doors? Why is the lock at the top of the door? What's with these giant stairs? You know, I think Lou was actually talking about this last night. Like, you know, our responsibility as flat earthers, which is why I give all those speculation claims. You know, because I do think they're interesting topics. That we wouldn't have even gotten close to if we didn't even question where we were, you know. So I do think they relate. But it's just, man, once you start looking into just about anything, you're like, it's just not what we've been told.
Yeah, when it comes to giants and stuff like that, but you know, that's
for
me. That's all biblical stuff for me. I don't know where anyone else wants to take it, but I mean. Any story,
those Dead Sea Scrolls, dude. I mean, the fact that it was found by this little girl at the sea, like.
Yeah, but then how can you believe that story? You see what I'm saying? It's like you have to trust that the story is true, that this I mean, because like
True.
like
But
I
it's a
always
lot
get
more believable than those guys who keep finding the same dinosaurs in the same place. Like,
Well, yeah, but
really?
that's BS. I mean, the whole dinosaur story falls apart when it comes to the ones in the water, right? What happened to
Oh,
the
yeah.
ones in the water? They just died off because they were sad that the ones on the land died off. Get the fuck out of here! You know, it's like they wouldn't have been affected. Anything that happened on top of the earth, you know.
I like how they
And let's
like
say-
they use the dinostory and like the globe story, like the extinction thing. You know, like comet coming out of nowhere.
Oh yeah, but at the same time though, you have like the Christian people who believe in the dinosaur stuff, right? So if they don't
right.
believe in the whole extinction part, they believe in the flood. So that's why I say, if you believe in the flood, then what happens to the ones in the water, right?
Right.
They would never have died off. So then the whole likelihood is that they never existed. That makes more sense, right? That they never existed. That
Well,
all
clearly
the
it's the
bones
Loch Ness
all the-
monster.
Yeah, but all the bones they're finding are just the bones of humans from the
Yeah.
past. Because the Bible lines up. Bible says there were giants, you know, and we just don't know how big they were, right? I mean, because the Bible's vague on that.
Well, even some of the
Bible's
books they
real
took
vague
out of the Bible. You know, yeah.
The closest one. See, that's the thing. This is the thing
Like
with the Bible.
purposely trying to hide it. You know, in a weird way.
Yeah, but then you have to believe that was the truth. That there were actually story books taken out of it, right? Because it's only stuff you
Yeah.
can believe from other humans.
And again,
This
I
is
was
why
there. Yeah.
Right. So if you believe in the Bible, then you have to believe that there's a Satan, right? And so you got to know that this guy is going to distort and mutate and mutilate everything you know. So you can only trust it's either God or you trust human beings. And that's all it comes down to. So I don't trust anything human beings said. You know, the word is a word. The word was written by inspired men. And that's what the only way you find that out is if you read the word. Right? So, you know, people can say what they want, but if they want to say the Bible's written by men, well, it's written by men. All right, but they were inspired by God, and because the Bible says it. So it's either you accept what the Bible says is truth, or you accept what human beings say is truth. It's like, who you gonna believe? Human beings or God?
Oh yeah. Well, for me,
So,
what-
I mean,
you know, some hard evidence with that too is the Bible codes and how like information can be found through just, you know, counting the sequence of, you know, I mean, especially the Hebrew Bible. I mean, it's a trip, man. There's no way it was like
well, the
not
Hebrew
a
Bible,
divine
you can't
word,
trust them.
you know?
You can't trust those guys. The Hebrews, because they didn't believe in Jesus, right? So you got guys that are Orthodox Jews, and you have Messianic Jews, right? So the Messianic ones are the ones that accept that Christ is God, right? But the Orthodox ones don't. So then they don't believe in the whole Bible. So this is when you have a problem. So
Oh, yeah.
you have to choose.
Well, that's why they
which side
fight
you're
all
gonna
these
be on.
wars, supposedly.
Yeah, because Christ came to end all that stuff. We're not supposed to be fighting. So if you claim to believe in Christ, then why are there wars? Like this country's getting in all kinds of wars. I'm like, well, obviously you're not Christian because there's nowhere in the Bible is a Christian supposed to be out there fighting people.
Right, which is clearly people twisting the word of God and using it for
for their own gain. Yeah, for their own way. You know, they're making so it's funny to me. And that's the thing. The Bible says, "My people suffer for a lack of knowledge." That means they don't read, and that's really what it comes down to. They don't read. So I get all these problems in this world. I mean, 'cause even if you read just anything, dude, you become more knowledgeable. Doesn't matter. It's just how it is. You become better. You more well spoken. Your vocabulary grows. Your brain expands. You know, reading is just good for your body, good for your mind, and good for your body. It's just your brain's a muscle, so you have to engage it.
Very true.
You know, nowadays we watch too much TV, we play too much video games, and I'm in that category too. You know, so I used to hate reading. I can do it real well, but I despise it. You know, but it's the only way you're gonna find the truth. You know.
Yeah. Well, even reading it multiple times, because the earliest I read it was maybe like 10, and I just wanted to go back to my Pokemon, and didn't want to listen to my dad, and read it again when I was 18. It was different then too. It was a different understanding. Read it again when I was 26, and completely different understanding. That especially with the flat Earth. It was just like every other page, like, man, I gotta lay down and take some notes.
Right, because like now I just made it again to Revelations, and then I'll just start over again. Because what I've learned to do now, because that's why technology is great. Because like on my phone, anytime I find something that's interesting to my mind in the Bible, I just take a photo of it,
A little clip. Yep.
right, and I just have all these notes, and then I put them together, all the ones that correlate, and I build myself a good reference system. So if I need to find out information, I categorize it and everything, so that way I know what's in this file. I just file it all. It's awesome. I can do that on my phone, and I don't have to sit there and mark up my Bible because my Bible's on my phone. So it's like, this is awesome, bro. That's why technology nowadays is awesome. And what I do, I just cast it to my TV when I'm home, and I make it even bigger. And it's not that 75-inch Bible. It's freaking awesome, dude. Can't beat that, dude. It's so great. It's the best. Because in the world we live in now, man.
No, I hear you. I'm always looking for the perfect light when I'm reading, and I got to get on that digital book life. But I like the old school physical, with a nice light.
It's cool.
I need a magnifying glass.
But bro, if I travel a lot, so like when I'm at the airport, I just hop on my phone. I can read like that. So I don't have I don't have to have this big old book in my pocket. And then you're gonna get funny looks anyway. Oh, look at this guy reading the Bible. So it's pretty awesome. Because
Yeah, I know what you mean though. But like, still, I don't give it any care that people. Even if somebody like came up to me and like just pointed and laughed, it'd be like, okay, whatever, dude.
That's it. Yeah, and I know. I was just throwing that in there for a suspense.
Yeah.
But just to add it. But at the same time, you have all these like people at they accept the dark part, right? But when it comes to the light part, this is when they have issues believing anything. Where's the elevator?
Yeah.
Where the elevator at? I can never find this thing. Where the elevator at? Right there.
It's over here.
Where's it, all the way down here on the right, left? Okay. This place is confusing. You know that, right?
Keep searching and you'll find it.
No, but like, all right, so they'll believe in all the occultic, is there Satanists and all this, blah, blah, blah. But then you tell them about the Bible. Oh, well, about that. It's like, wait a minute, you said you believe in Satan. Because all these people believe in it, dude. It's like,
so you'll mess with Satan, but not God?
No, what I'm saying is like the people that like you get on here and all right, understand that right. all these like CERN. CERN is a bunch of fucking Satanists, dude. I'm sorry. So these guys know that the Bible is real, but they refuse to follow anything about it because they're being to by Satan, right? But the people that come in here sometimes are in disagreement about the Bible and Jesus and stuff. I'm like, come on, dude, make up your mind, figure it out. It's not that hard. 3:16. Oh, dude, I was right near to the.
Yeah, I tell you. Once I had my out-of-body experience, I mean, yeah, you quickly knew there was God and there was an afterlife, and that the purpose of this life was to learn, and that's you just kind of have those things that you just know, even though you can't really prove those, I think, spiritual aspects of this realm, and that's what makes actually it so interesting that
it's been sort of separated, which is why I think they keep us so distracted with jobs and things to do and places to go, and keep us so distracted with stories, is so that we'll never be connected to the spiritual realm that I think there is, this metaphysical.
But see, that's Satan's job. That's what he's doing.
Exactly.
He's deceiving mankind, to believe that there's no God. The Bible, the Bible is just a book, like a fantasy book, and it's like Narnia, whatever. And that's his purpose, because he doesn't want mankind to receive what we were given in the beginning, and that's eternal.
And all he had to say was, "Your monkey spinning on a ball that came from nothing." Way to go!
Right.
Keep buying stuff.
And now I can live. I can be a man or a woman or a fish. Okay.
Yeah.
So this is where we are now. Now we don't know what a man or a woman is. This is the world we live in now.
But vice versa, I think it's actually jump-started a lot of people waking up, though. Too. Not to say that say it's a good thing, but
I think that has a lot to do more with the flat Earth, honestly, because what the attack Satan has done, he's attacked the word itself. So people don't believe in the Bible anymore. They didn't believe in God. Now they don't believe in the Bible, right? So that's even worse. Because it used to be like, you go back to Papal Rome in the Catholic Church, they used to kill Christians, right? They were killing them then. Because you kill them, they were thinking that works, but that never works. You just make more martyrs, right? So what Satan did, he changed his tactics. He infiltrated the church. It somehow adopted Christianity under the guise. That's what the papacy did. And then they changed the day of worship, and then they changed. You couldn't have access to the Bible. Only your priest and clergy could read the Bible and tell you what to believe, right?
Right.
So then mankind after Martin Luther came, and he found the Bible. He's like, oh, wait, what the hell? Y'all been hiding this? And he had it interpreted and everything, stuff like that, and so into his language. And so the Bible became available to everybody else again, because they had taken it from mankind. And so we are at where we are today. But see, now people don't believe in the Bible, so because he realized, all right, so the Bible's back out, so now I got to attack the Bible. So that's why you have all this problem. Because I don't believe in the Bible. It was written by man. And that's where people stop. They don't investigate, right? Same with Flat Earth, right?
But like, what about that Globe textbook?
Yeah, look. Same thing. It's the same exact thing. I don't believe it. So man told me it's round. That's where I'm at. He's my priest. Same thing.
Yeah.
Globe is just like the church.
Yeah.
Globe is just like the church. You only believe these scientists. Only they can tell you what's true.
Only people in white coats, man.
This sun is 18 million times the size of our sun. Oh, really? It's like, come on. But that's why the connection between the word and this, what's going on, it's so much more alive now, because now, like I said, people are waking up. They're realizing these guys are lying. But like I said, they still don't believe in the Bible. But at least with the flat earth, that will definitely lead you back to the Bible. Like there's a few guys in here that said they were atheists until they looked into that stuff, dude. And I'm like, that sounds like that. There has to be beauty in it, because if that's bringing people back, then how can it be wrong?
Yeah.
So it's like.
Oh, I mean, once I found out about Flat Earth, I mean, it led to stop smoking, stop drinking, studying more, getting more sleep, having time to run my own business, reading about law, doing all these things. Because I wanted to know, I was like, how are they fooling us so bad? I need to understand the design of what the construction they gave us, right? This system that they all put us in. Because clearly, once you wake up, you start seeing the cage, right? You're like,
oh, dude, when I first realized it, dude, I had to go outside and look in the sky. I was like, holy crap, is this real? I'm like, if this is true, it makes so much sense, because, like, when you look with the globe theory, dude, it's nothing but confusion. I mean,
don't trust your senses. What better?
Bro, but it's like the more you found out about it, it's like the more there is to not know. Like, So now there's other universes and string theory and all. I'm like, what? It's never ending. It's never ending. There's another me exists somewhere else. You know, stuff like that. You know, they get into all this craziness, man. It's like, bro, it's just nonstop. They bombard you with confusion. But this just makes this is.
They all start us
Yeah, but
in the
this-
same preschool. They even
But
put
it's
it on
so
the little baby's turn wheel above their spinning head. Oh, here's Saturn. You know.
Yeah, exactly. You think about that. That's so devilish, right? That's so demonic. You put it in your little baby, your
And the majority
it in
does.
your-
They don't even know.
your infant's crib. You put it in your infant's crib, and it's a star, planet floating around your kid's head. So you're you're crowned, you're christening your kid, not even knowing it. That's funny, dude. That's badass though. You can't lie. That's pretty good. These guys are awesome.
Because I have two daughters, and one is 4 months old now, and you notice all this space stuff that is driven to these kids. It's on their clothes. It's on their socks. It's everywhere, right? And me and my wife are like, we notice all of it. Like, wow, look, it's like good 10% space stuff. Why? Because my wife is still kind of learning too. A slow learner.
Well, you're lucky.
but
You're lucky that she wants
she's
to
awesome.
learn.
Yeah.
You look like my girlfriend. My ex could care less.
We never fought about it. I just sat her down and I was like, hey, you trust me, right? She's like, with my life. And I was like, all right, let's watch, 200 Proofs. And this was before we got married because, that was, it was a deal breaker for me. I, of course, had to have somebody that was open-minded. But yeah, it's been a learning experience for her, but she even points out stuff like that, it's just like, look how subtle it is. I'm like, hell yeah, you're right. It's just about in every movie too, The glow, man. They shove it in your face. Like,
gotta have it,
jam
bro.
it down your throat. It's bad.
But see, that's exactly how Satan is. Remember, Jesus says he'll knock at your door. You have to open it, right? What does Satan do? He kicks that shit in. He kicks your door in, invites himself, opens your fridge, starts making a sandwich.
Yeah.
Start making a sandwich. It's like, hey, let's go here, bro. That's how he is. He's rude. He imposes himself, upon you,
Yeah.
And that's exactly how this system is. It forces its will upon you. It changes your heart, your mind, everything. They lied to you about the food pyramid, right? They lied to you about all that. Eat this.
All of it. Yeah.
All of it.
Hey, look, another pyramid.
It's like, exactly. Everything's in symbolic,
You guys are the bread. Yeah, you guys are the carbohydrates at the bottom, right? We're the sugar at the top.
They're constantly imposing themselves and their will in your life. You now you have to, like, all movies now have to have a gay couple. Every movie, every show, doesn't matter. They force that on you. Like, you have to accept this, or else.
Yeah.
And I'm like, bro.
That's why I love old movies. Like, we just watched Singing in the Rain, the other night, and I was like, man, they just don't make it like they did in 1952.
Hell no, dude. Now it's got to be There Where the Highway. There Where the Highway.
Yeah, but we can't stand like new television. But honestly, we were always watching I Love Lucy. Again, classic from the 50s. But we watch a lot of Looney Tunes stuff that like I grew up with. I don't know. My dad always played like Bugs Bunny and.
Oh yeah, dude. That was just
violent, but not really violent. Yeah, Tom and Jerry.
Oh my gosh, that's
duck
that was
season,
great
rabbit
stuff.
season, duck season.
And then they start fighting. Rabbit season. No, he switches the vernacular on him. And he says duck season.
At the end of the day, the TV is an inevitability for your kids. I mean, especially in this kind of modern urban society. There's times they should because they're going to need digital technology too. I mean, I work it all the time with digital modeling and architecture, and it's benefited me well. But being able to practice safely with it is just, man, so overlooked, I think, these days. What information our kids get. It's made me want to start like a flat Earth like book and production company. Just specifically for the younger generations that are being indoctrinated. Because there's I think a lot of people homeschooling now, and I would hate for them to start taking that curriculum too. So having like an actual true earther source, is important. Which is why I think this place is so important, and why we talk about Flat Earth and all of its aspects are just absolutely important, especially from every side of the Earth, or I should say across the Earth. Just so important, because this is where it starts, person by person, mind by mind, and family by family. Stop watching that TV, and even if you do, make sure it's the right content you agree with.
Personally, for me,
what's going
it's
on?
an act of. Hello, guys. Hello.
Good to hear you, man.
Hey, Fraud. How are you? Yeah, personally, for me, it's an act of pedophilia when you deceive children, when you teach lies to children. That's how I see it.
But that's why you have to get them. You have to get them when they're young, or else you can't get them at all. It's just like when you're trying to train your child to be obedient. If you don't do that before they reach 7, you're screwed. Because then you're gonna have a problem. So you have to get them when they're young. Once they're in the imprint upon their mind, the way they want to live, and how their own attitude, it takes drastic measures to change them.
Be right back. I got the call.
You want to say the damn thing? All right. Oh, there it is. It's something you find it at the last minute. Don't you hate that?
Always. What happened to Get Big Get? I had to step down for a second and get the mail.
He said he had a phone call.
Gotcha. Yeah, how's everyone else doing?
I think it's that Thanksgiving week, as they say. She's probably looking at that holiday too. Yeah, but it looks like the YouTube chat is, it's popping again, right? With the usual suspects.
What are you talking about?
Oh, just, Morvis was saying YouTube trap is hopping in this morning. Yeah. However, we like to point out to our audience that we're not afraid to have a discussion with any Globers, right? Whether you're on the fence or it's flat as well. There's always somebody in here, who can definitely answer your questions. And if they can't, they'll even say, I don't know enough about that topic, right? Or get into that. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with not knowing because, gosh, I definitely not know a lot more stuff than I do know. And that's okay because the things I do know are pretty tried and true. But like I would say, the majority of us here. But always open for discussion. It's nice and chill where I'm at, so I'm nice and cozy inside, talking with you guys on this flat and stationary Earth. I can assure you it's not a ball. I'd be glad to have that discussion of finding the measurements of that ball and falsifying them, right? Realizing that they're not even there, right? We could even talk about gas pressure, the antecedent, right? That it in fact needs a container. We could even go into Michelson-Morley experiment, or I should say failed experiment, because it did not prove that we could tell if the Earth was spinning, right? In fact, it proved a stationary, non-spinning Earth. And it's great news to hear, right? That there are things that we can know, right? We can definitely know that this globe model that has been given to all of us can be falsified. Now, don't get me wrong, I hear it all the time. Give me proof that it's flat. Give me proof that it's flat. Well, that's just a burden reversal fallacy, right? What you really should be asking yourself, like I asked myself when I tried to disprove flat Earth, is can you measure the ball, right? Can you find that for yourself? And can you be honest when you see your result, right? But yeah, that's why we're here. We're here to help everyone else out too, because we were right there, myself included. Saw those 200 proofs, started actually testing some of them, like, no way. I got to know this for myself. And it does take that dedication, It takes that, like, man, how can I figure this out? Even with the scientific method, could I use science for some of these phenomenon, right? Such as the moon being too cold, if you will, or at least not the story that we're told about it, right? However, when it comes to the measurement of Earth, you don't have to even look at the correlation of the sky, even though it's doing some very flat Earth clock-like things, to say the least. But when you look across the distance with infrared photography, and you see over 255 miles away, well, you have a really hard pill to swallow, right? Unless you got to that evidence after already knowing about, the short distance observations that do also not work on a globe and present us with optical phenomenon. I love it when AI actually comes in here and he talks about, he used to actually just, during the summer, stand in the water and he talked to us at the same time, going over his short distance observations. Always used to love the way he said buoy. I always say, Bowie. But I think it's from Jim Bowie here in Texas,
classic stories. Anyway, but yeah, the knowledge that is in this room alone, we could write books, guys. And I've talked to some that are. We write songs. We're very active in here. It's a brilliant place of the minds, a renaissance, if you will, a rebirth, right? Is what, of course, that means. And clearly, it's strong in here, right? Some of the smartest people I know are, of course, I think, in this very room, and of course, this server. Come on in, guys. Definitely have a discussion with us. You don't have to be how do they say, a keyboard warrior. You don't have to hide. I'm pretty introverted myself, but I get on my long rants for sure. Because it's an important topic to me, just like it is, again, for everybody in here. Which is why we're here, honestly, every day. It's not hard work for us. It's needed work, I think. Plus, we have a great time making fun of Globies. And, especially when they're coming to us over and over again with just trolley-like characteristics, attitude, especially when it's just a chat. They even say hi to each other, which I think is hilarious. When we had a Veterans Holiday, they were missing, which was also very interesting. Might just be speculation, but Lou is always here to talk about that kind of stuff. A very skeptical guy. Just to kind of recap of what I heard from last night. Lou was discussing the severity and the responsibility of flat earthers, and to always make that claim when we're speculating versus having a discussion about truth or honesty. Otherwise, it becomes a situation where so-and-so comes in and goes, well, another flat earther said this, and we end up defending each other. And, don't get me wrong, I think that's natural. I think it happens, and it's the way that equilibrium finds itself. But yeah, we could agree that we have a great responsibility in terms of helping others out and checking each other, right? I don't think there's anything wrong with what do they call it? Critique, right? Quality critique of each other is always fruitful, I think. But it looks like we got some more. We got Sunny, Timbo, Trinity, Morvis, King's Clown, Johannes Minegard, Fraud, Effie Batman, Diesel Boy Cuddy, Clay Under Seals Away, myself, Chili, Ball Kicker, Anonymous Surge. I don't think I've seen that one before. Of course, Amish Exorcist, and Adam Unsalted. Yeah, a fantastic panel, right? Always here, ready to go.
Yo, what's up, Chris?
What up?
Thanks for holding down the fort, man. Hope all is well. Doing a great job on the mic. 24/7, baby. Love it.
24/7. Yeah, good to hear you, Kiwi. Looks like Sunny's opened up. What's going on, Sunny?
This is Amish. I just opened up. What's up, guys?
What's up, Amish?
Just chilling on a day off.
Nice.
Kids are with the in-laws. Got nothing else to do. Fixing up the house.
Very nice. Productive. I like it.
Oh, boy. Amish is off today. That means we get to hang out. That's sick. Good to see you, man.
Hey, good to see you, too. Yeah, it's a good time. It's a good time to have some alone time and to have your thoughts to yourself. Think about the flat earth. How there's no evidence of curvature or spin or gas pressure without a container anywhere, ever.
Isn't it beautiful?
Yeah, we're living in truth.
Yeah. The truth it is, though. Right? Though, I mean, those are just 3 bullet points, right? I mean, honestly, if you look into anything hard enough, everything actually becomes a proof. I mean, especially when you know something.
you can start to test things multiple ways. You know, a lot of people are like, "Oh, black swan, that's all you have," and it's, well, no, there's actually tons of long distance observations. In fact, some done by quote unquote globies, right? Trying to do long distance photography and going, "Oh, that's weird, 200 miles away." That can't be right. And never actually even questioning what they just saw, right? Because that's how it gets by. It goes over. I went over my head too. I mean, when I was young, I would say I learned at, 24 is when I learned. So it took me a while as a NASA fanboy for sure. And even when I started questioning the Earth and what I was being told, I'll be completely honest, it took me 3 years to go from questioning and globe skeptic to on the fence to knowing, right, and testing it myself. Because I would see those long distance observations and go, you know what, next time at Corpus Christi Beach, I'm going to grab my telescope and see what I can do, you know. And it wasn't until then, and you start to see these long ships away, and you're like, I can't see that with the naked eye, and how can I bring it back is astonishing. And I cried, you know, I had a little tear, just like, all right, you know, productive, you know, check, you know. Nailed it. Right. And then, of course, I didn't really write a whole lot of things down. I did it the second time. You know, there was a couple of experiments involved, like, you know, the moon stuff. But eventually you start just, you know, kind of like Amish was saying, kicking back to your own thoughts and thinking about it, right? And embracing that truth is extremely powerful. And then, of course, respecting that truth. And asking yourself, okay, how did this truth come to be? Is it something I think I even asked as a kid, and I wouldn't be surprised if all of us kind of asked as a kid, you know, why are we here? You know, I'm pretty sure it's to learn and help each other out. That much I know, but why does it seem so opposite world? And then you learn to just... Sorry, yeah.
Sorry, yeah, I didn't mean to interrupt, but
not at all.
Something
Please.
I think about all the time is what does it do to the brain over time when you train yourself to accept a contradiction? And not just one, we're talking many. Everything that you see runs against everything that you're taught when it comes to flat Earth versus the globe. You almost train yourself to accept a lie, and then you become blind to other lies over time. It's got to be very destructive. I mean, not just for this issue, but for everything else that you encounter in life. It affects your work, your family, relationships. You train yourself to accept lies.
Yeah.
You become weak.
Well, I see the depression in some of my friends, and, you know, I just want to tell them, and sometimes I kind of hint at them if they're ready. Like, you know, what you think this world is actually completely different. Now, don't get me wrong, there's things to be depressed about. I think there's a lot of evil that you can definitely frown upon. But, man, you can embrace where we are and how beautiful it truly is. And that's enough to never be depressed, I think. You start making better decisions, you know. The people in your life that you surround yourself with are completely different. You realize what a friend is. Like, if you can tell your friend about the flat Earth and they don't run away and they actually listen to you, they're gonna become a flat earther too. You know, I've had this experience with my best friend. You know, we'd been friends for 20 years since 4th grade. We were 9 years old, and I told him, like, you know, look, man, I got to tell you this stuff and this and that. You know, gave him everything, and he just heard me out for a good 3 hours. Came back weeks later and just, you know, gave me a hug, like crying and like, dude, I'm so glad you told me this. And like, you know, you can have those remarkable things, but that's how you know you're true friends too, is being able to share even this level of information with each other. It's powerful for sure. And then you got scripture where you relate it to that. I mean, especially for some of my friends too, that are completely blinded by the globe still, and yet, you know, seemingly on a great path. and them too. You know, I haven't really gotten to one yet, so I don't have a success story for that one. But it's mind-boggling how many different branches of this lie, like you were saying, it kind of just tumbles into these alternative realities, if you will. Maybe you're not even supposed to do these things, or maybe you were. You're supposed to be fooled in a way. Maybe that's your journey. You know, you guys were talking actually a couple weeks ago, I think, about free will and, you know, this predestiny and, you know, the psychological or philosophical ideas about that. And a lot of that really resonated with me of like, you know, things are supposed to happen the way that they do for a reason. Like sometimes my tire goes flat on my car and I'm like, oh man, I'm going to be late for everything in the day. But then I realize, well, you know, this is supposed to happen. You know, that this could have been stopping me from getting in a huge accident one day, or, you know. So you kind of always have to think about that optimism of like even the bad stuff in your life, or seemingly bad at the time, could be actually for your own good and others' own good as well, I think. Because I try and show that to my kids a lot, you know, because they break stuff and, you know, but they learn not to break the stuff anymore. We learn more from our mistakes. We start testing the globe and go, oh yeah, we shouldn't be fooled again. That's why you don't go back, right? Nobody goes back to believing in Santa Claus or the globe.
And Chris, this ties into a comment you made earlier about what is our purpose here? Why are we here? What is this all about? And I think a lot of it has to do with our transformation, overcoming difficulties and learning to function and be with each other.
100%.
So we're challenged. Mm-hmm. We're challenged in ways we can't even fathom. And Flat Earth has been an extremely hard challenge for me in my life, in my experiences of my past. Coming to this was not easy. It took years. It took years of off and on, you know, putting the toe in the water and coming back out again. But I spent many years in consternation over this. And it's hard, but it does change how you look at things. It changes how you look at other people. And it changes how you assess the credibility of other people. And they say that Flat Earth is like the ultimate litmus test, like a big BS detector.
Yeah, pretty much.
You know? So it's almost like a gift. It is a gift.
It is.
Being able to see the world for what it is, it's a gift.
Yeah, that's what I was telling him earlier. Like you're like 1 out of 100 people you know. So you keep multiplying that number across the world. There's not very many people that are gonna wake up, unless there's a great awakening that happens for those who are still lost in translation, I guess. But if you can't even wake up your family members, I mean, what's the hope of anyone else? You know?
I think a lot of people are weary of awakening and being awake or woke. I mean, we've heard it so much over the past few years. People are just tired of that expression. So here comes a flat earther saying that they're awake. You know, what makes you any different than all the other quote-unquote woke people that have had big truth bombs in the past? So,
but the difference is that you actually to the information and the evidence that's given, right? Without prejudging something based upon a word that's connected to a person that you just seem to disagree with because you don't like the way media and mainstream presents it. So you're someone who follows others because they're doing something. Now, but not the fact that or what they're doing is what they're doing right or wrong, right? You're just following along because other people are doing it. So it's basically, you know, you have leaders and you have followers, you know, and some people don't mind being followers. And I gather most of us here are leaders, you know.
Yeah,
I think we all are a bunch of leaders, you know.
It's not easy adopting this.
Yeah, we don't want to be leaders. I don't want to have to lead, dude. I don't. I don't. If a plane crashed and there was like 30 survivors and you're in the wilderness, I'm walking off by my damn self. I'm like, see y'all, y'all fucking do what y'all got to do, because I know what happens. People start killing each other and all. I'm like, I ain't got nothing to do with that. I'm just gonna do what I got to do. I don't want to lead. I don't want to lead anybody. I don't want to lead anybody, dude. I want to give you. I'll like give you a flashlight or a lighter or something. All right, you need to go fend for yourself. I'm out of here. You know, if you choose to come with me, that's different. But I'm not trying to get nobody. I don't want no following. I don't want followers. I don't want to leech money. Nothing. You know, but we're in a position now that we're forced to be leaders. We have no choice, really. It's like, what else can we do? You know,
Right.
we can't stand the lies that are out there. I can't stand the lies. I can't stand the fact that people want to believe this stuff. You know.
Yeah, we would
then
actually be forced, Fraud, into being the leaders. I agree with you. Like, I wouldn't want to be a leader, but you know what? I think in a situation, I would end up having to be one against my own will. I would do it just
You know?
because
Yeah, what
it's
happens if you're the last flat earther on Earth? There's no other choice.
Like, do you tell everybody? I was just thinking of the plane crash situation. You know, like, I don't know. If it were me, I'd be like, all right, guys, I'm going to be the leader here. I'm going to tell you this truth straight up. We're stuck on an island. The Earth's flat. We got to get the hell out of here. And just hope for the best, you know?
Damn pilot crashed because he thought it was a globe. Safety issue.
He kept dipping the nose down, and he didn't read the handbook. We assume a flat and stationary Earth.
Yeah, I don't see many pilots testing that theory. Do you? Like, let's just do the 8-inch mile per square dive anyway.
And no, you let go of the controls, right? And it flies itself straight and level
Mm-hmm.
when you're all trimmed up right.
That should be a real big tip off to those who think, yeah, that's just wild. What they say about aircraft on the globe. Every single one of the aircraft are on top of or at the apex at all times. What?
Just ridiculous.
And then you hear about the SR-72 or whatever that is, like the successor to the SR-71 going Mach 6 or some unbelievably claimed speed. And how it has to nose down like a mile every minute in order to maintain flat level.
They went ahead and just made a curve shape. Right?
Theoretically. Theoretically, they could say that, but like physically, is it actually doing that? That's the problem. It's not physical.
Hey, that's what thrust vectoring is for, guys. Thrust vectoring over the curve.
If you type it in, one of the first, couple of images are just plain CGI, almost making it look like it's in space too. Huh. But they kind of talk about that in the original propaganda, like Wernher von Braun. If people could believe that rockets are planes that could go into space, then the people would be easily fooled, What a ridiculous speed.
What a strange can to be kicking down like this space thing, man, and thinking that people aren't going to question it. Like they must have known the whole thing. They must have known like who we are. We came about. Somebody figured it out that the distance we're seeing doesn't match. So they must have known that high tech optics were going to happen. They let it happen. I mean, they could have squelched that technology just like they do everything else, but they didn't. Who would know that?
Some of this has been squelched.
Well, I suppose.
I remember reading about some Army night vision goggles that were rounded up by the FBI. Some super high spec Army night vision goggles were sold to the open markets, and the FBI went to everybody's house that bought them and took them away.
Wow.
This sounds like some crazy conspiracy It was on the AR-15 forums. There were some news articles. I don't have anything handy to post. Yeah, what could you see with those?
Yeah.
When you look up or out? Mm-hmm.
And see way past the any difficulties or challenges with looking further because of gases above the surface, and you see past through all of that to the actual horizon.
Right.
But the other thing is they don't want people being able to see them when they're cloaked in the darkness, so they don't want us using infrared. We could see what they're doing too, just like they use it on us. Of course they don't want us to have that. It's a one-sided game.
Yeah, that Nikon P900 was a big oops.
Yeah, so that's all somebody has to do is get that with the infrared attachments, and too late.
Yeah, that's crazy. I never heard about that.
Is that infrared lens for the Nikon? Is it like $2,000 or $3,000 or like really high cost? I've never checked it. I should look.
I haven't looked into it either, but I imagine too doing the actual upgrade yourself, taking your $1,000 camera apart, putting it back together with the filter and hoping to God it works. I mean, that kind of freaks me out a bit. I'm not rich.
Do you actually have to take the camera apart, or it's not just a lens you put on, huh?
Well, now that you mention it, I don't know. I've seen multiple tutorials for doing infrared upgrades on different cameras. So I'd have to check if the P900 requires that or not. There's some, like I've seen Jay Tolan, I think he's taken the Sony A7. He just like popped one off and popped one on, and there, boom, he can zoom in. But that's like a $4,000 camera.
Here's a used Nikon P900 for $439. That's getting down there.
Okay, yeah. You can do a few car washes or moon lawns.
About $500. You can get a used one, $400 or $500.
Yeah, I was gonna say I got mine used for 500.
Yeah, I've talked to people. There used to be someone here named Jimbo that would always talk about Canon. There's a Canon camera also that's quite handy, and we can use the same. It can be used the same way. It might require more lenses and things like that, so you have a big old thing on the front, but does the same thing basically. Maybe not quite the resolution or quite the distance of zoom, but still very good. So let me see. I'm going to look for cameras. Maybe next year I could afford one.
And then I think, I don't have the P1000, but I've heard that it's like slightly worse than the 900. Like they tried to fix it.
The 1000? Oh, really?
I mean, that's what I've heard. I've never actually made the comparison.
Wow.
But.
I mean, like, think about this. Canon has a very expensive camera too. Look at this Canon EOS R5 C mirrorless digital camera.
Mirrorless.
$5,499. $5,500 is a Canon. Here's a PowerShot digital camera, $429. Canon PowerShot. Here's another one. Looks like different. $669 Canon SX70, 20 megapixel digital camera. I'm gonna look at this. See what features it has. Does it tell? Yeah. It says it is not a night camera at full lens extension. It doesn't say 80 times.
Oh yeah, Sonny, I meant to ask you, did you ever turn on that laser that you found?
I never did yet. No, I haven't yet.
Yeah, I was definitely interested in the results.
I have it sitting here. I just have to put together some batteries. I actually have two.
My gosh,
double A's.
5,000.
Let's look at this.
At least you get a lot of stuff.
Yeah, they'll even throw in a lens wipe for $5,400.
The what?
I'm saying they'll throw in a lens wipe in a carrying bag for a $5,000 camera.
Yeah. Of course.
See, I wonder if the lens itself is like, $2,000, the camera $2,000. Because the profit margin, it's got to be at least 50%.
DC.
Yeah, I bet the high quality optics and lenses is more expensive than the camera itself.
Yeah. Used to love watching how it's made, and you'd see them make like the lenses for lasers and cameras and stuff, and it looks like a lot of computer work to me. I mean, I get it, but
Remember when the
made stuff is cool.
had a blurry? Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're good, man. I was just commenting.
Back in the day, the Hubble had a blurry lens. Does anyone remember that? Am I old?
Oh yeah, and they had to
but
go outside
they
and
fixed it. They fixed it with what they call something optic something it's adjusted optic something, but I'm adding though, but it's a mirror, right? So the light comes in and it shines on the mirror, and the mirror shines up to another mirror and it bounces it back in, and the mirrors, they have these pistons underneath the mirrors, and they adjust the ambient light, the atmosphere that the light's traveling through, so they remove the glare with that because of the atmosphere. So they fixed that whole problem. That's how they did it, because I was always curious how they fixed that. So, but that's how they did it. It's pretty.
You explained it more succinctly than I could, but it's true. And you know what the interesting denominator is atmosphere.
Right, atmosphere, exactly.
Yeah. it's on the 747.
Right.
All right, let's see what happens here. Got two AA's with 1.6 volts each. In series. Oh, 3.25 volts. What do you know? Got 3 volts right here. Let me see. I might have to take this apart. I don't have that little 3 volt power receptacle though. I don't have one that small. I could do the positive to center and see if it grounds on the chassis.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just going to kind of throw in there another alternative to a really expensive camera is even half the cost on a telescope, just because you can use it for the long distance observations as well. I mean, it doesn't get the cool zoom effect, but you can even actually make some. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's pretty hard and you still kind of need the optics, but I've heard that's a pretty nice alternative. I mean, especially if you got a 3D printer and stuff like that, or access to one.
I actually think what this device is a show or stage device where they have smoke and they have a music activated laser that shines through the smoke. like through the music, because it has a microphone. So this thing is probably a music activated laser. Because I'm pretty sure now where it came from is this haunted trails that they set up at Halloween, where they have kids walk through haunted trail, right? And it's all fixed up with lights and sounds and theatrical stuff, scary stuff, right? It gives the boys and girls a good place so the boys can goose their girlfriends in the dark. That's what the purpose is. That's what the freaking whole purpose is. Get a good feel at the like. This is a tradition here. And let me tell you this story. I was riding by. Sometimes I'll have the Discord with me since I learned a few months ago how to do mobile, and I'd be on my bike out in the park, and all these people are going. And I'm like, "Good job, sir, and taking your children to the satanic ritual that they have here every year, the haunted trails." I'm like a reporter, right behind the bike reporting. It's freaking great. It's a great platform, a moving platform. Like you could get as close as you need to and still be able to get away if you had to, or just move a little further and keep going. That always works well. During the Novid Kool-Aid, the Kool-Aid scare that we had, I was out there doing that, reminding people about their Stockholm syndrome that was occurring in them. I felt it was necessary to let them know because they weren't getting it. Can reach hundreds of people. Like there's literally thousands of people, a bunch of tourists walking down by the water here where I live in the summer. It's a great opportunity, man. I mean, I could flat smack like 200 or 300 people at one time because they're all captive.
Had anybody wanted to fight you, Sonny?
I've had somebody yell and scream at me.
Yeah,
get quite upset. Like quite upset. You know, I'm just talking. Like I'm just like I am like an announcer though. Like I'll go. It'll be like hear ye, hear ye. I literally will get there. And then start speaking at this kind of volume. Yeah, I'll be like right up there. Yes, this water out here you're looking at is not curving. Like, I don't know. I try to be nice about it. Sometimes I have regular conversations with people out there. Just say, hey, like couples walking in the romantic moonlight over by the water. I'm like, do you notice how the lights from the other shore over there shine all the way across the top surface of the water? Have you ever noticed that? And just have a little conversation. What do you think about that? And the one guy of this, there was 3 couples I talked to this one night. They were walking in this really nice place by the harbor. And he's like, you mean flat Earth? I didn't say anything. I just said how the light moves, how the light transits the top of the water to your feet. I was just saying that. Sometimes really that's all you need to do. Yeah?
Meeting flat earthers in the wild is awesome. I had that experience once out here. When I was earlier in my flat smacking time, I'd go to bars and restaurants and stuff. So I met this one bartender, and well, first I was showing some Jay Tolan videos to a guy who was next to me, and the bartender walks up to me and he's like, "Hey, so you think the Earth is flat?" And I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, "How long have you known?" I said, "Oh, about a year or so." He said, "I've known my entire life."
Wow.
So we were talking. Get this, he grew up Amish. He grew up Amish. He went on Rumspringa when he was 16. This is what he was telling me. And he left the whole world. He was shunned and all. And so he did a bunch of things. He started this restaurant, turned it into this place that I was at, and a really cool story. He was like, flat Earth is one of these things that I could never let go. I mean, like, because he grew up that way. This is how he was taught.
You know what? That's amazing. But I bet there were just regular people around us throughout this whole time that actually knew the whole time and wouldn't talk about it. Because look, like when I was growing up, let's say in the mid to late 70s, when I was a teen, right? That there was, I think people would not, you're not going to go against the whole entire, like, all, especially back then, everybody had all their head in space in the 70s. Like, look, the Star Wars came out in 1977. Like, people were thinking about, there was all these movies even before all of that. A bunch of space, futuristic,
Thunderbirds.
It's like, yeah, a bunch of space movies, all about space.
Yeah.
Everybody was thinking all about space. Moonraker, like everybody was talking about it. 007 movies. There was space things on the commercials, I seem to remember. And the Olympics were in LA when I lived there in '84. And they had, I think they had space themes for the Olympic, like all kinds of stuff. Like, wow, what a bunch of programming we had to endure. But you wouldn't talk against any of that. Everybody was enthused about it.
Apollo missions were still pretty new. I remember growing up, man. I remember one of my earliest memories as a kid. I saw Empire Strikes Back and He-Man double feature at a drive-in. Like that alone, that phrase is lost in all the millennials and Zoomers today. Like nobody today, all the young kids have no idea what that means.
He-Man.
He-Man, Masters of the Universe, and Empire Strikes Back, double feature at a drive-in movie in Arizona. Freaking awesome. I was sitting on top of a conversion van, one of those old like Chevy Econolines. We had a blanket out. I was sitting on top of it with some friends. We're just like, slamming like on the beef jerky or whatever and eating popcorn.
That's the way to go.
Good time.
See if I can find this out. Can I grab this?
You know that, dude. Did you know that He-Man is in the Bible? That name.
What?
Really?
Yeah.
Tell me more.
Yeah. I think I saved it, but there was a dude named He-Man, bro. I kid you not. I have it saved somewhere. I have to find it, but it's like, are you freaking kidding me right now? I'm like, so this is where they got it from. I couldn't believe it when I saw it, bro. I was like, and it's spelled exactly the same way. There's a hyphen in between it. I was like, are you freaking
hilarious?
Hey, Fraud, find out where that is. I'd like to read.
I will. I'll find it. But right now I'm driving, but I'll try and find it. But dude, I couldn't believe it when I saw it.
That's crazy, man. Yeah, like
you can actually just Google it. Just Google it,
crazy.
Sonny.
You can just Google it.
Sonny, Google it.
Exactly.
Yeah,
yeah. I have the technology. I can Google it.
I know, right?
Sometimes I forget, and I want someone else still to.
I know. I forget too, dude. I know, right? You want someone else to do it for you. We're lazy. That's how we are.
Yeah, 1 second.
Yeah, space stuff was so overrun back then. I would say it was even crazier back in like the 80s and 90s than it is, more recently. People today don't seem to watch like NASA Channel or seem to be into it as much.
No, they don't pay attention to none of it. We do. We're the ones who watch it. That's the crazy part, right?
X and stuff. Yep. Yeah.
We're the one who look at it. It's ridiculous.
I'm probably so lame. I'm spelling He-Man wrong. Someone spell it for me.
Yeah, it's because you're older than us, Sonny.
It's just He-Man, dude. It's exactly how it says retard.
H-double-E?
No, tard. H-E.
H-double-E. Man.
Go, folks. Wait a second. Yeah, wait a second. Oh.
Man.
My preferred pronoun is he. 2 E's, man. Come on. If you don't get it right, I'll throw you in jail.
It's 1 E, bro.
Get you fired.
He-Man. That's weird.
Oh, 0.9 miles. Oh, I gotta get over.
A He-Man series Bible. What?
No, You just gotta look up the name He-Man. You have to text it in properly, or else you won't come up.
Skeletor in the Bible too, like Skeletor.
They have their own Bible. Isn't that weird?
Well, I mean, it's just like Marvel. Marvel has his own Bible too, you know.
Let me put this in.
Yeah, so does NASA.
It's yeah. And if you can't find it, I'll just have to find it for you because
I'm still looking. Hold on, let me look at all of them so I get the topical Bible. He-Man. Name of the two men in the Old Testament: a musician, seer, and a Levite, son of Joel and grandson of the prophet Samuel, of the family of the Kohathites. Chronicles 6:22. Hold on. Whoa, what a trip. They're talking about me right here. Son of Joel, grandson of Samuel. I don't know about the prophet part. He is called the singer rather than musician, and was the first of the three Levites to whom it was committed the vocal and instrumental music of the temple service in the reign of David. Okay, I digress. Still looking. One moment.
What'd you say, Sonny?
I'm just reading various stuff as He-Man occurrences, 17 of them. Here they are. He-Man, 17 occurrences. Genesis 36:22. The children of Lotan were Hori and Heman. Lotan's sister was Timah. Kings
Lotan.
431. He was
Lotan is another name for another. Lotan was from. See, all these names they got from the Bible. Lotan is Robotech. There was
Yeah, that's bringing it back.
Wait, now that I found it, let me read all 17. Hold on. So we got Genesis 36:22. Kings 4:31. For he was wiser than all men, than Ethan the Ezhite, and He-Man, and Calcol, and Darda, the sons of Mahol, and his fame was in the nations all around.
Lotan.
Okay, 3. The sons of Zerah, Chronicles 2:6. Sorry. The sons of Zerah, Zimri, Ethan, and Heman, and Calcol and Dara, 5 of them in all. Chronicles 6:33. These are those who waited, and their sons of the Kohathites. He-Man the singer, the son of Joel, and he's the singer. That's what you're talking about. Chronicles 15:7. So Levi approached He-Man, the son of Joel, and his brothers, Asaph, the son of Baruchiah, and the sons of Merari, and their brothers Ethan, and the sons of Cushiah. So Chronicles 15.
The Cushites.
So the singers, He-Man, Asaph, Ethan, were appointed with cymbals of brass to sound aloud. They're musicians. Chronicles 16 does He-Man in the cartoon, is he a musician or do something with sound?
No. I'm just saying they just got the name from that. No, He-Man is he's like Superman.
They screwed it. Yeah.
Doesn't he sing in the intro or something? Doesn't he I'm trying to think oh gosh, this goes back away.
He just saying. He just says, "I have the power." You know, that's all he does.
Yeah.
He kind of sings it.
They should have made it with music. Should have made it with music. So here we go. Chronicles 16:41. And with He-Man and Jeduthun and the rest who were chosen were mentioned by name to give thanks to Yahweh, because his loving kindness endures forever. Chronicles 16:42. And with He-Man and Jeduthun with trumpets and cymbals for those that should sound.
Where would I put this thing at?
Chronicles 16:42 and 41. 41, 42. Chronicles 16, 41, and 42. So we're at 42. Heman and Jeduthun with trumpets and cymbals for those that should sound aloud, and with instruments for the songs of God, and the sons of Jeduthun to be at the gate. Chronicles 25:1. Moreover, David and the captains of the army set apart the service certain of the sons of Asaph and He-Man and Jeduthun, who should prophesy with harps and stringed instruments with cymbals. The number of those who did work according to their service was of Chronicles 25:4. Of He-Man, the sons of He-Man, Bukiah, Mattaniah, Uziel, Shebuel, Jeremoth, Hananiah, Hanani, Eletha, Gedalti, and Romanti Ezer, Joshbekasha, Malathi, Hothir, Mahaziath. Try to do those. Okay, Chronicle 25:5, next verse. All these were sons of He-Man, and the king seer in the words of God to lift up the horn God gave to Heman 14 sons and 3 daughters. Next verse, 25:6 in Chronicles. All these were under the hand of their father for songs in the house of Yahweh, with cymbals, stringed instruments, and harps for service of the house of God. Asaph, Jeduthun, and Heman being under the order of the king. Chronicles 5:12. Also the Levites who were the singers, all of them, even Asaph, Heman, Jeduthun, and their sons and their brothers, arrayed in fine linen with cymbals and stringed instruments and harps, stood at the east end of the altar, and with them 120 priests sounding with trumpets. Whoa. 2 Chronicles 29:14. And the sons of Heman, Jehuel, Shimei, and the sons of Jeduthun, Shemaiah, and Uziel. Chronicles 2:35-15. Singers, the sons of Apeth, were in their place according to the commandment of David and Asaph and Heman and Jeduthun, the king's seer, and the porters were at every gate. They didn't need to depart from their service for their brothers. The Levites prepared for them. Psalms 87:7. They that sing, they would dance, shall say, all my fountains are in thee. Psalms 88. A psalm of the sons of Korah. For the chief musician, Set, Mahalath, Leonath, Meshil of Heman, and the Ezrahite. The last one.
Can we get back to freaking Lotan? What the hell?
Wait a minute. Last one. Psalms 88:1.
I'm with you,
Last one. Hold on. Psalms 88:1. A psalm by the sons of Korah for the chief musician, to the tune of the suffering of affliction. Sounds like my life. Contemplation by Heman, the Ezrahite, Yahweh, the God of my salvation. I have cried day and night before you. Wow. Thanks. That last one was heavy. All right. Back to flat Earth. Off topic there. Shit.
Hey man, you just validated everything we're talking about. We're spitting truth over here.
I know. And how it lines up with music and the music in our own lives, how that applies to our own crying out to the one that knows all.
Mm-hmm.
Those are my own words. Knows us intimately. Knows everything about us.
Oh yeah, flat Earth points you to the Creator, no doubt.
Yeah, no doubt.
No doubt in my mind.
And I think the reason people refuse is because they don't want to look inside. They don't want to see things inside that they don't want to see. But
They're just afraid of the truth, man.
Mm-hmm.
They're afraid of the truth.
Yeah. Well,
bunch of cowards.
It's not just being afraid though in a vacuum. You have to take it in context. So you have to take like what they're afraid of. There's only a few choices. They're afraid of who they actually really are. And they don't want to investigate that because listen, fear is like this. Whether it's real or not real, it has the same effect on a person. You don't know the difference. When you're in fear, right?
Yeah.
It's either real or perceived, is what I'm trying to say. So either real or perceived, fear has the same impact. It doesn't matter if it's not real. This fear that they have, that Earth is not a globe, is like a, what do you call that? It's like a primordial fear, an existential fear of their existence. It's something about that they are afraid to look at. That's what it is.
Bunch of posers.
Yeah, Frog, go ahead.
No, just a bunch of posers. That's all they are.
They pose so they can hold on to this idea that they're comfortable with, right? Which is like they're comfortable with what they've been told is correct, and they can't really cope with the idea that what they base their intellectual life on, they think that's them. They think that knowledge that they went to school and learned, that someone told them this stuff, they think that's part of their personality. They don't have anything but that. Can you imagine? This is how a narcissist lives.
There's a lot of that. There's a lot of that with the globe. And a lot of that is keeping up with appearances amongst peers. It's about Ash conformity.
Yeah.
It's about peer pressure. It's why people get into drugs, why they smoke, why they do all kinds of other things that's going to destroy their lives.
Yeah.
Believing in the globe.
Mm-hmm. It really is.
If you Google Ash conformity, you're going to find all kinds of stuff. I mean, most of you have probably seen these kinds of psychological demonstrations or experiments, like where they have a bunch of people who are read in raise their hand whenever something that the proctor says says, and then the unwitting patsy will see all the other people raising their hand, not know why they're raising their hand, and he'll raise his hand too. It's the same way with the globe. You see everybody else around you believing it. You see it pushed on you from the TV, from media, from internet, from social media, and you're going to just go along with it because it seems like the popular thing to do. And if you don't, you're going to be a stupid flat earther. Awkward silence.
That is awkward. Everybody did shut up.
Yeah. I'm like sitting here like, is something wrong with my phone? What the hell?
Dun, 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 dun. Everybody starts introspecting right at that moment, saying, "Am I doing that still?"
Yeah, am I subject to peer pressure? I mean, if you're buying into the globe nonsense, yes, you are.
Yeah. Well, even in other areas, we could still be like that, even as flat earthers. So we have to be watchful of that. That we're not.
Yeah, but this experience is so hardcore, like it's so debilitating socially, that I think it allows you to assess other areas of your life where you're accepting the social norms when you shouldn't be much easier, more than other people that have bought into this big lie.
I don't think there's any way to once you get onto that kind of way of life or way of thinking, I don't think it's pretty hard to go back, actually, I think, because I think I get a warning or something. I go, wait a minute, that doesn't line up, and I have to rethink about it.
Mm-hmm.
And go into the details of why was I thinking this in the first place? Okay, like take it all the way back. Go like, I'm not sure where I got it from. A lot of times it comes from multiple sources that our mind, in a way, will make up scenarios based on the information we have. So if there's some false information in there that we've accepted way back when, right, then we can have fully logical sequence going on with one little bit that is false and trips up the whole thing. And sometimes we don't catch it. Wow, I had this fallacious idea about this one topic or something, and it was just based on one little part of it was like the globe, but the rest of it was all real. I don't know. I'm not sure I can think of an example, but it's hard.
I know what you mean. I mean, this goes back to like in philosophy, where we're taught things can be rational but illogical.
Yes. If the sequence or the order is off, or
Right.
wrong, then
Right, based on practical utility.
So that's it.
So, like, it's rational to believe what everybody else believes around you for your survival.
Yeah.
Globe.
I think that's what it is.
But it's illogical to do so because it's contradictory. It goes back to game theory, Nash equilibrium, all of that. Your predicted outcome is based on mostly your pressure to survive and to win instead of to be right, instead of to be true.
Yeah.
And I think that's the power of the globe conception. It forces people to accept or become socially ostracized. And there are all these studies that show that ostracism is more painful than physical pain and physical torment. When you are socially ostracized from society, when people shun you, it hurts more. It's more psychologically damaging than it could be physically damaging.
Really, so what this is a parting of the ways between the material and the non-material parts of ourselves. Like, we've identified with something in our lives, every single one of us. And mostly, we all have had this thing with material. The material, the physical, like the value of physical objects, right? We put certain value, we put meaning to these objects, right? And so if you're stuck in only this knowledge of the physical world and you've attached your being or your value, let's say, or your personality, you've got an emotional attachment to it. You're tied to it like an umbilical cord because you think, a lot of people believe that that is the sum total of their existence, of themselves, who they actually are. The is.
Yeah, they depend on it for sustainment.
They think it's their knowledge, that all that knowledge. So you see the hardcore Globers, they're defending what they think is their life. They think their intellectual life is who they are, that their thinking and their knowledge of what they think they've gathered is who they are. They couldn't be more wrong. That's going to cause an existential fear. If they think they're losing themselves, that like they're going to fight tooth and nail. That's what we see here.
Yeah, we see that in lobby 24/7. People coming in and they're angry. They think they're fighting us. They think this is some battle that they have to wage. They have to defeat the flat earthers at every cost.
Exactly.
And that's not what this is about. It's about sharing knowledge.
Yep. And so they're making fun. Those people that are doing that are actually making fun of people who have changed their mind. Have looked at new information, changed their mind, and we're being made fun of for changing our minds because we looked at information again, or looked at new information, and gathered a different result completely that is irrefutable as far as you want to talk about the physical world. Obstruction over distance, it would be a physical thing. Well, if we don't see that, then what you do is you just go, well, what was the thing we were looking for? Obstruction. It doesn't exist. So there's no obstruction over distance. So that must be disturbing, because if you're thinking something completely different than where we actually are, that the world is actually flat, that water is always horizontal on top, that every sea level is at basically the same level, all water levels are all parallel to each other everywhere on Earth, the top surface is parallel. Every water. There's no angular difference to the top surface of water anywhere, including lakes, oceans, or anything. So, yeah.
Yeah. So what do you do to yourself mentally when you force your mind to reconcile contradictions? You're shoehorning something. You're like fitting 50 pounds into a 30-pound bag.
Exactly.
And it's not fitting, but you're doing that. That's what you're doing mentally every day as a globe earther. If you're obsessing over NASA and everything else that's going on, pretending to the globe, the heliocentric model, it's brain damage.
Yeah. So here's the thing. Like if anyone is looking at, let me see, how can I formulate this? 1 second. Give me a second. Okay, so if anybody is trying to find out anything about anything here in this plane of existence, you're going to want to know if this thing, what's real about it, right? So you're going to try to figure out what's real. Now, if you're filtering the real that we experience with some part of your mind that is biased towards a fantasy or something that is not happening in your environment, it doesn't occur anywhere, but only in intellectual dialogue with yourself does this certain aspect of, like, let's say the globe Earth, it only occurs in your thinking. But you're experiencing something in the physical world does completely contradictory, just like you said. Yeah, this is going to cause deep conflict within the mind, and the harder that somebody fights against it, I think it's going to cause more dis-ease.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to be insecure because you're still attached to this physical idea of the purely physical, and what you're experiencing in the purely physical is contradicting what you're thinking it is. Yeah, it's a mental illness.
And what else are you susceptible to? Other deceptions that they introduce into the mainstream. Yeah.
Yeah, you'll believe anything else they have to say because they are your authority. If you're taking them as the highest authority.
Yeah, it's built on trust. The whole thing is built on trust. Got to trust the system.
If you don't know there's people out there waiting for a sucker to come along, they've been out there doing this. They suckered everybody. Literally.
Yeah. Since before the Romans, it's been going on.
Like the snake oil salesman figured out that they weren't doing so well at snake oil. They had to sell a different type of snake oil. That's all.
We got satellites.
Yeah. Oh, man. I know. Do you know that the cowboys in old days, I heard they used to put, bartenders used to put rattlesnake heads in their bottles of whiskey. People were drinking venom.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Crazy.
That's ballsy. Yeah.
Uh-huh. So what kind of snake oil, what kind of whiskey are you drinking?
It's called Remdesivir.
Are you still drinking the Snakehead whiskey? Ooh, that'd make a great song.
Snakehead whiskey.
I'm going to write that down.
That's $1,000 bottle of bourbon or whiskey right there. Put a snakehead at the bottom of it.
Mm-hmm. And
I think people would buy that.
Yeah, they would drink it too. They would still drink it.
Yep.
They're just too afraid to cut the head off of a snake themselves. But I would.
Ever done that, Sonny? You ever cut off a head of a snake? I've done that before. I found one in a wood pile.
Did I? I don't know. I've been around a lot of snakes.
Yeah.
The two-legged variety too, but no, the ones that slither. Yeah, I've been around as a kid, I would see blue racers, water moccasins, and copperheads.
Oh yeah. Though yeah. Scary.
Like here, I've never in the park. It's wildland. I've never seen a snake in this area. I've never heard a rattle. There's no snakes in this wild area that've been all killed off, I guess. In this one area I go into, there might be some snakes in the outlying areas somewhere. Probably are. I don't see how there couldn't be. But I've never seen them they probably stay away from the main trails where people walk. No matter how seldomly they walk, they probably still stay away from those areas. It's interesting to go walking around on trails that are like still really in areas that have not been disturbed, basically.
Mm-hmm.
They're still wild, just like they were. These big, huge canyons. There's places where there's just canyons that are literally only about 5 or 10 feet wide, but 20 feet deep.
I know what you're talking about.
If you fell down one of these canyons, man, you're gonna have trouble, man. Like even
Yeah, you lose cell phone signal.
you're down in this little place, you can't climb out. You have to go all the way to, like, if you find yourself, if you climb down into these places, you have to walk all the way out. You can't climb back up.
Yeah, and if you break your leg or twist an ankle on the way out, you're done.
Yeah.
You're done. Yep.
So it's interesting to think about how, like, this place probably used to be. Like, I've seen pictures of like 6th Avenue here going up the hill. Well, there used to be a huge canyon that cut through that whole area, and what they did is they graded that whole hill. They filled in the canyon. They just drug over all the other stuff, filled it all in, and made a grade so it would be a even grade, so that the electric trolleys they used to have, electric trains here, they used to be everywhere up until like when did they? Till the late 30s, I think.
Until the Great Fire.
There were electric trains everywhere. Now they destroyed all of that, and then they rebuilt them all back again. Now they have more extensive trains than they did back then, but they had them everywhere back then too, you know?
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's nuts. The old world technology is mind blowing.
Yeah.
How much they were able to do with so little.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
It's like we live in a time of excess where we've completely outstretched ourselves every way, economically and technologically.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm watching them build another 40-story entire city block building. I'm watching them build another one. They're all over. There's one right in front of me. I used to have a view all the way to the border of Mexico from my window here, until they built all these buildings in front. No more. But I have a great view of what I think are one of the mud flood buildings here. A big, huge granite bank. This thing is, how tall is this building? About 16 or 20 stories. It's solid granite.
Wow.
It has a house on top of it. That's now this thing takes up a whole entire city block. It's one or half of a city block, something like that. This bank, and on the face of the main street, it is the entire city block, but going depth-wise, it's less, maybe half. But a huge building on top of these. It looks like a house with a rectangular house with an angled roof with red tiles on it, and on top of that is another little house, and at each end of this rectangular place it has these big antennas with balls on top. Now I guess they could be flagpoles, but all these old buildings.
So the mercury balls, you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, I do. I totally do. Yeah.
My grandma used to talk about those. And she was born in the early 1900s. Yeah. And she experienced a flood in her hometown, a massive one. Yeah, she used to talk about some of this old tech. It's unbelievable.
It is unbelievable.
Yeah.
Because some of this, like the Art Deco kind of look of these, has little arches going all the way across, and then a balcony with it looks like the stone is actually literally carved. It doesn't look like concrete.
Wow.
It looks like all this stonework was put here. These are very now the date of the founding of this particular building I'm looking at to the south of me is 1928. But
Yeah, no, older.
I'm always looking for basements in these buildings, and most of them do have basements. And so, why are you digging a hole like up on the hill? A big, huge brick church that takes up. This is an old church. Now, the founding of this one church, it has a cornerstone that doesn't match any of the other part of the building anywhere, and the whole structure takes an entire city block. Now, it was founded.
Amazing.
The cornerstone is from 1913. It's a Presbyterian church here. And literally a whole entire floor, including archways to patios, windows, working windows and doors, underneath ground level. And this thing's made of brick. The whole thing is brick. It has brick floors.
That tells me 1913 is the founding. That's when they found it. They found it.
They founded it, yeah.
1913.
I think it says erected, but there's no way in hell. That building could be 100 years older than what they say. That's what I think my elementary school was. It had another cornerstone. I saw years later, actually, where I went to where I went to elementary and junior high school in Missouri, in the suburbs of St. Louis. I went to elementary school in a mud flood, freaking big, huge brick building with the basement underneath ground level, and it looked like it had been dug out. Like along the sides, it was dug out at an angle away, because it's a very wet place in Missouri. Like it rains like inches in hours, so like it's a trip to have gone, like to remember that. And now that's all gone. They destroyed all of that whole area, all those old
Wow.
from like the house I lived in that neighborhood had a coal chute. And they say that it was they say that those places were built. Now I could believe the neighborhood and the houses were built in 1948, but that elementary school and a lot of these other buildings that were around there, including like plantation houses, I remember seeing all of those things growing up. I saw some of the old world still when I was a child. And so I believe that was a mud flood elementary school, big old elementary school. Whole floor underneath ground level with windows and all, everything still working. Why do you don't build that with a brick building in wet areas underground?
Yeah, it's kind of a giveaway, isn't it?
Yeah.
So I live in Amish country, Pennsylvania. We've got a lot of mud flooded stuff here. Lots. Lots. And it just defines logic. I mean, we've got half submerged windows and doors under streets all over the place.
That half submerged thing is really bizarre. When the angle of the amount of window that's displayed because of the angle of the hill, that's just showing that hill came after the building. Like there's no way around it.
Yeah.
And a lot of evidence too in Texas.
Level, but the hill's not.
Texas too. Yep. It's everywhere. Everywhere. About 120 years ago.
All
every
these
time
courthouses.
it's like this mud flood story.
Yeah. In Chicago, actually, I remember seeing these huge hotels with big like I've been in the elevators. Some of these were resort hotels along Lakeshore Drive in Chicago, right on the lakeshore, right at the beach. So in the summer, I remember seeing as a little child, maybe from 6 to 8 years old, 6 to 9 years old. I remember being in these huge hotels my mother took me to and they had these brass freaking, everything was brass. Like the elevators had solid brass cages. Like it gleamed like you were on a ship. It was like incredible. So that's all gone. All of that's gone now, I think. Like you'll find some places, probably like the Drake Hotel, I think is still there in Chicago. It's a lot of super old buildings. But yeah, Pennsylvania, amazing place I've heard of. I've never been to Pennsylvania, but I met someone that was taking apart 150, 170-year-old log cabins and moving them for people piece by piece.
So my wife and I went to a town called Bedford in Pennsylvania. It's like South Central Pennsylvania. It used to be owned by it used to be a territory of the Shawnee Indians. And I think they were a subsidiary tribe of the five tribal Indians that had this big council in North America. I forgot what that's called. It's like
the Eastern tribes, those main 5 Eastern tribes.
That's right. So we stayed at a resort, and the resort has this really dubious history. You go there, and they've got all these old black and white pictures from the late 1800s, early 1900s of people that stayed in the resort, and they all have these like seersuckers and straw hats and suits and everything. And it's the same faces of all these people all over the building. The building is about maybe a quarter mile or a third of a mile long. It's a pretty big building. It's built in sections. And the history was this was a resort. The Shawnee Indians used to come here and bathe in the springs and swim in the lakes. And they built this complex to stay in. But when you look at it, when you go there, I've got all these pictures I took when I was there. It looks like an old mining complex. There's like barracks that's now a hotel with a footbridge over a canal that who knows who built. I mean, they say that like maybe the French built it or something. And then it goes into a mountainside and then it terminates. And there are caves all over the damn place. There's absolutely no history going back before about the I would say the mid 1800s when the proprietors bought this off of the Indians that lived there. And the proprietors turned it into a resort. And after that, it's just always been a resort. But it looks like it was something else. Like it had an economic function before that. And there's no other history besides that. It looks to me like the Shawnee, or whoever preceded them even, had a mining facility. And these were barracks that were built for that purpose. And none of that history has translated into time.
Well, you know what? It's not very far from the peninsula up there in Michigan. And in that area, there's probably a lot of minerals as well. But
yeah, there's coal mining out here and all kinds of other stuff. Yep. Some gold.
I see in Easter, I'm looking at here. I'll copy this image and post it. It's just a simple of who the different tribes, but this is a very, wait a minute. Won't let me copy that. I'll put that. It's funny how some images. Anyway, Eastern Woodlands, the Shawnee are just above about from Ohio down to, let's say, Tennessee, Arkansas. Then the Cherokee. So over to the east from the Shawnee are the Powhatan, Delaware, Pequot, Tuscarora, Iroquois, Wampanoag, and Pequot. They also have the Mohawk, Seneca, Onondaga, Oneida, and Cayuga over in the east, further north there.
Mm-hmm.
But so from north to south, you have Iroquois, Wampanoag, and around New York is Pequot, Delaware, Powhatan going south, Tuscarora down south, further south. And then directly to the west are the Shawnee. the Cherokee had the Georgia area and the Creek as well. Those are all southeast. Seminole, Choctaw, out to the Wichita, Cherokee, and Creek. Anyway, all these are the lost tribes that left. Actually, there's a lot of more evidence now that the indigenous Americans, which some of you and I maybe are probably our ancestors, most likely.
Yeah, like if you've been in America a long time, you've got some ancient American Indian DNA.
Exactly.
Yep.
And my dad looked black to me.
We've got some Cherokee and some Shawnee.
Nose. He had a big wide nose, the biggest nose I ever saw. I've never saw any Negro person that has a nose that big as my dad, and he turned black, just like you see black people. And I always question that because I'm a little white boy, like blonde hair, blue eyes. Nobody else in my family looked like me, so I was always questioning shit. I'm like, why do you guys always look? You look different than me. Why are you all different? You all got brown eye, dark hair, black hair, actually, and dark eyes. Everyone.
I can totally relate. We've got our European ancestors have strong heritage going back to Jamestown, 1622.
Yeah.
And, We've got a lot of Appalachian Indian blood admixture.
I found our last name going back to in Massachusetts back in the 1500s. That name spelt that way, and then going into Illinois and Michigan, going back into like 1820 to the 1870s, and to the present.
Illinois, huh?
Illinois, and so I think my dad was my father's father. I think was actually, and this is something that wasn't talked about because it was like taboo. If you're in a white family and you happen to have an illegitimate son, because you were with a black man, that wasn't talked about. But if my dad, he was light skinned enough that he passed. So I think that's what happened. And that's what the big family secret was. That was never talked about. And my grandmother took to her grave with her. And so did my father. They never talked about it. I asked my whole entire life. And I asked other people. And I found some information from my mother that told me like 30 years later, different things about my father's family and like where this father that disappeared in 1943, my dad's father, that I never knew about. Only saw, I think 1 or 2 pictures in my whole life. And he looks like a dark, swarthy skin. My dad said he was a dark-skinned Frenchman.
You blame it on the French.
I think he was
That's
a
funny.
Frenchman, but he was a mix of the indigenous black tribes of Upper Michigan.
Yeah.
And also probably Nova Scotia. They know they were dark skinned. They say some of the Iroquois were black as any African.
Yep. So, it's got me looking into that whole thing with the true Egyptians. Where did they come from?
Yeah.
Yep, the blacks.
They have come from, actually, they may have here's what I think now, that America is actually the old world talked about in Genesis, and sometimes
I agree.
The Danites came here. You go to Utah and there's all these Danite names.
Dude, Utah's freaking weird, man, especially South Utah.
You watch John Levy then, no doubt, right?
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, my sister lives out there, and she's sending me all these pictures, the painted desert, all kinds of crazy stuff. She goes on these hikes into these canyons, like you were talking about earlier, that are like 20 feet deep, and there's freaking brick. There are brick walls, 20 feet underground, lining these canyons.
Yeah. Even here, man, like literally even here, I think I'm seeing old world, like who would build these bricks along the side of a canyon, like walls, and the canyon is
in the middle of nowhere.
Like, and so the only piece of land that is there is just a pinnacle of a hillside with steepness on both sides. Why would you need to build? You're just trying to hold the wall. It didn't make sense. That still doesn't make sense to me. I think there's whole civilization with all buildings and everything that was just taken away, moved and shoved down the hill as rubble, and then started over. I think there's whole civilizations where they did that throughout. Wherever they found something, there was old concrete probably and old streets and everything, and it was all just pushed aside down the hill.
Yeah.
I see the rubble all over. I see remnants of bridges. And so I think this like creek that I go to, which is only seasonal now because they blocked off all the things, so it only flows during the rains, but where this particular creek leads to used to be a fish pond and then a canoe pond, and then they had the World Exposition, and people were they had these gondolas like in Venice, France there was water there, so I think there was running water there, and I was just there.
Wow.
I'm there almost every day. There was running water there. There was probably fish because there's no reason for freshwater clams and mussels to be up in this creek bed. It's miles away from the ocean.
Mm-hmm.
It's anywhere.
That's a good point.
So the way it flows is from the east to the west. So why is there a bunch of shells everywhere and fresh water? So I think this place probably had fish all the time and waterfalls and was probably just paradise. And
it was probably paradise a lot more recent than what we think.
Yeah, I think so.
Yep.
I think it was.
I think so too. I mean, you talk to like the older generation, like I was talking about my grandma who's born in 1908. And she's got these cultural memories from our family that goes way back. And we've got some really good records going back to the 1600s. And it is in stark contrast to some of the things that we find nowadays. I mean, the mud flooding stuff. I mean, we've got stories of encounters. My ancestors encountered like American Indians with blue eyes in the Appalachian Mountains. We've got stuff like this in our freaking family Bibles.
Yeah, like me, bro. And like, look, some people are saying that this one channel, let me get the link, hold on. And he's saying that America is the old world. So you seem like you're right along that. Maybe you've seen some of this information as well.
Yeah, I'm along the same line. Yep.
So have you heard of this channel, Kurameo?
No.
It's the Mayak. Amayak. He talks like their ancient language.
Like Amayakan?
The Amayakan, the Khans, Amaru. The Khans of America. The Khans were Americans. They were the ones that went and made colonies in the rest of the world. They had ocean travel. They went to Egypt and made colonies.
Yes. America is the old world. We're Atlantis. Yeah.
Here it is. The old, yep. What was left of Atlantis? That's where we are. Hold on.
Where are you posting this? It's not in the live stream.
Hold on. I haven't done it yet. I'm
okay.
Here it is. I'm looking through my channel. Hold on. I'll pull out his channel. Here's the copy the link here. Yeah, this guy's awesome. And if you go to the ancient America part in the playlist of this guy's channel, I'll go to that playlist too. And just start from the first one or the second one.
Wow.
Let me see. He's got 83 videos in the Untold Ancient American Truth playlist. So 83 videos. They're all at least an hour long. Most of them are.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I know what I'm going to do over Thanksgiving. Thank you.
Okay, now look, the second one is. Hold on. Did it go? Let me copy again. Is the playlist of the 83 videos. I think I've watched all 20 of them or 25 of them. Not letting me paste that. There it is. Yeah, so that
Cool.
second one is the playlist, and it's Untold.
Yeah, this is pretty dense.
It is amazing, and he has first-hand accounts from authors, explorers, and scribes of expeditions. The people that were there to record things. These are first-hand accounts, and people that were exploring, like let's say, the Yucatan in 1870, or even 1700, even in the 1700s. There were people that had come from Europe and gone to investigate anthropological findings and archaeological findings in the Yucatan and in Central America, all over Mexico. Like, this is not that far after the 16th century conquest by the Spanish, or so supposedly. They were actually Moronic Jews. They were Moorish Jews. And a lot
That's
of them,
some red pill right there.
A lot of them were black conquistadors. They were scripted because when the Spanish threw out the Moors, right, and took over back power, right, from the Moors, they were turned into subjects. They were turned into indentured servants. They were like slaves. So a lot of them that were intelligent and knew how to sail were told to go on these expeditions. They were forced to go there. They were brutal people, of course. They were subjugating black peoples. They were black themselves. A lot of the Portuguese were black, and Columbus himself was probably black, Moronic Jew.
Suddenly, I'm reminded of there's a famous figure in Germany called Maurice the Moor, who's a black guy. They built statues to him and everything else. I forgot why. I'm gonna have to Google this right now on the fly. Maurice. It's like Maurice, Germany. The Moors were all over the place. And I wonder if that's why we have places like in Florida that's called Islamorada. Let's see. Maurice, Germany comes up with something else. Moorish, Germany.
Yeah,
the Moors have some freaking gravy, man. Let's see. Caspar, the Black King of Germany. Can you imagine? Like the Germans today, like a black king who lorded over the Germans, a black guy.
Yeah,
so
actually, yes, and actually, there's the Black Irish as well.
Yes, there is.
Prester John, King David.
Prester John, yeah, from the East, from like the Orthodox world, yeah.
And Black Saint, there's Black Saints and Cardinals and all of that, going all over.
Absolutely.
Isn't that's incredible?
The Roman Catholic Church has kind of like erased them, but the Eastern Orthodox Church has not.
It's funny. Either Discord or YouTube, either one is not allowing me to copy the address. Like, it won't let me paste it. Here we go. It's about the 5th time I've tried. Copy, paste. It won't let me do it. Oh, wait a minute, because I'm already on one. Never mind. The Untold Ancient American.
Sidebar comment. Have you heard of Pugachev's Rebellion?
What's that?
Pugachev's Rebellion, 1775. there was a guy who there was a civil war in Russia when the Romanovs were in power in the late 1700s. His name, at least what we know him as, is Pugachev. It probably really wasn't. He's from the eastern part of Russia that probably included Alaska down to Washington, Oregon, and California. There was this great civil war in Russia against the Romanov family, and this guy named Pugachev led it. And he was destroyed, he was quashed, and there's evidence today you can read about the Romanovs that are trying to squelch any evidence that he ever existed.
I'm pulling it up right now. Sergei Pugachev. I just found it.
Yeah.
I'm pulling up the wiki. I'll post the link.
Thank you. Yeah, this coincides with the American Civil War against the British.
What?
The Romanovs were the most powerful family from the Habsburg branch at the time.
Oh, yeah.
They had the most wealth, the most resources, the most land. In fact, the Romanovs are credited with helping the quote-unquote North win the war against the South during the Civil War. The Romanovs sent naval ships on the west and east coast of the United States and blocked the British and other countries from interfering with our Civil War at the time. They were powerhouses. So, but before that, there was this Pugachev rebellion.
I digress. It's the wrong Pugachev. So hold on.
Okay.
This is a French business magnate. It has the same name. Interesting there. Hold on. Here it is. I found it. Yemelyan.
Sounds about right.
Yeah, weird name. Okay, so copy this link.
Okay.
Instead. Dang, I don't know why it's doing that. It's not, they don't like me posting stuff, I think.
So the Russians had territory. The Romanovs had title to land from Alaska to Hawaii, all the way down to California in the late 1700s.
What's going on here, man? Hold on. Yeah, I can't seem to post anything. Maybe if I disconnect and reconnect. Try that.
Okay. So it's interesting is this Pugachev rebellion. This guy whose last name was Pugachev, it means something like scoundrel or rat or something. We don't know what his real last name is. The Romanovs won in this war, and they basically renamed him. And there's a lot of historical evidence that they papered over who he was, what territory he ruled over, who he represented. And the speculation is that he had and held the eastern part of Russia from Kamchatka Peninsula into Alaska, all the way down to the eastern coast of the U.S., the time of the U.S. founding of the Revolutionary War. If you Google something like Fort Ross, you're going to see something about that. Like Fort Ross was a Russian fort that belonged to the Russians until well into the 1800s.
Yeah, they had settlements in San Francisco too, from what I understand.
Yep. What I also find interesting is, you know, the Edward Muybridge panorama from the late 1800s or so, maybe 1880s. It's this huge, like 16-panel panorama of San Francisco.
Yeah,
you're going to see Russian churches, multiple Russian cathedrals with onion domes on them.
Yeah, isn't that crazy? What happened to all that?
And the whole thing gets destroyed.
Tartaria.
Yep.
Tartaria, absolutely.
Yep. Yep.
Um,
Similar evidence exists in Hawaii and Oregon and Washington State.
Yeah.
The Romanovs. They were overthrown by the Bolsheviks in the Communist Revolution in like 1918, 1919, whenever that was. Yep. So all their land holdings and everything was destroyed at that point. So what did they hold before then? Anyway, food for thought.
Yeah.
I was going to say.
Go ahead, Chris.
No, I was just going to say on onion domes, because, you know, I'm one that's kind of looking into the Tartaria thing too, but I'm realizing that it's more like about what you guys are saying is actually all these different tribes and the Moors Empire and possibly those generations of peoples, those ancients even, that built these incredible pieces of architecture. Because, you know, that's my thing is, you know, clearly this architecture, even with the symbols and things on it, may have had nothing to do, maybe possibly with religion even. And perhaps like a part of a power infrastructure, just because of their relatance of actually relating more to electrical things that we understand about what electricity and how it flows. Like, I mean, if you look at a column or a capital or a frieze, or, you know, the possibility that maybe these structures even lit up because of their harmony. The reason why there's an organ in there the size of like 5 houses, you know, why they're even built, you know, some canals that are even there underneath these cathedrals that would flow heavily with water, that were then replaced with like catacombs, or even catacombs for that matter. But sorry, I was going to actually get this video on onion domes because there's this, I don't know if you heard this lady, her name is Michelle Gibson. She has this website. Yes. Man, the onion one, I actually show that one to my class because, you know, it's not too revealing, but yeah, you know, it's definitely relatable. God, there's just so much evidence around the earth, or across the earth. God, I keep saying it. Anyway.
So Chris, I think the Romanovs are a key to a lot of our history. All the greats of our rocket programs, whether in America or Germany, goes back to the Romanovs. There's a guy named Tsailovsky. I'm gonna post a link to his name here in live stream.
Yeah, please.
This guy is the true father of rocketry before all the Germans and the Americans that came after. He lived under the Romanov Empire that was overthrown by the Bolsheviks. He came up with some equations about using mechanical thrust in a vacuum, which is absolutely absurd. But everybody from Obert to Goddard and everybody else in NASA's history, they trace their research back to this guy and his work and his equations and his experiments, which took place way prior. Like Goddard and Obert were in diapers when this guy was launching rockets in Russia.
That's crazy. Yeah, that's completely new to me. Yeah.
Yeah, so this is the history of the rocket program. This is where it traces back to this guy. Before the Russians, before the Nazis. Before the Americans, before the Nazis.
Right.
Freudian slip. So there you go. I don't think he was a globe earther. This Russian guy, Tsailovsky, I can't even pronounce it because I'm not Russian.
Right.
That guy in live stream. Yep. He was trying to find out what was in the upper atmosphere. He wasn't even thinking about this outer space vacuum when he was coming up with all this stuff. All that came way later.
Yeah, here's that one on Onion Domes.
Yeah. Yeah, so why would Onion Domes be in San Francisco in like 1880?
Exactly.
Like,
or
all
just
these cathedrals.
everywhere across the earth. I mean, you got them in Shanghai, you got them in Australia, you got them in India, you got them in.
Yeah.
It's always the double towers too. That's that's what. It's just all. They got to put the answer somewhere, and it seems like it's always in the architecture too. Like they can't get rid of the thing; it's so huge, and usually pretty hard to demolish. Actually, when they do try and demolish these things.
Yeah, full disclosure, I'm an Orthodox and Eastern Orthodox Christian, and I came to this later in life. And the first flat earthers I met before my flat earth journey was in Eastern Orthodox Christianity.
Nice.
I have no love for the Jesuit Copernicanism.
That makes sense.
Mm-hmm. So between the Amish and some parts of Eastern Orthodoxy, we have a lot of allies, you could say, that are on our side of flat earth, who reject the Copernican principle.
Absolutely brilliant. Yeah, because I was unfamiliar, for a long time about the religious aspect of flat Earth. I would say I was definitely a flat earther before I realized, the scripture component for sure. But yeah, always learning.
Yeah. Look into Eastern Orthodoxy. If you're a Christian, you're interested. It is the fastest growing sect of Christianity inside the United States right now, and that's kind of nuts. So, it's ancient. It predates Rome. Rome to the Eastern Orthodox Church is an apostasy. They were one of 5 bishops at the time who broke off. They became the most powerful, but they were one of 5 that broke off and formed their own thing.
Interesting.
Yeah. The Roman Church is not considered to be mainline Christianity according to Eastern Orthodox and Protestantism. I sometimes wonder today if Martin Luther had access to the Eastern world at the time, which was besieged by Islam, what he would have been able to find out.
I'd even say that probably Islam itself is Arianism, like from the Nicene Schism or whatnot. Well, to a degree, without the moment part, obviously. But yeah, because they do believe in Jesus, right? But they say it like Jesus had a beginning and that God had no beginning. So that's already the core of Arianism, right there. So
yeah, I think a lot of Islam is steeped in you could say is Greek Gnosticism.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Probably.
What's going on, Ocean? Good to see you.
Yo, yeah, nice to see you, mate.
I don't think we ever talked before. Hey, what's up, man?
No, I don't think so. Yo, Amish, yeah. Yeah, nothing much. Came back from work pretty much, so I'm pretty baked. Still need to eat, so just thought I'd hop in quickly.
Nice.
But no Globers, right?
Still can't find it.
Oh, that's a shame. Well, can't always have Globers. But yeah, nice talking to you guys. Nice talking to you as well, Amish. I haven't talked to you a lot about you. Well, never.
Likewise.
Yeah, never spoken to you.
Yeah, you too. You're German, right?
Yeah.
Me?
Yeah.
Dutch. Netherlands.
Dutch. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's like Plattdeutsch.
Yeah, it's pretty much the same. Yeah, only the Netherlands is a bit flatter.
Hey man, I can read Dutch newspapers and stuff. I can't understand you guys to save my life, but you know what? Yeah,
It's kind of like it has.
blunder.
Yeah, it has exactly the same sounds as German, but like where Germans, for example, put the double dots on an O, in Dutch it's like written as totally two vowels, which are like, don't make sense. But if you actually knew how to map the vowels to the correct, German letters, then I think most people could read it well.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah, I think Martoth is also Dutch.
Yeah, he is.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. If you haven't connected, okay.
Yeah, I've spoken to him quite a lot, and Moderator Monkey as well.
Yep, him too. Yeah, good guys.
I mean, look, the Netherlands is pretty based actually as a country for, like, I mean, it is kind of like cooked if you look at it, but I think there are quite a lot of truthers here. For example, like more than Croatia or something, just to name a place.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, yeah, you look at, what's even more is like crazy is if you look at like the Dutch star forts.
Oh my gosh! Yeah.
All over the world, it's like, oh my god, like this stuff goes back to the 900s. Like
The
you've
entire
got
city is a star fort.
in Friesland and other places like Emden, going back to the 900s, you got star forts.
Yeah,
People
there's even like a
think they're
giant one.
Spanish. Yeah, they're huge. An entire city.
Like if you look at Zwolle, that's like a pretty big city, like probably in the top 5 largest cities, and it is a star fort.
Yeah, the whole thing.
So,
Oh yeah.
yeah, pretty much. Like even the city center is kind of shaped in a star form because it literally follows the walls, sort of. So
Wow.
it's like, yeah, it's a bit of a weird center to walk through as well. Like imagine the stores being like, kind of not placed in one straight street, but you need to go to the side a little bit sometimes. Yeah, that is crazy. Don't know how else to call it.
And yeah, you're right. It's crazy. It really is crazy. When and how was all this stuff built? Under what pretext?
Yeah, it's sick, right? It's like, I mean, if I think about it, I'm like, holy shit, we just don't understand nature at all. Like, we're so fucking stupid, Like, because we must be missing, like we must be missing the reasons behind the shapes. Like we can say resonance and stuff, but so far as I know, not many people have actually done anything, or like if you just stack bricks in a star shape, what will you get?
Right, and these things like eat cannonballs. You like fire munitions at it, and it absorbs it, no problem. It becomes part of the fortification.
Yeah, it is crazy, but it's also like some of them are built in the middle of nowhere. So I mean, that's pretty much the whole argument, right? Like some of them are in still populated places, others are just in the middle of nowhere and they're like lost. So yeah,
Right.
almost like a bit of a bunker or something, maybe not even like an energy generating place, but more like maybe like a defensive thing. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, then again, defense against whom? And I mean, it's pretty clear that whoever built the star fort's lost. So it's also creepy, right? Like, to whom could they have lost? Dude, like, who the heck won in the last reset? It's like literally Avengers in real life. I mean,
Dude, the guys right now, we have no idea what happened. So obviously, it's our history that was rewritten.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're the victims. We're the slaves. We had our asses kicked.
Yeah, but it's actually like the power level is also creepy because like the people who lost, they built much of this stuff and they lost. So the people who won, they're like, on another level. It's like, I mean, with where we are right now, I bet also the losers could enslave us,
Yeah.
Like the guys who built it. But the ones who beat the guys who built the shit, yeah, those like one level above even more, It's sick.
Is it possible that pre-flood there was a lot of this stuff constructed, and then post-flood it was just taken over by the survivors, and eventually I don't know.
Yeah, that's a good possibility too. Is that Germsy?
Yeah, hey, Yeah, Dempsey.
Hey, what's up, man? Yep.
Everything good. So I think it's because the flood it was some event that will most likely cause a lot of passing away of the amount of people that there was in this place. A lot of the death, I will say. And then after that, the nations probably were kind of smaller, and they eventually, some of them had, maybe the group that is in control today had some type of advantage, maybe knowledge, or they had some advantage, and they eventually planned the long-term taking over of the whole thing.
Yeah. Yeah, could well be. I mean, to be honest, I don't really know what to make of it. The only thing I kind of like is languages, because like the Tower of Babel and that kind of stuff. I mean, maybe I guess the take that I favor the most is that we were kind of like old people. They kind of like came from one hub, so to speak, and they were like seeded over the different places to repopulate them. Probably not equally either, but it's like at the very beginning, probably like our great grandparents or something. They probably spoke a language like they would understand each other or something. And maybe it was also done by more than one group, like this reseeding, which would explain like Finnish and, next to Swedish and whatnot. Yeah. Not sure though.
Remember, I used to live in northern Germany. There's all kinds of Swedish forts and castles and everything that was built during the wars back then. In the old, prior to the Hanseatic League, all over the place. It was nuts.
Yeah, it is true. Also, like random castles which are like now like inhabited by a grandmother or something. Like in a place near where I live, there's like a pretty big castle. Like you'll say, okay, like that's maybe for a count or something, but it's literally one grandmother. Like nobody even cares about the place. It's like one grandmother who inherited, and she's gonna die soon. Probably like she's like 90 or something. Yeah,
it's a tax write-off.
Yeah, pretty much. There are some memes about the Swedish though. Like, wait, you want to hear some nasty Swedish jokes? There was like a really good one that one of my mates told. Like we were talking to this liberal girl, and what is it? She said it like, yeah, it's actually in Sweden, it's allowed to wear your, how do you call it, like your niqab everywhere, in public, and and my mate said, yeah, it would be illegal not to wear it.
That's tolerance.
Yeah, man. It's gonna learn some Arabic before I go into Sweden. But now, to be honest, the Netherlands is also pretty fucked in that way. I wouldn't say we're much better than Sweden. If you come to Amsterdam, I mean, it's yeah, like expect Sweden, literally.
Gosh. Except they're on bikes. Like, how do you pedal on a bike with all that hanging down and not get caught up in the chain?
Yeah, don't know. Well, the invaders, they don't actually use bikes that much either. They just walk. That's a weird thing. But they don't really like swimming, and they don't like bikes either that much.
Oh gosh.
I mean, you see someone bikes, but it is like a bit, it's a bit strange that they usually don't really prefer bikes.
Hey, you know what? The Amish don't prefer bikes either. They have these scooters that they propel with their feet.
For real?
Yeah.
Lol. Can you send a pic?
Oh man, I might have something. Hold on. Give me like 2 minutes here while I find it.
Yeah.
Let's see. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about, but scooters, like maybe like early 90s, late 80s, you had these scooters that had like maybe a 12-inch wheel on the front and the back and a platform, handlebars and brakes. They get around on that. I can't find it fast enough. I have a picture somewhere. Never mind. Yeah, but that's what they do. There are all kinds of restrictions they have on like use of rubber, any kind of hydrocarbon they reject. So like the black goo thing, if you know about the black goo weirdness,
Yeah.
they reject the black goo entirely. So when they have their buggies, they wrap the steel wheels in wood and not rubber.
Yeah. Okay, sick.
Mhm.
Dude, I actually wanna. If I go to America once, I really wanna see the Amish, like, for real, because
Yeah,
I don't know.
they're based.
I don't really agree with their ideology, but I can't deny that they're based.
Mhm. Yeah, their theology is a bit off, a little bit.
Yeah, it's
from-
like if it wasn't for the ideology, I would have collected dowry and just traveled to the Amish to get myself a waifu and just settle there. Because
Yeah.
I wouldn't. I mean, it's basically also free gym. You get free gym. No global homo shit. No distractions. You can just you can just live a proper life, dedicated to Christ and everything. It's yeah.
Yeah, and you basically live tax-free in America because everything you earn, you dedicate to the church, and that's an instant write-off.
Yeah. That's also sick if that's true. No taxes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there are different degrees of being Amish too that have come up recently. There's like Amish light, Amish medium, Amish heavy, and Amish hardcore. So there's almost something for everybody now.
Yeah.
And all that, there's like Mennonite. Like the Mennonites and Amish are like friends. They're friendly with each other. If you've heard of the Mennonites, they come from a guy named Menno Simons who came over from the U.S. He was an Anabaptist.
Heard about those.
Yeah. There's also the Moravians.
Yeah.
It's a big Moravian movement here that are considered part of the same congregation too. Basically everything from the Reformation dumped into Pennsylvania where I live. We've got Lutherans, we've got Moravians, Mennonites, Amish, we've got it all. It's crazy. And there's a lot to learn, I think, about our erased history from here. Let's see. There was a Prussian king, I think Frederick II, and his daddy. They basically helped the American Revolution against the British. I think Frederick the Great actually lived here covertly. He was homosexual, and I think he had a boyfriend. I think they lived here, and they founded Philadelphia, and they lived in what is an area today that's called King of Prussia, Pennsylvania, a town that is actually called King of Prussia.
Yeah. Shit.
So
that's,
they were Lutheran. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
All
interesting.
kinds
It's not like the mainstreams, right? They're like what the Methodists. I know there are the Methodists and there are the Baptists, right? Like those are the two kind of like the American mainstream things, right? Like the mainstream denominations, Baptists and Methodists, right? But yeah, but they're both sort of like post in their own ways, right? At least from what I heard from another American friend here,
The Reformed, like the Calvinists are out here too. Yeah. Yeah. Baptists are probably the biggest Protestant denomination in the United States. And they are eclipsed maybe by the Roman Catholics.
Yeah, so also Roman Catholics, I see.
Yeah. I mean, the Catholics basically founded Washington, D.C. It was a Catholic, a Jesuit territory that they ceded to the American government at the founding and said, here, you can have this part of Maryland, which was a Jesuit slave plantation. You can have it. You can build your capital on it.
Yeah.
and I think it was a Jesuit priest that had baptized George Washington when he was dying.
Oh, lol. Never knew that. That's some pretty new lore.
Yeah.
And what about the subsequent presidents?
Sorry, what?
There. What about the subsequent presidents, like the next ones after Washington?
Yeah, no, a lot of them were Masons, and a lot of them were Jesuits, or Jesuit-connected Masons, too. So,
Yeah, because the Jesuits and Masons are like two heads of the same Hydra, right?
that's right. That's exactly right.
And if you think about it, the Jesuits also got like 3 degrees, right? Like they also got tiers, but it's also 3.
Oh, they do? I didn't know that.
Yeah. The Jesuits they do have like tiers where you're first like a regular Jesuit, then you're like a Jesuit priest, and then you're like you're pretty much part of the administration. And then like all the third degree Jesuits, they kind of like have these conferences. So except for like the Black Pope, who's like I guess the 4th degree, but that's really just like a guy elected from these Jesuit cardinals, so to speak. So it's like Jesuit layman, Jesuit priest, Jesuit cardinal, like that. And then you have the Black Pope.
Makes sense.
I mean, the Black Pope. I bet the next Pope will be black or something.
Yeah, I mean you mean like physically, or you mean like Okay.
Yeah, like
Pope's a Jesuit, right?
Yeah. Shit, that's gonna be crazy, but I can see it happening. I mean, there were already black cardinals getting voted on, so it's yeah, it's not that far from fiction. Anyways, Amish, was nice talking to you. I'm gonna go cook, but I'll hop in later tonight in voice chat probably. Like if you have time, then hop in as well, and yeah.
Yeah, for sure, Ocean. I'll see you around. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll see you around. Nice to talk to you, man. And I usually only join when there are globers.
Smash some globers together.
Well, I was talking to a guy lately, and he was like explaining stuff to me, and he said like manifolds are important and stuff. And I said like, yeah, but I mean Euclidean space is interesting because that's the one we live in. And he said like, no, because light speed. And I laughed a little at him,
Oh, light speed, which is all relative. Okay, yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's like no Euclidean stuff anymore. I mean, everything works pretty Euclidean, but hey, I guess it must be wrong. We live on a slightly curved manifold as well,
Oh gosh.
No Euclidean stuff going on. That's just a simplification, right?
Yeah, it's always curved, which means level. I mean, they always come back to that. That's all this is. Curved means level.
Yeah. Like too small to measure. How was it measured? NASA.
Right. And then you look at the formula, you look at the rise over run, and it's exponential. It's the problem of the ages. It's like the old chess game, that chess problem. How does that ancient story go? Like a guy went to a Shah of Iran or something, said like, give me a grain of rice for every like square that I build on a chessboard or something, and square it. And so by the time you reach 64, it's like to the 64th power or whatever, and he's like a mega millionaire of rice. I forgot how that went, but I mean the idea of anything that's exponential or curvilinear, it defies common sense, and it catches people off guard. And when you factor in what Earth curvature should be at 8 inches per mile squared, when you start moving towards inflection points beyond like 10 or 100 miles, the drop is immense and is visible with modern day technology. But it's not visible. Like it should be visible, but it's not.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's crazy, yeah, but whatever, man. That's normies. Anyways, I'm gonna take my dinner. Have a fine evening, or day, because it's America. Yeah, have a good morning actually. Right?
Yeah, you too. Yeah, we're having Thanksgiving here in a couple days, so pilgrims and all that other fake history crap. So, cheers.
Well, it's a thing to connect with your family. My family actually doesn't really want to do much for Christmas either. Like this year, it's really boring. So, yeah. But I will go to Canada probably. Found a nice girl there, so might visit there. In Montreal as well. So I wonder if there'll be like mud floods, buildings and stuff.
Yeah, there you go. Take some pictures at the Montreal train station there. It's a freaking gorgeous Tartarian building.
Yep. I haven't looked at anything to like save myself the surprise, but I will take a look at it. Yeah, I know that Ottawa has some pretty crazy hotels. Hotels.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hotels. Yep.
Sick. It's sick. Yeah. Gonna be amazing. I also, by the way, maybe if I join later and like I can like DM you the coordinates. There is a place on the border between Russia, Mongolia, and China. It's like kind of an abandoned city, but it has like cathedrals and stuff. It has like an old school abandoned cathedral. You can see it on Google Earth.
Interesting.
Yeah. Like we're straight up talking about, like these spires, like Gothic, it's not just a cathedral, it's a Gothic building. And around it is like a hill, like a very regular hill, with regular levels, almost like stairs. I'm not gonna say it's a pyramid, but, well, it probably is, It probably is a pyramid. So yeah. Anyways, that's a crazy place. So see you, mate.
Alright, take care.
See you.
Yo, take care, guys. See you.
I gotta tell you, I enjoy his accent.
Yeah, he sounds like Thor or something from Marvel,
Yeah. Just such power, such strength behind that voice.
Right on. Well, I think the Dutch are big into organic farming. We get all that GMO glyphosate crap, so our adenoids, our testosterone levels are way down. Those guys got like big balls. Ours are shrunk.
But yeah, I think it's been some great topics this morning.
It's been fun, man. Like this is the most I've ever talked here on chat. So, who do we have on YouTube? Can we get any YouTubers in here? Talk about flat Earth, globe Earth.
Yeah, or whether you're on the fence,
This isn't a battle, guys. This isn't a war. You're not like fighting flat Earth. We just have a different perspective than you on reality.
Yeah, the debate's over. I mean, if you're late to the party, it's all right, but
yeah, our arms are long enough. We can grab you. We can pull you back on the train. I think Sonny mentioned the other day how the heavens feels a bit closer. The stars, sun and moon, everything is like a bit lower, like the ceiling dropped.
Interesting.
I can see that. Like since becoming a flat earther, I look up at the sky and really everything does feel a bit closer because you can see the movement.
Oh, absolutely.
It's not like
the detail starts to settle in.
Away. Yeah.
I know we talk about the movement of the sun a lot, but yeah, you're absolutely right. Actually, because you just notice it in the morning. You go out in the afternoon, and you go at evening or sunset, and gosh, it's just incredible to see that motion.
Right.
Especially at different season, because the light in the atmosphere, the atmos, if you will. Is definitely changing. That light quality is completely different. It's so subtle.
Yeah, when you're in the northern latitudes and you watch the sunrise every morning, and over the course of a year, it rises further south and sets further south, and you know that it's completing a circuit that is smaller and bigger.
Absolutely. And then you got the analemma, right?
Yeah,
I mean, if you
You know what? The good part about all of this is that we can actually go out and do that ourselves with some, if we get some reference points, as far as like the sun coming up right now. Like the sun's up, it's to the southeast of me, right? And it comes around buildings that are situated at different directions from my location, right? And it'll be blocked at different times because it starts going wider out, further away from me, setting more to the southwest instead of northwest. It rarely ever sets to the northwest, but a little bit to the northwest. Yeah, we know that does that. But yeah, that's something you can do yourself. Anybody, if you have some kind of reference points, even trees, you can go at this time of day. Okay, this tree, it was right in line with this tree. If I went straight up from the tree, there's the sun at this time. So you could do your own log, and you can see how it's going to go further out, wider. None of this makes sense on a globe Earth.
yeah.
None of it makes sense. They can't account
I
for
was just
that
thinking a
without
sundial. Like,
tilt.
how does a sundial work on a globe?
A tilt. Think of how they're trying to make this fit with a ball, so they have to invent a tilt. But the tilt, the tilt doesn't encapsulate or even describe in reality what we see. As far as I'm talking about, this wider arc of the sun and moon, how it changes its arc, like it's going wider. You can clearly see it's going wider. You can clearly see that that it's going wider. So when it sets, it's way further south, and then it closes back in the summer and comes back up.
So imagine if you're in like Quito, Ecuador, right under the supposed equator. The shortest day of the year should be the shortest arc overhead, which is most direct, right over you, 90 degrees, east to west. That should be the equinox. As the sun moves further south, the bow of the path gets longer. And as the sun moves north, the bow gets longer. So the shortest day on the equator should be the equinox. That day happened August 3rd or August 4th of 2022. Not in mid to late September, when we are told the equinox is.
Absolutely agree.
Where is the equator? I think the equator is BS, personally. The sun, all the latitude longitude lines we see is meant for the sky, meant for celestial objects mapping their relative locations. We bring them down to the GP on Earth for convenience. So wherever the sun is basically an average of where people see it to be, and it's relative to everybody's location.
Absolutely. Which is why we know it's an apparent thing, right? Not so much an object, even. Just because we do get sort of these different vantage points from different sides of the Earth, right? Which is terribly revealing in itself, too.
That's exactly right.
And what better place than here on the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, right? Because it's true. I mean, getting to hear Timbo and people from all across the plane, sharing those even measurements and their stories. It's incredible to have that verification in our lifetime from each other.
You all see the Selenelian in early October?
I heard about it, but it was all clouds here.
Oh, bummer. I had a great view from it here on the East Coast. I got up at about 4:30 in the morning when it was starting. So I was looking west. The sun was about maybe 25 degrees up from the horizon. I mean, not the sun, the moon. The moon was about 25 degrees up from the horizon. And it was still dark outside. The sun was still coming up from the east. So the moon was in the west, 25 degrees up, and a crescent shape was forming over the moon from the top down, from about the 11 or 10 o'clock position. And yeah, so it wasn't like a gibbous moon that was getting gobbled up. It was like a crescent shape that was gobbling up the moon. It was coming down. I had these really good ADX binoculars that I've got, Celestron binoculars, and I was looking at it. It was ridiculous. So I'm going to say something that's going to sound weird, but as I was watching the crescent shape gobble up the moon, I mean, it was a crescent shape the whole time. It wasn't like going from like gibbous to crescent. It started crescent, it started like a bowl shape that was enveloping the moon. It was coming down onto it. I was coming down. I'm looking at these high-powered binoculars. It almost looked like I was looking into a portal. Like the moon was a hole, and over time the aspect ratio of the moon was tilting away from me. So all the craters and everything that appeared on the moon, as this thing was coming down, it was almost like it was an image that was tilting away. And when the moon was about halfway to 3/4 gobbled up by the shadow, it was almost like I was looking over a horizon itself in the moon of a cratered landscape. If that makes sense. Like there was some depth perception to the craters. Like the moon was tilting away. It was the craziest thing. This was the Selenelian eclipse. So anyway, this thing gobbled up the moon, and when it was fully enveloped, the moon went dark, and then it turned red. So you couldn't see the moon for a second because it was all covered in blackness, but then it turned red as the sun was coming up.
What?
And then it was like a secondary shadow was coming down. As the sun was coming further up, it was the redness was turning dim from the top left down, from like the 11 or 10 o'clock position down. And then by the time the sun was completely up and the moon was still up, the moon had been disappeared. And it was still about maybe 5 degrees up from the horizon at that point. It had disappeared. And that was it. That was the end of the whole experience. That whole thing took about maybe 2.5 hours.
Wow. That's incredible.
Yeah. So, yep. Explain that one, Globe guys. Like, how does your eclipse model, the heliocentric model, explain that?
Well, clearly it's just really intense gravity, right? That is clearly making it red, right? It gets angry with that intense gravity. And
yeah, it's mad at the gravity. How dare you? Pull your light down. Hey, I'm going to slow down the light, turn red.
Guys, yeah, clearly it's gravitational refraction. Yeah, with the dark matter, gravitational refraction, you know the one I'm talking about.
Always turns things red.
That's exactly how they talk about it. as they manufacture their own storyline with tidbits of fantasy mixed in.
Something that I like to tell Globers that come into the chat and lobby is to be open to mystery. It's one thing that we're missing in our modern, hubristic, advanced technology lives is the idea that things can't be known, that we don't know a lot, and we will never know some things.
True. Unfortunately, flat Earth is one of the things you can know.
Yeah. And I don't know who said this a while back, and I'm going to steal it. But they said flat Earth is about shedding belief that you thought was knowledge. You keep shedding it. You keep casting away these beliefs that you thought was knowledge, and what you're left with is this kernel of true knowledge, which is really quite small. It makes you feel really dumb and insignificant in the end. And that is a humbling experience, but it's a true experience, because we truly know very little about this place. You have to be okay with that.
Couldn't agree more. And that's the worst part is, it was just presented to us practically opposite,
Yeah, we've got all this stuff, all this technology, space stations, satellites, blah, 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 everything all over the place. We've got it all figured out. Speed of light, we got it figured out. Gravity figured out. Orbital mechanics figured out. Refraction figured out. We got it all figured out. Yeah. And if we don't know about it, it'll only take us a day or two to figure it out. We're going to figure it out, and we'll tell you an answer and make you feel good.
We'll give you guys a story no matter how false it is, just to make you feel good. Because we have to.
Yeah.
Or they'll just completely lose the data altogether.
But that's okay, because we can do it again. We got Artemis.
Whatever story they bring,
got the moon.
Okay. Hey, when you're listening to people that are telling you the truth every single time and have a story for everything, and it isn't wrong ever, then it doesn't matter. Well, you could tell those people anything at all, and they're just going to go along with it because they have to.
Yeah.
That's my word for the day. Comment for the day. They're doing it because in their paradigm, they have to.
And that's the way it happened.
Yeah. And if we didn't go, that's the way it happened. But that's not an 8-year-old question. That's a question I have, but I think I know why we didn't go there. And if you didn't go somewhere, then it's a good idea to go back and find out why you stopped doing something if you want to continue doing it in the future. Ooh, I'm going to have to get the whole dialogue, write that down word for word. I'm going to memorize that. Does it sound like Buzz? A little bit?
It really does.
You got to figure out why you stopped drinking so that you figure out what you're going to do in the future, because it's going to help you out.
Because if you're drinking and you're trying to figure out something you did in the past, and you won't be able to figure it out if you're drinking. So you might want to stop drinking if you're still drinking and you're trying to figure out why you stopped doing something in the past. But I think I know why. And I'll mix it all up now. And we didn't go. And that's what.
And that's the way it happened.
And that's that's my question. That's not an 8-year-old question.
He was totally channeling his old Al-Anon session there with that girl.
Or something, wasn't there something, man? No kidding. Detach with love. Most alcoholics, true alcoholics, most alcoholics are Al-Anon victims as well. They fit in both categories. But I digress. They do it because they have to. Anyway, what an interesting place we are in currently right here. I'm at the edge of a giant chasm that they call the Pacific Ocean. I mean, that's kind of eerie. I mean, think how deep that Pacific Ocean goes. Not very far offshore, that thing goes thousands of feet deep, right? So when you're at the beach,
Is that the start of the abyssal plain?
Yeah, like, I mean, the shelf goes out quite a ways, but it's getting pretty deep all along that whole way. So, but in most places in California, if you get offshore about 3 to 5 miles, it takes a dive into really deep water, like a huge chasm. Like, I don't know, how deep is the Grand Canyon? Is that like 4,000 feet deep?
Something like 2 miles.
Couple thousand feet deep? I think it's a couple thousand feet deep.
Yeah.
So can you imagine 10 times deeper than that?
And it's flat.
Wait a minute, 20,000, that's too far. Well, they've gone 7 miles. The Mariana Trench, hold on, the furthest is 7 miles. That's 7 times 5. That's 35,000 feet. Yeah, so you could have 20,000 feet deep.
Submariners that are at the bottom of that send out pings, sonar pings,
Yeah.
like 100 miles plus, and get returns.
Yeah, guess what? If there was a spherical hump in between, guess what would happen to those sonar signals? They'd be diverted angularly. They would miss the target.
Mm-hmm.
They would be blocked. They would be blocked, just like a wave is that's blocked by a jetty.
Bingo.
Yep.
Absolutely.
You put a jetty and you put the jetty crossways. Those waves are diverted off to the side. So, yep, that's like, if you can imagine propagation even of the nonlinear radio waves. If there was if there was a hump, that equates to obstruction over distance, just like our view does. But here's the thing that's not talked about a lot as far as our vision. The line of sight is actually the straight edge. Our line of sight is a straight edge. I don't care what anybody says about that. Prove me wrong. Show me the data where we don't see in a straight line. And then if you match that line of sight of our vision with
some of us have crooked eyeballs.
What's that?
So some of us got some oblong and crooked eyeballs, but I totally agree with your point.
Yeah, well, okay. But our line of sight is still as it is. It reaches
Absolutely.
our eye in a very pinpoint section. That means it's not diverting before it gets to our eye and curving and all kinds of weird stuff that the globalists try to say. It is reaching our eye straight to our eye. Whatever is there in that image is coming into a fine little focal point. Tiny little our eyes are small, okay? So We use our line of sight and match that with the horizon, which is a line of the horizon. They use that term in navigation. You're setting your sextant to 0 at the line of the horizon using your straight edge of the line of sight. Now, if you have a world that's like that, the globe is excluded. I'm sorry. Period. Right there.
Completely.
The globe is excluded right there with our vision and the line of the horizon. It's over right there. You don't even have to
Isn't
ask
that
for it.
how plain sailing?
Yeah, and then you get further into like, yeah, plain sailing and dead reckoning versus triangulation. Like there's different ways you can triangulate. If I haven't talked to you guys particularly about this, I'm really good at this. I've done it since I was a child, sailing on the Mississippi River and Lake Michigan.
Wow.
And also the ocean. So anyway, so you triangulate landmarks when you're offshore, let's say leaving the harbor. Okay, so I'll get more complex as we go. Let's say you're leaving a harbor, right? And there's a landmark there, like a flagpole on the end of the jetty at the harbor entrance, let's say. Okay. So you know where that flagpole is. As you're leaving the harbor, you're going in a direction you think you are. Based on a cardinal direction, let's say you're headed 270 west. I digress. So you're going west, 270 degrees west, right? On your compass. Now, as you get further out, you have other landmarks while you're still in sight of land. That's the caveat. This is only coastal navigation. So you're leaving, the flagpole. It's behind you, right? You can take your compass, a handheld navigator's compass. You line up your direction of travel, like you line up your viewfinder or the northwest with your compass northwest, so it's kind of lined up. Then you can get an angle even behind you where the angle of that landmark is, the flagpole, number one. As you get further out, you notice further north along the coast. Let's say the coast is moving basically north to south, somewhere variation of that. You see another landmark that is a lighthouse that is exactly 8.5 miles away from the flagpole. Okay. Now you take a second reading of the angle of your position to the second landmark. And so you have both. The one behind you of the flagpole, you're leaving the harbor. It's behind you somewhere. Could be several degrees off your stern in either direction. But whatever that angle is, you draw a line through your dead reckoning line of travel, which is just you draw a line with a ruler on your flat navigational chart, on your flat navigational table. Okay. It's a square coordinate system, completely square coordinate system. So get that in your mind. Nobody navigates with a spherical. They're all squares. Anyway, so once you get these angles, you draw these lines, and where they intersect, that's your location. You adjust your dead reckoning to the known landmarks. So what this is a right triangle laid down on its side, right? So you have to have both of those all those three sides have to be straight lines. All of them do. If you have the land side and that was curving, do you think you'd be a little bit off?
Just a little.
Because Earth is actually flat, like the water implies, exactly just like this. But the two parts of the triangle that are laying down flat across the water, they have to be flat, right? Or wouldn't you be off? Now, how much do you think is important to be not off by? How much of a tolerance do you think in sailing you have? So you have some rocks that are sticking up from a pinnacle next to an island, and they're 0.3 miles off the shore. 0.3 miles, a third of a mile offshore from the island at a certain direction. On your chart, you see it. So now if you're measuring across curved water, do you think you might actually think you're missing the rocks and hit them at a third of a mile if you're off? If it's curved at 8 inches per mile, let's say you're 15 miles offshore. 15 miles from the flag post. the angle to the lighthouse is, let's say, you could do it any way we want. You could say zero, that the flagpole is exactly a zero behind you, along with your cardinal direction of travel. And then the bottom side of the triangle is over there on land, in between the flagpole. That's, let's say, the 8.5 miles apart from each other. You're 15 miles offshore. You just do a quick triangulation, and you find, and you, now you're missing the rocks. You know you are. That's how the first part of the triangulation works. Now it gets more complex. When you get into celestial navigation, the zenith. Now get this clear. While you're on board any vessel that's going out beyond the ocean, out beyond in the ocean beyond the sight of land, if you're not using electronics, when I was sailing in my 20s, they didn't have GPS. And you had to be rich to afford, what is the other?
Like an onboard computer?
No, there's another navigation system. It's wide range, LORAN. Yeah, that was an expensive piece of equipment back then. So when I was sailing, we used a sextant and a good clock, a good watch, or a couple watches. And you call on you got your radio on a station from Colorado Springs, Colorado, giving you the time. And you would adjust your watches and clocks. But I had the most accurate watch on board. That was the most accurate chronometer on board, was my Bulova diving watch. So we used that. It only gained or lost a second, like in 3 months. A second. It was on for 3 months. Only 1 second off in 3 months or 6 months or something. It was crazy. Anyway.
My gosh.
Yeah, it was the best watch I've ever had. I had Barracuda trying to get my watch too when I was skin diving, but that's another story. That was in Acapulco. But anyway. So you're sailing, you're using, here's what you have on board. You have nautical almanacs that have the zeniths of every known celestial object above us in the skies up there over geographic locations.
That's a handy tool.
Geographic locations as they have been forever. That's why they're never updated, those books. They know these for a fact. So now if you're traveling along, and what you do is you end up getting 3 sightings. I'll make it real quick. You end up getting 3 elevation angle measurements with your 0 being at the horizon. You set your sextant to 0. You get 3 elevation angles of different celestial bodies, and you create what's called a circle of equal elevation. And you end up getting 3 of those with the different celestial bodies. Now, because those celestial bodies are in your almanac where their zenith is located on Earth, because it's flat and stationary, you just look it up, and then you do a triangulation of the different elevation angle, and you find out the error from zenith. Basically, you go, okay, because at this location, does this angle from this location is going to be, I don't know, 42 degrees.
Just find the difference.
Yeah, and then you go, okay, well, I'm at 48, so now I extend the circle out to where I am because of that elevation angle. And you just make an adjustment. You do 3 of those. And where those circles line up, because they're equal elevation, you can see you're not doing this on a sphere or spherical surface. Equal elevation means exactly sea level, horizon, the line of the horizon. So where those circles intersect, right in between them, that's your location. Now, doing this in navigation, you can be as accurate as like 100 yards or even better. You can see 100 yards. That's only, 100 yards? It's only 300 feet.
Yeah, that's pretty accurate.
So you can adjust and go, okay, well, currents are moving us this way. So then you go, okay, well, I better I better veer further to the north to get away from these rocks because the wind and the currents are also taking me towards the rock, right, in a lateral type of way, moving us sideways towards the rock. So you go, okay, well, I have to change my course to veer to account for currents because in this one area, I'm just making this up, but this is exactly how it works. Because of this area, there's currents that get stronger next to the island where the rocks are, taking me in closer to the rocks, 5 knot currents. And then further out, then you have only 1.5 knot currents. So you go further out where there's less currents. This is how you do it. And then, when you get close in, we've had to weave in and out of, when I was sailing, weave in and out of reefs, rock reefs that, and there's coral on these where I was sailing, big, huge coral heads that will just like tear a hole like paper in your boat.
Oof.
So I've stood watching the bowsprit and weave us in and out, just a little to the starboard, little to the port. So you get pretty accurate with the sounding measurements that are on the charts, the depths that are listed on the charts. You could check that with electronic sounding devices, right? Depth finders tell you where the bottom is. And then when you find the bottom, then you line up all these different things. There's a lot of variables going on when you're out sailing, right? No matter what kind of vessel you're on. So you're always having to vary these things as far as like these currents and winds. That's why you can't use that. But ships or anything actually moving on the water or above the surface as a measuring device. And ships are not measuring devices, but what you can rely on and hang your hat on is that you are using right triangles. And that if let's say we know Earth is flat and stationary, so the horizontal oceans that you're navigating across, we know for a fact that if you were navigating using right triangles and the surface was actually curving, can you see if you place those two things up against each other, the flat plane and a curve down below it, you see how your location is going to be different, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So your location would be off. You would not be able to rely on trying to use something which is never done. Triangles and navigation that have a curved adjacent. And that's the end of my little rant on navigation, and I'll yield the floor. Comments, suggestions, new topic, whatever.
No, I mean, I'm just glad to hear it because, I had a lot of questions, getting into this about celestial navigation and really just that kind of premise that, okay, well then if the ancients didn't have this globe, how were they also traveling, from continent to continent? Were they just making really good guesses all the time? So no, I mean, clearly, something is fishy about the entire thing. And I think that's probably the first thing to go if there's ever, even some sort of reset, if you will. Nobody's going to know how to go across the oceans anymore because, we don't have Sonny.
Yeah.
So I'm glad you explained it.
Yeah, I had a question, Sonny.
Yeah.
Can you explain celestial navigation? Oh, I'm just kidding.
I would again, actually. I would. It's early.
I want to take a moment to do a mic check and shout out anybody listening that wants to have a civil discussion about this subject. Now is a great time. Click the link. Come in here and discuss. Back to you guys.
It's sounding great, Dave.
Hey, Sonny, if you're
Thanks.
If you're feeling like explaining, go ahead and do your bit on what is it? Vestibular? The vestibular system in the ear. You did a really good one on that
one. The vestibular system. Well, yeah, it's really quite complex, and I would really prefer people to or either we could even play it. I tried to play it, but I couldn't make it all the way through. My video that I made a couple years ago on the vestibular, it explains it pretty well, and we can pause it. I think that might be better. At least you have a reference of what we're talking about. So if I'm talking about the bony and membranous labyrinth and which part of it and what does what and where it's all attached, see, it gets very complex. It goes to the optical nerves, your vestibular system. It goes to your part of your prefrontal cortex and your thalamus and your so it's good to have a discussion where it's outlined. So let me play my video, and then we can always pause it and discuss it. I'll pause it every couple of minutes. You know, did anybody get something weird? Like on my channel, I never saw it before, right below where it says Flat Earth 2017 Consciousness. That's my YouTube channel. It says @user and then has a code. Like it's an address. I never saw that before. I didn't make that code.
I haven't
Like
noticed.
it has letters and numbers. Alphanumeric @user hyphen blah blah blah.
Yeah,
blah.
there it is.
Hey, Sonny, before you explain the vestibular system, I want to give the official Glober answer. Gravitational refraction makes it not work. Go ahead.
Gravitational refraction. That would be good. Hold on. Okay, might hear some water.
Yeah, I'd want to add that the globe claim too is that you're spinning, on this ball, and then you're also spinning around a sun, and then that sun is also traveling, and yet you don't feel anything. And I would love to say, the premise of that is you have this vestibular system, this complex sensory sense, and it's completely ignored. It's even taught to completely ignore it in your relation to where you live. So yeah, super important.
But Chris, why would you expect to feel motion even though you're in motion? You're crazy, man.
That's not what my teacher said.
It's so weird.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to
the classic Glober, if you just get in a train and they'll explain all the motions of the globe. Go ahead, Sonny.
Yeah, I'm having trouble pasting things in the live stream, but I'm able to paste it in the bot. So that's really bizarre. But since I can paste it in the bot, I'll just start this video. We'll start it. And coming up, 3, 2, 1. Let's see if we have a go here. Welcome, everyone. I've been thinking about the human ear recently, and several years ago when I first discovered Earth was not a ball, I made a video about the human ear and the balance system. It was pretty crude. It was my first attempt really at doing a video, so I thought I would do another one. The topic has been coming up quite a bit with our balance system, so I thought I would just go over this. I hope you don't mind my impromptu kind of style. I like the idea of having you join with me and looking through information together. So I'll just read some of this. This particular information is from humanmemory.net, vestibular system. You must have wondered sometime in your life how your body maintains its balance. So there's a system in your body called the vestibular system that is responsible for maintaining the balance of the body and performing associated functions. So it is a sensory system present in the inner ear that provides sensory information to the brain, required for maintenance of balance and performing coordinated movements. That's very important. In this article, they're going to go through the different aspects of the vestibular system, including its anatomy, mechanism, connections, and functions. And they also mention how to discuss how the quality of life is affected by the disease of the vestibular system. Excuse me. The anatomy of the vestibular system. So as we can see here, the vestibular system, semicircular canals and otolith organs. So you can see here, this is noted as a labyrinth. We have the semicircular canals. They're positioned at basically 90 degrees from each other in 3 axes. So you have these tubular ducts, the utricle, the saxiole, the cochlea, ampullae. We'll go through each of these. So the system is present in the inner ear. It is present in a system of bony tubules and chambers present in the petrous part of the temporal bone, a part of the skull. This system of bony tubules is called the bony labyrinth. There we go. Sorry about that. The bony labyrinth contains a system of membranous tubules and chambers called the membranous labyrinth. This membranous labyrinth is considered to be the functional part of the vestibular system. Interesting. So this is all part of it, where it's located, what it's located in. Structure of the inner ear. Once again, the inner ear is present in the petrous part of the temporal bone. It is made of 3 parts. Cochlea, cochlea concerned with the process of hearing. The vestibules concerned with the process of equilibrium sensation. Semicircular canals concerned with equilibrium and position sensation, or angularity. The vestibular system comprises of the vestibule and the semicircular canals. The vestibule consists of the utricle and saxiole. These are only 2 parts of vestibular labyrinth, a membranous labyrinth present within the bony labyrinth of the vestibule. So it's located inside of a bony and membranous labyrinth. Very interesting. The utricle is continuous with the semicircular canals posteriorly. Anteriorly, it communicates with the saxiole through the utrioculosaccular duct. The endolymphatic duct rises from the utrolexacular duct. The utricle and the saxiole have a specialized areas of sensory epithelium concerned with the perception of equilibrium and position sensations. This characteristic epithelium is called macula. The macula of utricle is present on the floor of the utricle, while the macula of saxiole is present in its medial wall. Semicircular canals. These are the bony canals that open into the vestibule of the bony labyrinth. There are 3 semicircular canals: anterior, posterior, and medial semicircular canals. They open into the vestibule via five opening because the anterior and posterior canals have one common limb. So right here you see we also have the cupola. The cupola movement generates nerve impulses. These via hair cells, hair-like extensions, supporting cells, and nerve fiber. On with the semicircular canals, they contain semicircular ducts as part of the membranous labyrinth. Each semicircular duct has an ampulla at one end. The ampulla contains the sensory area called the ampullary crest. These ampullary crests sense the movement of the head and play a role in maintaining the balance of the body. Wow. The nerve of the vestibular system is the vestibular cochlear nerve. The vestibular part of the nerve is concerned with sensations of position and equilibrium. Blood supply. The blood supply of the vestibular system is derived mainly from the labyrinthine artery, a branch of basilar artery. Other arteries that provide blood to the vestibular system include the posterior auricular artery, middle meningeal artery, and the anterior tympanic branch of maxillary artery. So I just paused it for just a second. If I haven't gone into it yet, it will. It talks about how because of the endolymph, which is the liquid inside the vestibular system, that it inside of that there is a gelatinous type of material that is on top of cilia and nerves that are inside of this gelatin-like thing. And the nerves are on one particular side of these hair cells. They're like cilia, right? These microscopic hair cells, right? And on top, there's these crystalline structures. This thing is bizarre. So basically, in simple terms, geometrically, it has consequences with this ear, the copula and the cupola, which is weird that the ISS uses the same thing for their capsule thing. But the ear, anyway, so when it moves one way versus another way, it causes either compression or elongation of these hairs with these nerves on one side. That's a specific location. So basically what I'm getting at with my little rant here about that is that it sends a sensation if you're level or not. So basically it's sending a sensation of stillness is still something that it can tell. That's what it tells us. It tells us if we're still or not. So any motion or change of angularity is picked up by the system. And I'll continue. Does anyone have any questions?
No, pretty thorough if you ask me.
Okay, cool. I love teaching about this because I spent a lot of time learning about it. And I'll continue the bot here. Physiology of the vestibular system. So it says we need, in order to understand the physiology, we need to understand the structure of the macula and ampulla in detail. The structure of the macula is sensory organ slightly greater than 2 millimeters in size present inside the utricle and saxule. It has special features that help it detect then change in position and equilibrium. So it detects change in position and equilibrium. And once again, this sensory organ is present inside the utricle and saxule. See that? The macula has thousands of hair cells present in it. Each macula is also covered by a gelatinous layer that contains many small calcium carbonate crystals. These calcium carbonate crystals are called statoconia. They are embedded in the gelatinous layer. The cilia of hairs project into this gelatinous layer. Wow. Now, I may come into contention with anything that's talking about gravity. NASA themselves say that this system is not affected by gravity because Earth is flat and stationary. Anyway, the bases and sides of the hair cells make synapses with vestibular nerve. The specific gravity of the statoconia is 2 to 3 times greater than the surrounding fluid, so it's heavier. I don't know why they use the, so the specific gravity, that's to separate that out as meaning specific to itself and other surrounding fluids. So these statoconia cause the bending of the cilia in the direction of the pull.
Uh-oh.
Now they say mainly the gravitational pull. That is not correct. Gravity is a theory. There is a direction of down. We know this. So let's stick with the facts. Excitation of the hair cells. Each hair cell in the macula has 50 to 70 small cilia called the stereocilia. A large cilium is also present called the kinocilium. The kinocilium is always present on one side of the hair cell. So this is a very complex system, people. You have the hair cell, you have these nerves going to hair cell-like things, the stereocilia, they're tethered to the tectorial membrane inside of this. They're little sensors. The stereocilia continuous becomes shorter in length as one moves to the other side of the hair cell. Seems like simple geometry. There's a minute filamentous attachments that connect to each stereocilium to next longer stereocilium and ultimately to the kinocilium. Where the kinocilium and the stereocilia bend in the direction of kinocilium, the filamentous attachments pull the stereocilia in a direction outward from the cell body. A large number of fluid channels are present at the base of stereocilia. This movement causes the opening of these fluid channels that carry a number of positive ions inside the hair cell. This causes resting membrane depolarization of the hair cell. On the other hand, the movement of the stereocilia in a direction opposite to the kinocilium causes a closing of these channels. As a result, hyperpolarization occurs. Under normal conditions, the nerve fibers from the hair cells conduct impulses at a rate of 100 per second.
100 per
Bending of cilia
second.
towards the kinocilium increases the rate of impulses, whereas the bending of cilia away from the kinocilium decreases the impulse conduction in the vestibular nerve. Wow. Structure and excitation of ampulla. Ampulla are sensory organs present in the semicircular ducts. Each semicircular duct has one ampulla at one end. Endolymph present in the semicircular as well as the ampulla. That's the fluid and the endolymph. Each ampulla has an ampullary crest called crista ampullaris. Crista ampullaris has a number of hair cells in its structure. The same cells are present in the macula of the vestibule. Did you ever think you could learn so much about the ear? This is showing head acceleration, obviously angularity of the head, of the entire structure. And we'll moving right along. There apparently is a loose gelatinous layer is present on top of each crista called the copula, which is different than the cupola. Thousands of cilia and kinocilia project from the hair cells in the crista ampullaris into the copula. So all the kinocilia in the copula are arranged in the same direction. When the head turns, the endolymph in the cochlear ducts is displaced. This displacement of endolymph causes a bending of kinocilia. The bending of the copula in one direction causes depolarization of hair cells, whereas bending the opposite direction causes hyperpolarization. Transmission of sensory information to the brain. The nerve impulses arising in the vestibular system are carried by the vestibular nerve to the brain. Let's just take a look at this real quick here. See how it's attached, the semicircular canals, the vestibular nerve, Scarpa's ganglion, vestibular nucleus, the abducens nucleus, abducens nerve going to the eyes. So it needs to match up with our eyes. That's how we are able to position ourselves with our balance and our eyesight. The first order neurons are the vestibular nuclei present in the vestibular system of the inner ear. These vestibular ganglia synapse with the hair cells present in the macula and ampulla. The efferent fibers from the vestibular ganglia terminate at the vestibular nuclei. The second order neurons are the vestibular nuclei. They receive afferent fibers from the vestibular ganglia in the form of the vestibular nerve as well as from the cerebellum. The efferent fibers from the vestibular nuclei have the following fates. States? Okay. Fibers from the lateral vestibule nuclei travel in the spinal cord as the vestibulospinal tract. Some fibers form the medial longitudinal fasciculus, giving fibers to oculomotor, trochlear, and abducent nerves. Some fibers ascend upwards into the vestibular area of the cerebral cortex after relaying in the ventral posterior nuclei of the thalamus. Here are some of the functions performed by the vestibular system. Maintenance of static equilibrium. I knew these little items were important. The utricle and saxule are responsible for the maintenance of static equilibrium. The hair cells in the macula of the utricle and saxule are oriented in different directions. The specific pattern of stimulation of these hair cells keep the brain informed about the position of the head. Thank you very much. So as you can see, we have the cochlea, once again, the saxule, the vestibule, the utricle, the horizontal canal, posterior canal, and superior canal. Depending on this information, the vestibular, reticular, and cortical systems of the brain send excitatory signals to the appropriate muscles so that the posture is maintained. Prediction of disequilibrium. When the head suddenly begins to rotate, the endolymph in the semicircular ducts is displaced. This causes hyperpolarization or depolarization of the hair cells of crista ampullaris. I don't see there's any way around that, folks. No. These ducts send signals to the higher centers only when the head begins to rotate or stops rotation, as the copula and the hair cells rapidly adapt to new position of the semicircular canals. This is because the endolymph becomes static. Thus, these ducts play a predictive role in the maintenance of the equilibrium. The semicircular ducts predict that disequilibrium is going to occur and cause the equilibrium centers to make appropriate preventative adjustments. These adjustments help the person maintain balance before the situation can be corrected. You could never maintain balance if there was in a pressureless area. You could never maintain balance. Movement of the eyes. The vestibular system is also responsible for the reflex movement of the eyes. It causes the eyes to rotate in the direction of movement of the head. This function is performed via the medial longitudinal facilis. Conclusion and summary. The vestibular system is a sensory system that is responsible for the maintenance of the body's position and equilibrium. It is present in the inner ear within the bony labyrinth. It consists of two parts, the vestibule, which is comprised of the utricle and the saxule, and the three semicircular canals. The sensory organ in the utricle and saxule is the macula, which detects any change in the linear position of the head. The semicircular canals have ampulla at one end of each semicircular duct. This ampulla detects the rotary movement of the head. The signals arise from the vestibular system are carried by the vestibular nerve to the brain and other centers. The function performed by the vestibular system include maintenance of static equilibrium, prediction of disequilibrium, controlling the movement of the eyes. So there you go. I'll just leave it at that. You can do your own studies, compare notes, tell me what you think in the comments. Thanks for watching.
I'd like to give the official Glover rebuttal. Oh, sorry.
Click subscribe, and feel free to share this video. Have a great day. Bye now.
That was well done presentation. Is my mic working? No.
Yes, sir. You're coming
I'd
in.
like to give the official Glover rebuttal just to be fair here, okay?
Okay. Let's.
You ready?
Yep.
We have this thing. It's a force called selective gravity. And it can make your senses, it can trick your senses, basically. I mean, there's a little more to it, but that's the rebuttal. So there you go. It's a globe.
Yep. It's not the controllers that are that are tricking you. It's your senses.
If you guys would just understand and comprehend gravity, you wouldn't be here complaining about this globe. Come on, guys. Come on, man. Well, I'd want to give you an attaboy for that video, Sonny. That was well done. How long ago did you do that?
I think I did it. Let me look. Actually, I think I did it in 2020. Let me see. 2 years ago.
I missed it, but
I did.
Very detailed explanation.
Yeah, I did it right after I found the server 2 years ago. November 20th, 2020. Wow, it's almost the anniversary. What's the date today?
So it's almost like the creator, whatever that is, or what everybody thinks that is, created our body to We can tell
Today's
when we're in motion, basically, right?
today's the 22nd. Yeah, so this was put in November 20th, 2020. Anniversary. 2 days ago. 2 years and 2 days.
Would it be logical to say the Creator created our body where we could tell if we're in motion or we're out of balance or anything like that?
But most profound, I think, Dave, is that it tells us when we're still.
Yes.
Also, don't
like,
forget.
why would we need motion sickness pills if people couldn't detect motion?
Yeah, we know. We know when we're still. Any difference in stillness, we notice immediately, and that it doesn't matter what kind of movement. It could be a vibration on our feet, or a vibration, air vibration coming from HVAC duct, a vent of some kind, wind blowing on the side of your face, whatever. You know what I mean? You sense every little thing that's moving. Like we know if we're moving at all, if our head's being moved.
But we just can't figure out selective gravity, so we're stuck not believing in the ball. So I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, you just have to believe. If it's nonsense, that's how you weed out the nonsense. If you can only do it with belief first, then you're out of your.
Anyone out there that chooses to actively believe something like this, for example, that even though you don't feel any emotion, you can't detect the emotion, you're in all these motions. If you choose to believe that, then good luck and keep believing whatever you want. That's all I say, Go ahead.
Mm-hmm. The only way to believe that is by relying on what some person that you've never met, most likely. You're believing in somebody that you've never met, that has given you information that you don't know the source of and haven't verified or know of any way that it was ever verified by anybody else.
Maybe just take 30 minutes out of your life and go out to a nice calm lake on a pretty day and just sit there and just feel the stillness. And then just convince yourself you're in all these various motions. Good luck with that. Anyway. This has been Dead Air Dave. I gotta get the wheels in motion, so y'all continue. We still need to even begin the investigation to progress about finding this globe. If it exists in reality, we need to verify the curvature, so y'all continue. Has it been done? Man, I really am Dead Air Dave. Ain't nobody got anything to say? Let's see, which one of y'all thinks you live on a spinning ball here? Maybe God Rocking? You live on a spinning ball that exists in literally nothing. Correct?
I do have some. Wait a minute. Is God Rocking there?
No, he didn't respond. Go ahead, son.
Okay.
I'll shut up.
I do have something to say. Actually, wait a minute. What was it? Holy crap! Boomer moment. Just had it. It'll come back. Oh, I know what it is. It's Howard Cosell here. That's what it was. Howard Cosell reporting. Is there any time that we could find out if anybody's ever going to measure? Could we see the measurement of the curvature of Earth coming soon? This is Howard Cosell. Somebody that can do it better, Howard Cosell, needs to do the report, asking someone where this curvature measurement is. The Howard Cosell report on the Earth curvature measurement. Thanks. This is Howard Cosell. We're waiting for the curvature of Earth. It's supposed to be measured very soon here. We'll be sitting at the station here waiting for the results to come in. See what I mean? That could send the Globers in a panic, just like what happened in War of the Worlds when what's his name? Not Howard Cosell. Who was reading who was at that red radio announcement, the War of the Worlds? Anybody remember? I'm gonna have to look it up myself. Oh, shit. And everybody went into panic. That's an interesting topic nobody talks about. We don't talk about that. That whole War of the Worlds was... H.G. Wells was the author. He wrote that in 1897 in articles by Pearson's Magazine in the UK and Cosmopolitan Magazine in the US. Let's see. So in the 30s, Orson Welles, there it is, 1938 radio program, directed and starring Orson Welles, the Freemason, no doubt. American actor, director, producer, and screenwriter. Look, you don't get that far if you're not a Freemason. Especially in those satanic circles. But I digress. And we'll be back later with a report from Sunny on the Earth. Thanks. All right, doing the carnivore diet today. But you know what? I have trouble chewing like really tough meat. Like, anybody have that problem? It affected my teeth. Like I can't start getting a problem with my teeth with the stuff getting in between your teeth. So I have to find a way to tenderize. If I cook it long enough, it will. Like if I cut it real thin, it's like a chuck steak. If I cut it real thin and fry it, eventually it'll get soft, won't it? As long as the temperature's not too high. Anyone know? Back to diet.
I can't see meat that I need to chew too much time.
What's that?
I need to chew on meat too much time, then not good for me.
Yeah, it messes up your teeth, man. Like that. Oh no, I enjoy the protein, like eggs and beef, but sometimes it's a little bit too tough. The fat is no doubt good for you, I think, though, actually. I think it's like, I think they gave us a lot of misinformation as far as diet goes.
For sure.
Yeah. I think whatever they told us was bad for us is actually good. It's opposite.
Only about a year ago, I understood that all the stuff they were saying about not eating meat and too much meat is bad for you. It's the opposite. You can see people that were on a diet of no meat, and only vegetables and stuff like that, and after a while they had problems, health problems. And what they're doing, they're eating vegetables and they're running and everything, and still they have problems.
Probably anemic, and they get atrophy. The muscles don't have enough good protein to build on. So yeah.
And they solve it through eating meat. Mm-hmm. And then they understood how they were lied to. It's like everything they're trying to do is make people weak, make people not healthy. Everything.
Yep, that I can agree. I agree definitely. I think a lot of us would agree to that. Yeah.
Just want a weak, controllable society. Total control with weak society. Tivo, did you watch the clip that I sent you? In the end, not a clip. It's a movie.
Flat Earth is a problem only when people in charge think that way. No law stops you from regressively basking in it.
He learned the game from Carl Sagan. You can never check him. You say the earth is flat and then you try to disrespect him. I'm bringing facts to combat a silly theory because B.O.B. has gotta know the planet is a sphere. G. Whoa. Very important that I clear this up. You say that Neil's vest is what he needs to loosen up. What? And he's a Mason cause the brother's getting paid when the ignorance you're spitting helps to keep people enslaved. I mean mentally. You gon' make me go insane. I've already stepped out of the fast lane. You the donkey of the day. I ain't waiting for Charlemagne. And all them strange clouds must be messing with your brain. I ain't waiting for days, Bob. I'm right here. I got science in my corner and there's nothing to fear. I'm not sure what it was that really made you think that you could disrespect the Tyson and your ship won't sink. I mean, whoa. Can't fool the people, Bob. They know what's up. I'm in the Hayden Planetarium getting shoulder rubs. I think it's very clear that Bobby didn't read enough. And he's believing all this conspiracy theory stuff. Are these all of your thoughts or is the loud talking? I'm a high flyer, but you must be cloud walking. And I know Bobby Ray's a great musician with intelligence to say some better shit than what he's written. Damn. Yeah, guitar strings turned to Twitter things. Ooh. Yeah, you getting bodied by a young king. I'm far from famous, but I got an education. And I'm putting it to use to make a better nation. I'm making sure you get it when it's said and done. Ooh. Because the track is just a one of one. I could make another one and then another one. The DJ Khaled of teaching Bobby about the sun. Bobby Ray's thinking that flat is fact. Yeah, that flat is fact. Bobby Ray's thinking that flat is fact. Yeah, but we'll go from flat to fact. I don't wanna hear about this ever again. Not even when this ends and we're better as friends. Not even when they're saying Tyson, tell him again. And we'll put you on a show to make you sell out event. Whoa, put What about the change of seasons? The planet spins around the sun, do you need more reasons? It's very clear, rapping for fame, while I represent the culture and the spirit we claim. I mean, please, check them for a wow or an earpiece, please. Is Donald Trump the one that's feeding you all of these stupid bits of information keeps you on your knees? I know we got freedom of speech, but Bobby, please, somebody stop this, or call the drop squad, because they got this. And maybe they can pick up Stacey Dash too. So if you're ignorant, here's what they gon' ask. They gon' ask if you can play this track back to back. Bars. Yeah, it's going back to back. I had to help Bobby go from flat to fat. Took a break from my debut and now it's back to that.
Dude, to be clear, being 5 centuries regressed in your reasoning doesn't mean we all can't still like your music.
And in case there are any conspiracy theorists out there, how would you prove to us that you're in zero gravity?
We don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society.
Mind control to Major Tom. Mind control to Major Tom. Hang the green screen up and put your wires on. Mind control to Major Tom. Mind control to Major Tom. Earth is flat and there's a dome above us all. This is mind control to Major Tom. We've fooled the human race. Now the existence of God is so far away. Mind control to Major Tom. Mind control to Major Tom. Earth is flat and there's a dome above us all. Mind control to Major Tom.
You think for the longest time that you live here. What if this was just the illusion?
James Bullock is a professor of physics and astronomy at the University of California, Irvine.
The universe began about 14 billion years ago, an event that we call the Big Bang. You think that with the beautiful photographs that we have of our round blue planet, it would convince any doubters. But there are still some who insist that the world is flat.
He devotes himself full-time to the flat earth.
Delusions of the insane, weighing on my dead brain. Theories so ridiculous, it's hard for me to contain. Pay no mind to the claims that you've heard. That sound of the flat earth. I don't give a fuck.
But the problem is that it's a growing movement in America. More and more young people seem to believe that the world is flat.
Delusions of the insane, weighing on my dead brain. Theories so ridiculous, it's hard for me to contain. Pay no mind to the claims that you've heard. That sound of the flat earth.
Well, let me tell you something about the space station. It's only really there in your imagination. That thing ain't real. It's science fiction. It's there to feed your space addiction. Those astronauts are not in space. It's written all over their stupid face. See, I can spot a lie from 100 miles. And I can spot a fraud from the way they smile. Didn't you learn nothing from the fake moon missing that puppet show from President Nixon? Well, listen up, they're doing it again, it seems. Check out the harnesses and green screens. I used to work a lot in film and TV. I know a bit about the television trickery to create the illusion that you're somewhere that you're not. A green screen is what you're gonna use a lot. Or if you wear a harness and attach it to the ceiling, the illusion that you're floating is what they'll be believing. All you're watching is a puppet show, yeah, the whole world's a stage. Astronauts, they're actors, of course, and yeah, they all get paid. Look at me, ma, I'm floating in space. No, you're not, you're lying to the human race. So let me tell you something about a zero-G plane. This thing flies up and then down again. Some weird stuff happens if you're on the inside. You start to float as the plane takes a dive. Simply add an actor that's trained to deceive, and you got yourself an astronaut, or so you believe. Plane flies up and that's everyone's cue. Then action, we got some deceiving to do. Plane flies down and then everyone knows to start the ISS live show. Floating in a plane with zero-G, but you only see astronauts on your TV. All you're watching is a puppet show, yeah, the whole world's a stage. Astronauts, they're actors, of course, and yeah, they all get paid. Look at me, ma, I'm floating in space. No, you're not, you're lying to the human race. Well, another thing I noticed when I looked at these fools, they're filming spacewalks in buoyancy pools. NASA's gonna tell you that it's just for training, to practice for space station maintaining. Well, I thought about that, but if that's the case, then why the hell can I see bubbles in space? Take a hard look at the next spacewalk. Tell me if you can see bubbles at all. Open your eyes, man, I'll bet you a quarter. Those spacewalks are filmed underwater. I can see space bubbles everywhere. Hey, NASA, how the hell did those get there? All you're watching is a puppet show, yeah, the whole world's a stage. Astronauts, they're actors, of course, and yeah, they all get paid. Look at me, ma, I'm floating in space. No, you're not, you're lying to the human race. So when you see an astronaut aboard the ISS, take another look at your TV set. They're pretty good at faking, so you gotta look close. Pay some attention to the way the actor floats. If you ask me, that ain't zero gravity, but Hollywood effects that I see on my TV. Take a good look at the whole damn thing. These lying bastards are just puppets on a string. It's all a big science fiction puppet show. The game's up, assholes, cause we all know. Thanks for the show, NASA. It's been a blast. Now take your fake station and shove it up your... All you're watching is a puppet show. Yeah, the whole world's a stage. Astronauts, they're actors, of course, and yeah, they all get paid. Look at me, Ma, I'm floating in space. No, you're not, you're lying to the whole human race. All you're watching is a puppet show. Yeah, the whole world's a stage. Astronauts, they're just actors, of course, and yeah, they all get paid. Look at me, Ma, I'm floating in space. No, you're not, you're lying to the whole human race, man. All you're watching is a puppet show. Yeah, the whole world's a stage. Astronauts, they're actors, of course, and yeah, they all get paid. Look at me, Ma, I'm floating in space. No, you're not, you're lying to the whole human race. All you're watching is a puppet show. Yeah, the whole world's a stage. Astronauts, they're just actors, of course, and yeah, they all get paid. Look at me, Ma, I'm floating in space.
Darkness, my old friend, I've come to talk with you again, because a vision softly creeping left its seeds while I was sleeping, and the vision that was planted in my brain still remains within the sound of silence. In restless dreams I walked alone, narrow streets of cobblestone, neath the halo of a street lamp. I turned my collar to the cold and damp, when my eyes were stabbed by the flash of a neon light that split the night and touched the sound of silence. And in the naked light I saw 10,000 people, maybe more. People talking without speaking. People hearing without listening. People writing songs and voices silence.
Yep, found some new Flat Earth music. I just went in DuckDuckGo Flat Earth music playlist and found a bunch of it. Let's see. Now I can't even copy. What? What's going on?
Yeah, this is going out to all the globe heads out there.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the main event of the evening.
Where my FE Warriors at? The earth is flat. What you know about that? Waking up and realize 500 years of the lies. It's flat. A material plane. You got the balls on the brain. Heliocentric insane. No matter how we rise, even up into the skies, the horizon meets your eyes. They told us it was a globe, just so they could control our mind, body, and soul. Born into a brainwashed society, had you believing in the ball since you were age 3. Scientism, the new religion, put you inside a prison while constantly drilling that you live in a solar system. Space, the final frontier, keep them hooked with Hollywood. New movies every year, we've been hypnotized. All we've been told is lies in a heliocentric haze since Copernicus staked his claims. They tried to hide the truth. The fake landing on the moon was because they needed proof. So they had Apollo take a picture of the globe outside the window for the television show. Was it a painting or photo? I think math for the intro and Dubé for the info. Yeah, they put me in the know that NASA is just a show. Sayonara to the globe, cause it's flat, I'm gonna go.
By turning Earth into a spinning ball thrown around the sun and shot through infinite space from a godless Big Bang, they turn humanity into a random, meaningless, purposeless accident.
The Earth is flat. What you know about that? Waking up and realize 500 years of the lies. It's flat. They mess with our brains. Terra firma remains a flat and motionless plane. No science proof to brainwash the youth. They told us it was a globe just so they could control our mind, body, and soul. It's flat. The material plane, you got the balls on the brain, heliocentric, insane. Infinite plane or a dome, it may never be known, but the earth is our home. Yeah, want all my flat earthers out there to sing along. Yeah, come on. The earth is flat. 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 Earth is flat.
The biggest cover-up and conspiracy in history. We've been completely deluded for 500 years.
Do you believe we live on a globe? Do you believe that men have walked on the moon? Do you believe? Do you believe that the stars are millions and billions and trillions of miles away? That we are merely specks of dust in the Milky Way? The power of R compels you. Power of R compels you to believe such silly things when in reality we live on a stationary plane, fixed and immovable.
There's no globe, the sun is near. Believe what you believe in, but the answer's here. We're motionless, the earth is flat. And if you see it, it's a light us. Can you answer? How's that? Gravity is just a tool. The science keeps you grounded, but don't be a fool. You know the world's deceived except the few. Can you hear the round of skeptics calling out for you? They say don't walk too far and you will drop. Falling through the cosmos, so you better stop. Because the world is flat and that's that say that Australia ain't down under, it's a bike ride away. The movie blind, the truth, the king. The leader had your life as you must stop and think. Just close your eyes and find the truth. All those things and those masons that will come for you. They say don't walk too far and you will drop. Falling through the cosmos, so you better stop. Because the world is flat and that's that say that Australia ain't down under, it's a bike ride away. A syndicate, a smoking man, send explosions under oceans. Can you read their plan? That plane that crashed, those bodies lost. They define it on the mission as collateral cost. They say don't walk too far and you will drop. Falling through the cosmos, so you better stop.
We don't have time for a meeting of the flat
Do you suppose it is beyond us to produce a dual system of astronomy? The stars can be near or distant according as we need them. Do you suppose our mathematicians are unequal to that? Have you forgotten doublethink?
Gravity, no-nonsense approach. Stand up for yourself.
Unite.
Stand up
Stand up for yourself.
Have a no-nonsense approach. Well, I've got a fucking big BMX that can fly. Show me a big BMX that can fly. Canny, you're a fucking bullshit lying piece of shit. Fuck off. Oh, I've got a Ferrari that goes 340 miles an hour. And I've got a summer house in Spain. Show me. Canny. Fuck off. You're a liar. Oh, I've got this potato rock with gas and water stuck through it that's inside a vacuum and it all just stays here because of magic stuff. Show me it. Canny. Fuck off. You're a liar. Show me it. Canny. Fuck off. Like you did when you were a child. Commit. Stand up for yourself. Commit. Stand up for yourself. Have a no-nonsense approach. Commit. Stand up for yourself. Commit. Stand up for yourself. Have a no-nonsense approach. And here's a picture of fucking a duck's nose. Black clothes and stuff. And here's a picture of fucking a duck's nose. Black clothes and stuff. Show me it. Canny. Fuck off. Show me it. Canny. Fuck off. Let's all conform and behave like good little children. Do not escape from your box. Conform to the social norm. Conform like a politician. Conform to the social norm. Conform like a politician. Yes. Just on 2 seconds. Fuck off. We don't want all your other disciples
Sonny, my friend, Sonny. What are you doing, brother?
God rocking. How's it going?
Good.
I'm looking at new Flat Earth music playlists. I just did a search, finding a bunch of new music from all over the place. But anyway, we were talking about Utah earlier, and it made us think of you. I'm wondering if you're around. We tried to call you out earlier about, like, I know I've seen a lot of John Levy's work, and I'm sure you have too, but when they did, like, you can look from above at the structures that are all around the Great Salt Lake, where there's roads, streets, like all parceled out, but you could tell it's under it's underneath, like it's a layer underneath what's there. It's been covered over, right?
Yeah, you're talking about one of Levy's videos exactly that covers all of that. Maybe that's what you're referring to.
Yeah.
And it says somewhere, I'm not quite sure, I don't know if it's scripture or not, but it talks about these 7 noble cities that were supposed to be around some lake that was here.
Yeah.
But I don't think it was the Great Salt Lake. I think that it was Lake Bonneville, if the huge lake that used to be here. Yeah. Although it could have been the Great Salt Lake, but I don't know.
They could have all been connected too. Realistically, they probably were.
Right.
At some
problem is with the ones that Levy showed, they would have been under the water of Lake Bonneville.
Yeah. So, but this looks like something that a previous.
It's definitely old.
They don't look they don't look like modern structures. They look like old structures that are underneath. You can see the outline of streets, building walls. Like you can see the outline of the walls and the way the structures were made. It's vast, though, from what I could see.
Yeah, it's kind of amazing, isn't it? I'd like to actually go. I looked on Google Earth to see if I could find those exact things that Levy showed. I couldn't find them on Google Earth, so it was really strange. I don't know what Google Earth program he used or how long ago he got that.
Yeah, whatever. It's several years old. It's 5 or 6 years old, I think. But anyway, I would love to go there and research out some of these places. Like I think that would be really cool to do that.
Yeah, it would be to go out to some place where there was an old city that was partially buried or whatever.
Yeah,
go out there and dig around or whatever and look around. That'd be cool.
To go all over the earth to find these places. I would love to go to the ancient sites like Bolivia, Ecuador, the Yucatan, especially Guatemala. They found this area that has 60,000 structures in just this one area.
Yeah, that's crazy. They're finding all kinds of them in the Amazon forest as well.
Yeah. They're saying Yucatan was the center of the earth. It was the actual where Atlantis was. This is where the Mayans were.
That could be. There's lots of along the Gulf Coast border from the Gulf of Mexico all the way down like towards Ecuador and then down along South America. There's all these little villages along the way down there that have the names that are like similar to Atlantis. It's
exactly. Yeah. And you know what they found? They're like, I don't know if you heard of Father Crespi. He was someone born and trained as a paleontologist, a master. He has a PhD, a master's in paleontology. He 60 or some odd years, 70 years ago. I mean, this guy went from Spain to Ecuador as a priest. Now, all the villagers brought him all of their artifacts that they found deep in the jungles, gold and bronze sheets that were wallpapers on giant buildings and pyramids and temples that are beneath the jungle that these native people went out and found and brought Father Crespi all of these artifacts. So guess what? There's artifacts from every culture There's Hindu writing, there's Hebrew writing, Paleo Hebrew, there's Corinthian writing, there's Phoenician artwork, there's every culture. Chinese, there's Chinese, there's American Indian. Well, the American Indians are just Paleo Hebrews. They're probably the lost 10 tribes came here.
Yeah, they used in one of the world wars. They used the one of the Indian tribes here. I can't remember. I think it was the Apaches or somebody, where they spoke an ancient Hebrew type of language, and they used
the Cherokee.
They used it in the war for like secret, like nobody could figure out the conversation, so they used it in. When they were communicating in the war over the airwaves, so people couldn't understand the enemy couldn't understand the language because it was something they'd never seen or heard of before, and it was just an ancient Paleo Hebrew of some kind from somewhere near where I live, actually, just in like the Four Corners area, which is south of me a few hundred miles.
Yep. So that just brings this up, since I'm sitting at my desk. It's easy to look up information. Chief Joseph. Okay, so let's see here. Heard of Chief Joseph, right? Well, maybe we'll do a little background on Chief Joseph. Wait a second. Let's see.
Yeah, and if you've ever seen any of those old maps that are of the United States, old maps, they say right over the area where Utah is, it's in. So I've seen more than one map that says giants occupy this area.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And that's where that one cave in Nevada, right on the Nevada-Utah border. It's a famous cave where they found some giant bones. And they had red hair and I think 6 fingers and
exactly.
2 teeth.
And it goes back to the Paiutes. Actually, the Paiutes are the ones that have in their traditions about these red-haired giants. What are they? Sitaka. I remembered. Oh my God, the Sitaka were these giant red-haired people that were supposedly imprisoned by the Paiute tribes into a cave in Lovelock, Nevada, and
there you go.
Subsequently caved in. They found something like 89 skeletons. All were like from 7 feet to 10 feet tall.
Right.
And they also found in there, around that area, they also found moccasins that were like 16 inches long, and also duck decoys that are like twice as big as any ducks that are living now. Like, why? This place is in the middle of the desert now. It used to be under that lake, a huge lake. So they talk about this inland sea. There was plentiful food, like reeds. Oh my God, it gets pretty deep. But anyway, let's see. I have something I just pulled up for Chief Joseph. He is from the Nez Perce tribe. Let me just look and see 1 second.
The Paiute tribe, that is Utah tribe. That's Paiute.
Yeah, that is that. Yeah, but I'm talking about. But I'm talking about Chief Joseph. Now, hold on, and something he had. Hold on. Nez Perce. Oh shoot. The Nez Perce tribe was located where? Let's find out.
We call them the Fakari Indians because when Joseph Smith or when Brigham Young got here, he said he asked the Indians where they were. And he says, "Where the fuck are we? We don't know." So they call them the Fakari Indians. Yeah. Where the fuck are we?
So listen, where the fuck are we? Indians. So listen, the Nez Perce lived along the Columbia River Plateau, which is huge. It covers quite a few states in the Pacific Northwest region for at least known for 11,500 years or so, they say. So they were the dominant people of that, and it covers Oregon, Washington, Montana, the Great Basin, Idaho, and Nevada. So
Great Basin is
right in that area, part of the Nez Perce location. Now, Chief Joseph had, let's see, this is written by ICT is, who, I don't know, this is some article, IndianCountryToday.com. Where did Chief Joseph get his Mesopotamian tablet? And let me copy and paste the link. 1 second in the live stream voice text. I'm going to read part of this because it's fascinating. Okay. And here's the link in the live stream. If you want to follow along. So when Chief Joseph, a renowned Nez Perce leader, surrendered to the Europeans in 1877, get that date, he gave a special gift to General Nelson Appleton Miles, wrote Vine Deloria Jr. in his book Red Earth, White Lies. The gift received by the general was a pendant that turned out to be an ancient Mesopotamian cuneiform tablet. According to Benjamin Diniali of AssyriaTimes.com, the tablet was translated by Robert Biggs, professor of Assyriology at the Oriental Institute of the University.
Hang on 1 second, Sonny. I'm gonna answer this call and I'll be right back.
Okay, no problem. I'll go back to it when you come back. But I'm going to read this. So Professor Biggs found that what this cuneiform tablet was from Mesopotamia, that the leader of the Nez Perce tribe says it was passed down generation after innumerable generation. Professor Biggs, I added that part. Professor Biggs found that it was a sales receipt for a lamb dating back to 2042 BC. Okay. Mary Gingling of Helium's History Mysteries wrote, the chief said that the tablet had been passed down his family for many generations and that they had inherited it from their white ancestors. Chief Joseph said that the white man had come among his ancestors long ago. Chief Joseph was a man of honor, and there was no reason for him to invent a flowery story about the origins of his gift. Furthermore, Gindling eliminated the possibility of forgery based on the fact that cuneiform had not been deciphered until 1846. And a potential forger would have to have been familiar with not only with the ancient language itself, but of the shape of the tablets created by the ancient scribes. So, the story of Chief Joseph's tablet leaves us with a mystery. How did the ancient Assyrian artifact make it to the Western Hemisphere without the sphere? The scholars are still scratching their heads in search of an explanation. The Chief Joseph pendant was not only Mesopotamian tablet was not the only one found in North America. NativeVillage.org mentions another cuneiform tablet that was found in 1963 in Georgia by Mrs. Joe Hearn. It was written in Sumerian language and dated to approximately 2040 BC. According to Weird Georgia by Mark Schuerman and Mark Moran, the tablet discovered by Hearn was a receipt that recorded a purchase of several sheep and goats for ceremonial sacrifice. This goes on and on. Gloria Farley, an independent researcher from Oklahoma who was interested in pre-Columbian visitors to North America, wrote about numerous occasions on which ancient coins and other artifacts from the Mediterranean and the Middle East were found in North America. One such occasion was cited by NativeVillage.org. In 1980, quote, a small heavy black stone found near Hogden was brought to her for her opinion. The design resembled a flower with a complicated base. According to NativeVillage.org, Farley consulted with Dr. Barry Fell. Heard of him. He's the author of BC America and also the Bronze Age book. A zoologist at Harvard, who was also an expert in ancient inscriptions, he concluded that the design resembled the seals from ancient Dilmun in the Persian Gulf. The inscription, said Dr. Fell, appeared to employ the ideographs used by Delmunian scribes, especially the ones for Inanna, goddess of love, and queen of heaven. Do these discoveries beg for a re-evaluation of world history? ? Do they prove that merchants and explorers traveled between Western and Eastern hemispheres long before Columbus stepped foot on American land? At the very least, they mean that maybe scholars need to start asking new questions. Good article. I love this, man. It tied right back into my Ancient America. Barry Fell is the one who wrote America BC. I think you can get that in PDF. Let's see. Here's the Nez Perce. Here's about the Nez Perce, where they're located. Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's the Nez Perce. This is what you call research. You see Glover's bringing up all these different sources that I'm citing and actually showing the links where the information is coming from. I have not seen one Glover that has provided information like that. Really interesting, man. Our history was hijacked so well. Let's see. I was going to look up something else just now and I forgot. So you're all probably part of these tribes that lived here, just been lied to for generations. That we forgot where we were from. That's how the indigenous Americans became the African Americans. There's no African about that, about the black indigenous Americans that were here in the very beginning. The Mayans, the Aztecs. I mean, the Chaldeans were here, the Phoenicians were here, the Paleo Hebrews were here on the Mississippi. The Nez Perce leader in the Columbia River Valley, which is way in the northwest, had Mesopotamian tablet passed down through generations, according to his own testimony. Otherwise, how did he get it? This goes on and on.
Yeah, great presentation, by the way, Sonny.
Thanks. Which one?
So,
Just now?
both, yeah. I mean, the first one on the vestibular system, and then this one as well.
Yeah, man. I like information, and I've studied a lot of this information. Like, it's fascinating to me still. For instance, is talking about the Nez Perce tribe. Moving on about that, they're saying that at the time of the Lewis and Clark expedition, 1804 to 1806, that they approximately covered 17 million acres. Listen to this. And covered parts of present-day Washington, Oregon, Montana, Idaho, in an area surrounding the Snake, Grand Ronde River, the Salmon River, or Naco-Ixcus, the Chinook Salmon Water, the Clearwater, Kusaikai, Clearwater Rivers. The tribal area extended from the Bitterroots in the east to the door of the northwestern plains of Montana to the Blue Mountains in the west between latitudes 45 and 47 degrees north. They have more than 70 permanent villages ranging from 20 to 200 individuals depending on the season and social grouping. Archaeologists have been able to identify a total of 300 related sites, including camps and villages, mostly in the Salmon River Canyon, which I've been to. Wow. Trip out. I've been all along that. Me and a friend in the 70s drove all the way to Salmon, Idaho, and then up to the Columbia River, and then all the way out to the West Coast. That was pretty cool. Anyway, I'll move on. The Nez Perce, very interesting. Bunch of places I've been to.
I'm back. Sorry about that. I had a phone call I had to take.
Oh, no problem. I think the only part I left off where you left off was what was I looking at? Where's that one? Yeah, that he had a Mesopotamian tablet that was a certain kind of dialect. It was from certain kind of priest that are supposedly from somewhere else.
Well, Mesopotamian tablet, that's a cuneiform, isn't that a cuneiform text?
Cuneiform tablet, yep. And
yeah.
So that one he had was for a receipt for the sales of a lamb dating back to 2042 BC. Wow.
What an artifact. Holy moly.
Chief Joseph.
And an Indian had that over here?
Yeah, listen. So I'll read this part again, this paragraph. Mary Gindling of Helium's History Mysteries wrote, quote, "The chief said that the tablet had been passed down in his family for many generations and that they had inherited it from their white ancestors. Chief Joseph said that white men had come among his ancestors long ago," unquote. Chief Joseph was a man of honor, and there was no reason for him to invent a flowery story about the origins of his gift. Furthermore, Gindling eliminated the possibility of forgery based on the fact that cuneiform had not been deciphered until 1846, and a potential forger would have had to have been familiar not only with the ancient language itself, but the shape of the tablets created by the ancient scribes.
Wow.
They would have had to know all that. So they would have had to have known all that. So it says it leaves us with a mystery. How did he get it?
Well, they obviously came over here.
Yeah, and then listen, another cuneiform tablet was found in 1963 in Georgia, and it was written in a Sumerian language dated to 2040 BC. Once the same, and was according
that
to
very well could be pre-flood, even. I don't know
exactly.
Or right after the flood, somewhere right in that area.
And listen, the tablet that was found in 1963 in Georgia was discovered by Hearn was a receipt that recorded the purchase of several sheep and goats for a ceremonial sacrifice from 2040 BC. Another receipt, a tablet. So where is the old world? That's my question.
Right here.
The old world here in America.
Right here. Yep. Right here in Utah.
Yeah, go find out what the oldest mountains that were the first ones above the water are like in Canada, right? Like the Rocky Mountains, right? In the Canadian area. Those granite Rockies in the Canadian Rockies.
The mountains that are right east of my house, it's called the Wasatch Front.
Exactly.
You can see the water. You can see the lake water line on the face of it, where the lake was, where the shoreline was. It's like the waves made a dent in the mountain, and it goes all the way along, 100 miles long, from Ogden all the way past Salt Lake, all the way to Idaho.
Yep. Ancient shorelines. Yep. So they found those in California too. The Calico Hills. Where they found these ancient shorelines. I think they were about 1,500 feet in elevation.
Okay, this shoreline here is at 5,200 and something feet elevation.
Yep.
And they say that I'm at 42 right here, so that's 1,000 feet above. So the water would have been 1,000 foot deep right here where I live. And
that's ocean depth waters, inland seas. Yep.
Anyway, so what I'm saying is that archaeologists say that here in Utah or anywhere in this area, if you go to that elevation, 52 something, is right where that water line is in the mountain, where the shoreline to that big lake was. If you go anywhere at that elevation, that's the shoreline of this lake, and you can find Indian artifacts all over that elevation. They're everywhere. All you got to do is be at that elevation, and you can find old ancient relics like pottery arrowheads and just various different things. So there were people that lived here around that lake for a long time.
Yeah. And listen, like I grew up on my father's sailboat for 8 years in Los Angeles, right, in the 70s and till the mid 80s when I joined the Navy. And there's ancient things all around us. Like, but for instance, talk about civilizations. What I was going to talk about is the marina. The beach there, I saw old maps that were listing off every tribe that lived all along the California coast, and there were literally hundreds just in the LA basin along the coast of LA. Not even going into Orange County.
Los Angeles. California was an island.
Right on the beach at like Santa Monica and a little bit south to the 50 miles south to the Orange County border, and then north to, let's say, Ventura. There were literally hundreds and hundreds of different family tribes living just along the coast.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy.
So where did all these people go? They were all massacred, taken as slaves, all moved off their land, like taken away.
A lot of them by the Spaniards.
Yeah, that's where all the slaves came from, is here, not from Africa. Listen, who was colonizing Africa? The Dutch, the Germans, the British, right? They had their colonies. They were filling up their colonies in Africa with American slaves.
Wow.
Who are actually like the people that were fleeing the Roman collapse.
Man, our history is nothing like what we were taught, is it, man?
Nope.
Not a bit.
Not a bit.
Like in 563, the Welsh history in 563 said that Arthur the First went away and came back, or Arthur the Second came back and told his father he was gone for 10 years. He came back to England that was devastated by some cataclysm in 563. Wow. And you look at just do a search about the cataclysm in 563, where there was no sunlight. And everything was a disaster. Like no crops would grow. Like it was a famine.
Must have been some kind of a volcano.
So he came back and said he found lands, and this was in Welsh history until the 1920s. They took it out of all history in England after 1920. But before that, you could learn actual Welsh history. And they told of Arthur going. Arthur was a real person, and Arthur II went and sailed to the west and found the land and came back and brought his father back to America, where Arthur died, or Marduk, I think it's one of them. But Prince Marduk went with, and Arthur II actually died in America. One of those. I might have mixed up.
Yeah, this continent's been being used. Before the flood, after the flood, this is not a new continent being discovered by what's his fuck.
And I think all of these things we're learning about, that we have the little clues to. Oh, giants, you think it's weird. Oh, these weird architecture, blah 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 blah. On and on and on. The things we've looked at, you could plainly see that it matches with this idea that this was the old world and this was the pre-Diluvian world. You have the Nephilim here. You have like these huge places, metropolises, bigger than anything in the Middle East. Listen, the extent and the massive size of these structures they're finding in Yucatan Bolivia and Yucatan, Guatemala and Mexico, under the forests, under the jungle. There were millions and millions of people. This is the old world. The things talked about in the Bible of the pre-Diluvian world, most of it happened here. What was over there?
Talk about the Book of Mormon. The Book of Mormon talks about those people, and they call them the Jaredite people, and they came from the Tower of Babel.
They did, and you know where the Tower of Babel is? Cholulu. The Cholulu Pyramid. in Mexico. Look at it. I'll give you some data to look at. I'll give you a video, 2-hour-long video, talks about Cholulu.
Now there's a lot of stuff that when you dig deep and these people go out and find these buildings in these ruins and stuff, and then now we're putting it together, and it's amazing, totally amazing. They say that there's literally thousands of these structures in South America under the jungle. Thousands, there's millions of people that were there.
That's crazy.
Yeah. They got that new LiDAR technology where they drive with an airplane and they take pictures of the jungle, and it finds these under the jungle buildings or a shadow of them or whatever you call it. And they're everywhere down in South Mexico, everywhere. Crazy. There must have been, huge. And the Book of Mormon says it was the biggest city or the biggest civilization ever on the earth, and will remain to be the biggest ever. So I don't know if the Book of Mormon is true or any of that shit, but it does say that stuff about that South American population down there, that it was actually at one time.
Yeah, so watch this. Watch this one when you get it. Sorry.
The largest amount of people ever, biggest city, the most advanced civilization ever that lived on the earth, is what it says.
Yeah. And listen, I grew up in St. Louis, and I didn't know that right across the river in Cahokia was the largest ancient site where the most people lived. As many people lived there at the same time as London and Rome in 500, from 500 BC to 500 or to 780, something like that. There was as many people, 250,000 people living there, as large as London or Rome at the same time. So now these are all over. So watch this. Watch this video when you get a chance on your own.
Okay.
America's Garden of Eden. We're the first civilization. Ancient American Truth Part 2.
And that's why Joseph Smith claims that the Garden of Eden is in the USA.
It's in America. Yeah.
That's what he claims. I don't know if it's true.
The actual Egypt, the real Egypt is here in the Mississippi Valley. That's Egypt. That's where it really is. These epic battles that were fought and all kinds of things that happened that you think is in the Middle East never happened over there. It was all in America. If they're myths, they came from truths of life in Atlantis before the destruction, before the flood. Plato himself said you couldn't travel. In his time, you could travel. But wait a minute. In Plato's time, he writes about it, that you couldn't traverse past the Pillars of Hercules because of the mud. From the destruction of Atlantis, you couldn't cross the Atlantic for many years.
Yeah, many years. It was so muddy you couldn't sail through it or nothing. Yeah, I've read that too.
Mud and weeds, and these are where these ideas of the Sargasso Sea. Well, it was true. You couldn't cross the Atlantic. It was destroyed.
Yep, that's crazy, huh?
Mm-hmm. So
yeah, I read that too. Can't remember where I read it.
That's pretty amazing. Think about all these little things I'm linking together that I've studied for many, many years. Probably God rocking, and a lot of us have,
Yes.
But think about all these ends when you put them together. It makes a good, cohesive, concise storyline that isn't like all going all which way and like going all these different ways that don't connect. But you think about this being the old world, and then it starts to make sense that all those places like in Egypt, in the Valley of Kings and all that stuff is tiny, a fraction. If you put all of the monuments that were ever found in the modern known, what they called the old world in Egypt, the Middle East, Northern Africa, any of those places, right? Put it all together. It is infinitesimal compared to the size and extent and connections of all these mega structures that are here and are celestially aligned, precision, with precision. These are not savages. That's the story they said, so they could come here to America and rape your women and steal your property and say you were savages, you deserved it. So that's what happened to everybody here I'm talking to. If you're in America, you're probably have indigenous American.
I got Cherokee. I got Cherokee blood in me. My grandma was half Cherokee. My dad's mother.
The Cherokees are actually Jewish. Like I knew Cherokee families in LA, and the father is Jewish, and there's no doubt about it. But they're Cherokee, all right. And you know what? That's funny. Now match up. Here's another end that I'm going to tie for you together to connect them. The Cherokees had the oldest version ever found of the Ten Commandments written in Paleo Hebrew. How's that? Match it up with now Nez Perce on the other side of the continent in the Columbia River Valley, and the Cherokee in Georgia, Tennessee, Kentucky, Arkansas, Cherokee, right? Yep. They have the freaking oldest written record of the Ten Commandments in a language that wasn't even translated until much later, till they figured out this was Paleo Hebrew in America. So once again, all along the Mississippi Valley, we have every civilization written: Sumerian, Indo-Eurasian, Chinese, Roman artifacts, ancient Greek artifacts and writings. They were in continuous connection with each other. All these civilizations were all here in America, all of them. This is probably the center of the whole thing. And we know this is true with corn and coca, and so corn, tobacco, coca, and many other plants that originated in America only genetically. They've traced it back. They know where it came from. Like they've even found the predecessors of corn in the wild in Mexico, parts of Mexico, I think central Mexico. And so they found these writings and etchings of these actual images of corn in Egypt. When they know corn originated here in America.
Right.
So where do you think agriculture started? In the oldest land that was above the waves, or the newer ones? What makes more sense?
Yeah, the old one right here. Yep.
So that's how deeply we've been fooled. And this is my new passion, this topic.
Yeah, me too.
I'm all about ancient America now, like who we actually are here. We're ancient Americans. The Mayans were expert navigators, and the Phoenicians were probably just offshoots of these people that left from here.
Yep, you're probably right. Yep. This was an amazing place. And that's exactly what the Book of Mormon says too. It says exactly what you're talking about.
Oh, I remembered something I forgot earlier that we were talking and I forgot. So listen, that's the same thing. Listen, that's the same thing the Freemasons thought were secret. Well, look, I'm sharing it. Like they have a death sentence if they share. I'm not a Mason. We all have this information now. They thought we're going to be kept secret in their books, in the books of Rosicrucian, in the Freemason Bibles. It talks about America being the center. You know what? That part is true. You all have the information now that the Freemasons thought was secret. We have access to it. And I'm here to tell you, I'm going to preach it from the top of the hills.
Yeah, right on.
Yeah. I am.
Yeah, me and Jason started this history thing about a little over 2 years ago when we were down in the learning curve, and we were doing that, researching this history that you're talking about, over 2 years ago.
Phone call.
Hello.
Phone call. Good job. Muted himself and everything. So, Anybody still listening? Yeah, it's pretty incredible, man. It's the most interesting topic I've like found up to date. Like now, I want to go fully into it because Memphis, like they have. This is going to trip y'all out, man. Memphis in Tennessee is the real Memphis. You know, they found ancient Paleo Hebrew in Kentucky and Tennessee and Arkansas.
There's also another interesting thing with the Amazon. There was it's not really reported that much anymore, but there was a Spanish explorer that went down there in the 1500s, sailed down the Amazon, and there were cities with roads and cities with millions of people, and then they mysteriously they went back and there was no one there. Now, is that written that there was no one there so that they can claim land there and, you know, like wipe them out? Like, because it's mysterious that there's cities and roads and cities of millions of people, and then they go back and there's no one. Like, come on.
That's a story. That's just a story. Same thing they said about the Mayans and the Mississippians. They said they all disappeared. No, you know what? They were assimilated. They are you and I. They're you and I. That's who they are. Here, if you're in America, like, listen, I know someone close by, a neighbor actually, that lives close to me, and he's from St. Louis as well. Now, he's a big, tall black man. Like, I believe he and his family are probably the original Aboriginal people that lived in St. Louis.
Yeah,
they're the remnants. What happened is after a disaster, the remnants were left, and some other peoples came in to control it. These so-called the Columbian expansion. Yeah, the Columbian expansion, right? So they went in and they knew these things because they were writing about it, like you're saying. They were writing about how vast and how complex and how scientifically enabled these people were, as far as their building and their techniques and all this. And they have complex concrete technologies.
Yeah, and regenerating soil and everything.
All kinds of stuff.
Self-regenerating soil, which is still there.
So them telling us that these peoples disappeared was a big hoax on all of humanity, not just one particular type of people, all of us, because, you know, all of us came from wherever the original earth that came above the waves were from that place. That place, I believe, is right here in America. It's the only place that's a candidate, actually. And now they do try to finagle this by saying, oh, that Africa at one time was green and it had much water. Now, I know about what they found on the Sphinx, and I agree that definitely looks like vertical water erosion, you know. And so that probably was true. That could be it. That could have been caused by the flood as well. But I'm not so sure. Like, you look at the desert areas where they're saying the Middle East is, you could look at small areas and they really actually pale in comparison to the size of the land that is here in America, South America or North America, and the wide open plains, how much area had complex building structures all connected by roads like Roman roads. Like they have the Bimini Wall that's under the water now off the southeastern coast of America in the Bahamas. Roman roads.
They even had railroads, Sonny.
Yeah. So you tie these all together and you figure every civilization that you know of came from the center of all civilizations and the Tower of Babel, and it was all true, and it was in Mexico.
On the Temple of the Sun in Mexico, there's writings at the base of it that go around. It says, "We are the people of the Tower of Babel."
Yeah, it's right near Puebla, where I went to the Sun Pyramid in the
Yeah, that's the pyramid I'm talking about. The pyramid of the
Alameda.
sun.
Yeah, the Sun Pyramid. I've been on top of that Sun Pyramid myself.
Oh,
in
have you?
person.
That's cool.
Yeah, and so
Yeah, it's written on that.
Cholula,
It's written on that pyramid that they were the people of the Tower of Babel.
yeah. So look at where Cholula is. Cholula Pyramid is the largest pyramid ever found, and the largest edifice ever created on Earth in volume and in size. It could fit 4 Roman Colosseums inside the base. It's like twice as large in volume as the Great Pyramid at Giza. So Cholula, that's the one I'm talking about, and and in their own language, they are talking about in the ancient Mayan language. They're saying that this is the the temples of Baal, Babal, Baal. Yeah, Baal. Listen, they're worshippers of Baal. Yeah, Babal, where the language were all split and everybody went diversely across the plain in different directions. So, and the other thing I was going to mention about the Mayans, the Aztecs, the Incas, most of them, they all have the same afterlife story as the Egyptians. And this is what some of these early explorers and paleontologists, people like that were interested in. What are these people doing way over here? How'd they get there? What are they doing? So in in actually the late 1600s, there were people that were going down and writing what they were seeing, just like you said, right? And they found that there was a more ancient variety of the Egyptian afterlife story. It was verbatim in America as it is in Egypt. They said they'd go and you would ride across, and then you would like the whole thing, their whole story. You'd be taken across to this place, and I'd have to read it off of some script to remember exactly what it is. But it's just like the afterlife of the Egyptians. So if an older version was found here in America, which place do you think is older? No answer necessary. So if you watch this one, I think he talks about these old books written by these people who were down there. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah,
They've got most of the Grand Canyon to where it's illegal to go in there and search around. It's like because there's artifacts and there's structures and different things down in the Grand Canyon that are super, super old, and it's off limits. If you go down there, these big black helicopters come chase you out of there, or they tell you they'll land and tell you you're going to get arrested. Go any further. All kinds of weird shit happens down there. Yes, from what I've been told, from people that want to go in deep into the Grand Canyon, try to search it out and this and that. They get ran out of there. They don't want them in there for some reason.
So here's this book. It's called Atlantis, the Antediluvian World, Part 1, The History of Atlantis, Chapter 1. And let's see. The book is an attempt. Let me find out when this was written. Hold on. Let's see. I'm at 6:30. 6:56. Okay. I don't know if he announces who and when. I'd like to find out when this one's written. Just a second. Here we go. Okay, so this book is written, it's called Atlantis, the Antediluvian World by Ignatius Donnelly, illustrated New York Harper Brothers, something, blah, 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 1832. Hold on, let me make sure that's 1832. Let's see. I want to get that right. No, 1889. Okay. Excuse me. So 1889, hold on. I'll read some of this. Okay, so the purpose of the book, Chapter 1. This book is an attempt to demonstrate several distinct and novel propositions. These are: 1, that there once existed in the Atlantic Ocean, opposite the mouth of the Mediterranean Sea, a large island, which was the remnant of an Atlantic continent and known to the ancient world as Atlantis. 2, that the description of this island given by Plato is not, as has long been supposed, fable, but veritable history. 3, that Atlantis was the region where man first rose from a state of barbarism to civilization. 4, that it became, in the course of ages, a populous and mighty nation from which, overflowing the shores of the Gulf of Mexico, the Mississippi River, the Amazon, the Pacific coast of South America, the Mediterranean, the west coast of Europe and Africa, and the Baltic, Black Sea, and the Caspian, were populated by civilized nations. And that it was the true antediluvian world. Hold on, I have to wait till it goes up a little higher. The Garden of Eden, the Gardens of Hesperides, the Elysian Fields. One sec. That was 5. That it was the true antediluvian world. It's going to page up here. I'll read more. That it was truly the Garden of Eden, America.
Wow.
And the gardens of Hesperides and the Elysian Fields. Hold on. Should still be moving.
That's funny because that's exactly what the Book of Mormon says. That's so weird.
Yeah, wait a second. Then he's going to, wait a second. Then he's going to prehistoric structures of Central America, who erected them. A lecture by Martin Ingham Townsend of Troy, New York. Anyway, this one says, oh shoot. It goes fast. I want to try to read it so I don't get copyright from his channel, so I'm just reading it. Let's see. Next. Okay. This is the title of this part. Oh, darn it. I don't have the whole thing. Anyway, these are ancient structures of shit. I can't read it. Damn. And Peru, anything. Anyway, it says the ancient Greek and Roman scholars knew of the existence of the Western continent. In the earlier existence of Greek and Roman peoples, knowledge was extremely limited. These peoples were without any mode of perpetuating or transmitting knowledge until the days a little more than 1,000 years before the Christian era, when Calmus brought from Phoenicia the letters, which had been invented and adopted, therefore, and representation and expression of articulate sounds. And by the combination of these letters to transmit and perpetuate human ideas, there is a scarce race of savages in our days where the mass of the body politic are as profoundly ignorant as were the great body of the Greek people 1,000 years before Christ. Even those men who made such acquisitions of knowledge were possible in that day could only transmit from the lips of their whatever something implied from the implied teacher, and by travel to those countries Sorry, it's disjointed. He's showing some pictures now. It's kind of skipped. Anyway, it says, number one, the ancient book entitled The Book of Wonders, ascribed to Aristotle, contains the following. When the Carthaginians, who were masters of the Western Ocean, got that? Masters of the Western Ocean? Observed that many traders and other men, attracted by the fertility of the soil and the pleasant climate, had fixed their homes. They feared that the knowledge of this land should reach other nations. A great concourse to it of men from the various lands of earth would follow, that the conditions of life then so happy on that island would not only be unfavorably affected, but the Carthaginian Empire itself would suffer, and the dominion of the sea be wrestled from their hands. And so they issued a decree that no one under the penalty of death should therefore sail thither. So they're saying they made a law that you couldn't sail to the western seas, to the west in the Atlantic. So listen, the passage is quoted not merely with the claim that it refers to the continent of America, but for the purpose of showing how carefully the Phoenician people, whether Asiatic, Carthaginian, or Spanish, guarded from the great world the foreign discoveries which had made, and where their kindred were enjoying prosperity, and to enable us to see how little likely. I don't know if I'm going to get a full sentence out of that. 1 sec. This is from an old book. These are from the 1890s and 1880s. Yeah, so... 1 second. I'm just waiting for the video to catch up with what I was reading. They call it Atlantis Insula. Here's a snapshot from this book. I don't know what year this is, but let me do a screenshot and I'll post it. This would be that one. Yeah. Okay. Good. Back to Discord. I hope you like this. I like going through information and discussing with you guys. So feel free to chime in. They used to call this. I'm reading off of the video that I did post, Amish Exorcist. I posted at 10 minutes after the hour. Part 2, Untold Ancient American Truth, Garden of Eden, First Civilization. That's what I'm reading. I'm reading from the book that he is reading from in the video. I'm not playing his video because I don't want us to get a copyright strike. Yep. The ancient world, the old world is America. So the end of that other sentence is said that, let me start at the sentence. Okay. This passage is quoted not merely with the claim that it refers to the continent of America, but for the purpose of showing how carefully the Phoenician people, whether Asiatic, Carthaginian, or Spanish, guarded from the great world the foreign discoveries which they have made, and where their kindred were enjoying prosperity, and enabled us to see how little likely their discoveries would be to come to the knowledge of the great mass of mankind. They wanted to stop people from going there because their kindred were having prosperity there. They didn't want to ruin it. They made a law that you couldn't sail to the west. You guys get that?
I got a question. When they were sailing to the west, were they sailing over a hump of water?
No, they were not actually. They were actually using the triangulation that we still talk about with celestial navigation that we're using now still. They were using the same thing. Here's top
And
secret information.
That requires a straight baseline, right? Go ahead.
Yep, absolutely. And this is top secret information that used to be literally punishable by death for sharing this information, was what the sailors were sailing across using elevation angles from celestial bodies. They knew they were sailing on a flat plane. That was kept secret by the heliocentrists that were in charge of writing the books and printing them. You guys got that? Same period of time.
Have you seen that John Levy video where he shows all them kilns in Utah? There's like over 100 of them in a row.
Yeah, I did see something about that. But if you have a link for that, post it for everyone. And we can go back and
all these kilns, like over 100 of them in a row. It's just this big long row of. They were making those red bricks that all these buildings are made out of. There's over 100 kilns in a row. So imagine how many bricks you could make with 100 kilns going at a time.
Incredible.
Yeah.
One more question on the sailing. Sorry, God rocking, but even though they're really sailing over a hump of water, they had to treat it like it was a level plane. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
They didn't have to treat it as one. They just sailed because it was one.
Yeah, they just knew it was, and that's how they. And then if you look at all the ancient civilizations,
they all knew.
It matches how they were navigating. If you go back to like all of them, any ones that were like along oceans, all those people knew how to sail.
Yep.
All of those people. They have sailing in their blood. They know how to sail. they learned. They can do it intuitively.
They knew the stars so well they could just look in the sky and knew exactly where they were.
Yep. So I digress a little bit, but not really. The Mayans, I believe, were the main civilization that went out everywhere else, colonized Egypt and the Mediterranean.
Well, there was a civilization in South America that was before the Mayans that built all those structures.
Well, yeah, the Olmecs and the Toltecs. So they were there too. They were like, who knows? Like they were clearly looked like they had African features.
Well, when the Spanish got here, they asked them if did you build these buildings? And they said, no, we inherited these buildings. They were built by our ancestors, by our forefathers. They admitted that all those pyramids and all them structures in South America were already there for the Mayans when the Spanish came. They said, no, we didn't build them. Our forefathers did. They've been here for a very long time.
Yep.
Let's take a break.
Okay. Take a break. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead, son.
No, go ahead.
I just wanted to check, make sure you invite anybody from YouTube or whatever, join the conversation. If you think you live on a ball, come in here and discuss. We're just talking amongst each other.
Yep.
Yeah, of course. If anybody's on the YouTube channel, of course. If you want to talk about the flat Earth, you have any questions, please join. Come in and join, and we'll answer any of your questions. We'll have a civil discussion, whatever you want to do. Absolutely. Please come.
Yep.
We invite each and every one of you.
Yep. Yeah, we would like you to come in, present any thoughts you have on what Earth is, or whatever your perception is yourself, what your experience is, or any knowledge you might have. Let me just continue real quick. Let's take here's number 2. It says, let us take for a moment some of the things that which the ancient Greek and Latin authors have said, indicating their knowledge of the existence of a Western continent. Crates, a commentator on Homer, is quoted by the authority of Strabo, a very learned author of the century before Christ, as saying that Homer means in his account of the Western Ethiopians, and parentheses there, Ethiopians mean those with dark faces, burnt skin. Ethiopians, the inhabitants of Atlantis or the Hesperides, as the unknown world of the West was variously called. 3. Pliny also locates the Western Ethiopians somewhere in the Atlantic. This shows that Crates and Pliny believed that the great poet Homer believed in the existence of a great continent on the western shore of the Atlantic. And 4, hold on, let me move up a little bit. Plato says, oh, hold on, dang it. Oh. This part, it says, Plato says that his Timaeus chapter 6, the sea, the Atlantic Ocean, was indeed navigable and had an island fronting the mouth, which your tongue call the Pillars of Hercules. And this island is larger than Libya and Asia put together.
Yeah, that's why when it got destroyed, it filled the whole Atlantic Ocean with mud.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm missing that last part of the page. Damn. It goes fast. Hold on. Okay, and there was a island fronting the mouth, which you... Oh, shit. There it is again. Hold on. Sorry. Okay, I'm going to read what I can get out of this because he's scrolling kind of fast and then he splits the page so it moves it. So it says, Plato says the sea, the Atlantic, was navigable, had island fronting the mouth of which your tongue call the Pillars of Hercules, and this island is larger than Libya and Asia put together. There is a passage hence for traveling. Oh my God. Hence for travelers of the day to rest to the rest of the islands. There's a way to get through to the rest of it. Okay, then he switches to another book. So it's pretty incredible what these ancients were talking about. They knew about this place. So here's part of it where it goes, where is this then, this remarkable country? Our magnificence writes, Prester John dominates the 3 Indias and extends to farther India, where the body of St. Thomas the Apostle rests. It reaches through the desert towards the place of the rising sun and continues through the valley of deserted Babylon, close to the Tower of Babel. Suddenly, the vague immensity takes on biblical tinge. This is deepened when John informs us there is territory comprising the Paisan, which is one of the 4 rivers that rise up out of the terrestrial paradise, according to the 2nd chapter of Genesis. Furthermore, like the land of Havilah, around which biblical Paisan flows, John's country contains gold and onyx, also flows with milk and honey. A hint at the location of this realm is provided by Genesis 2:13, which tells us that another one of the 4 rivers of Eden, the Gihon, encompasses the whole land of Ethiopia. John tells us that this place in Susa, the ancient capital of Persia, but this also implied proximity to Ethiopia in the vague geographical imagination of medieval Europe. As centuries passed, the continental realm, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, so they thought of Ethiopia was any place where there were dark-skinned people. They're talking about America. They're saying these rivers that are going around the entire thing is like the Mississippi starts way up in somewhere in freaking Minnesota. It wraps all the way around, comes all the way south, and then the Arkansas River goes to the west, goes up all the way up to the panhandle of Oklahoma and into southern Colorado to the Rockies. These rivers. Pretty astounding. Persia, it's America. Egypt is in America. Professor John is actually black-skinned himself. A Roman map of Florida. Hold on, I gotta stop and look at that. I gotta stop pretty soon. I'm getting tired. I need to go outside. Let's see.
The Sunny Show. We'll be back tomorrow.
No, that's pretty fun, man. You all should start doing this because we're gonna have to do something to fill in the time. So,
well, we have been doing it, but just not in this channel. We started this over 2 years ago. Me and Jason did, bro.
Exactly. Educational moments. Yeah,
I'm all in for continuing on with it. We've been doing it still, but not quite as frequently. But yeah, I love this history shit, man. It's a fucking blast.
Hey, God Rockin', I got a little history for you. You ready?
Yes, sir.
Hey, 1933 was the first supposed sighting of the Loch Ness Monster. What was the name given to it, God Rockin'?
Nessie.
Oh, you win the gold medal for Tuesday, whatever day this is.
Was I right?
Nessie's right. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
I told you the Bear Lake Monster was my buddy.
Oh my goodness! Now, sadly, it wasn't in Bear Lake. I know.
They're relative.
I think it was Scotland.
Yeah, but the Bear Lake Monster and Nessie are they're like cousins, bro.
Are they?
Yeah.
Are they like E equal MC squared? Einstein married his cousin twice. Is that how close they are?
Yeah, I don't know about that, but
okay.
I don't think Nessie or the Bear Lake Sea Monster are retarded like Einstein was.
Oh, okay. Okay, well, history's good. History's good. Yeah.
Yeah.
I tell you, we got to go out there. We got to go out there and educate the masses. You know what I'm saying?
Well, we keep trying to do that here, but I don't know if I'm in for like doing what Witsit did to try to cover the country in a motorhome to educate people. I don't want to get arrested and go to jail like he.
Wouldn't it be fun? When he was doing that, and I would have walked by, I would have laughed at him for saying the Earth is flat. And now it'd be like I'd probably give him $20, and if I did it, it'd be like I'd be like, okay. I don't know if I tell you what, I do go out and I went to a restaurant. My brother-in-law and I went to Hang Time in east of Dallas the other day. And I told my brother-in-law going in I wouldn't talk about anything. I watched the Cowboys play, which I really don't care, but they were on the screen. So I get there, and this guy sits down next to me. He's got a New York Yankees hat on or something like that. And sadly, I go off into germ theory and shape of the earth and the history of the United States of America. And it's just like, poor guy. And I apologized to him. He said he didn't care. His name is TJ. And I told him I'm going to throw my Dallas Cowboy hat away soon. He goes, don't do that. Give it to me. Give it to me. It's just like, poor people. Poor people. I tell you what. I tell you.
What was he going to do with the Dallas Cowboy hat? Go home and pray to it or something?
I don't know. Well, he's he still likes his politics and his Trump and all that stuff. It's like nope.
No.
Do you realize this is going to shock you, God rocking? But you know the average person on the street thinks we live on a spinning ball and viruses cause illness. Did you know that?
No, I had no idea that they were that stupid.
Oh my goodness. The lies that we were told starting at age 5 that we still believe today.
Not me.
Yeah.
I'm not riding in that car with you today, Jim. You know, you need to snap out of it, brother.
I know. I saw my parents put Christmas presents under the tree when I was young, so I knew Santa Claus didn't exist, and then I knew that the Tooth Fairy didn't exist because my mom brought 25 cents in. I know it's a lot more with inflation, but 25 cents in took away my tooth and gave me a quarter. I knew it was her. And then we didn't make Easter eggs anymore. The Easter Bunny didn't do it because we made Easter eggs ourselves. So we got rid of those 3 fairy tales, but we still believe in the fairy tale of outer space. Oh well.
Yeah, you've done a good job of making Matthew look like a complete idiot. He just would not. He had nothing. All he was doing was just, oh man, irritating. I don't know how you kept your cool.
Yeah, every once in a while, I smiled real big one time, and I wanted to go off. I wanted what I call launch. I wanted to launch, but I decided not to. And a couple of times I smiled inside, and I wanted to launch, but I said no, it's not worth it. It's just be nice and kind of go from there. Because I launch quite a bit when I'm confronted with Globers who are stupid, and they say stupid things. So I launch once in a while, but I didn't want to launch with Matthew. Unfortunately, when NASA launches, they go out to the ocean and go in the water. That's where they go.
Yeah, I wish you would have asked Matthew that. When you watch those rockets go up, and they arch over, and then they start going back down again, you can see them the whole time. Seems how you can see them. How far away do you think they are? Because I know you're going to tell me they're falling over the edge of the planet, falling into orbit. But the naked eye can't see 4,000 miles away, Matthew. So explain that one to me, please. I want to know what he'd say about that.
Yeah, I think we're supposed to have another 2-hour debate more on not biblical stuff on December 3rd, but I've decided because the person I was going to debate on the 10th is a moderator on Tartaria, and the other night he blocked me and muted me because he didn't like what I was saying in text messages. He was being a good Nazi. His name is Ed Fries, and he's the one I'm supposed to debate on the 10th, and he's a moderator, and he was blocking and muting me. And, it was just like, no, I don't play with Nazis. So I left Tartaria. And I got hold of Matthew on a PM. He hasn't got back. I said, we can do it on some other server, whether we do it on this one or do it on Earth Awakenings. I know Geo has agreed to host a one-on-one debate on Livestream 1 or Livestream 2. We just got to let him know, and he'll promote it. And so I think I asked Matthew if he wanted to do it on some other server. He hasn't got back with me. I think he's gone because of Thanksgiving break from his work. So we're gonna debate the more secular stuff, like you were talking about, with the rocket going up and going parabolic and going into the air. You gotta stop smoking, God rocking. Or is that Sunny? Is Sunny smoking? Sunny shouldn't be smoking.
That was not me.
I shouldn't be.
You need to go out to that Pacific Ocean, get some of that good, fresh Pacific air, which I would love to get, and just enjoy life. Enjoy.
I do, actually. I got a couple hours of direct sunlight yesterday. That was really
You,
nice.
you got your fill of sunlight to trigger that vitamin D inside of you.
Mhm. And you know what's happening when I do that? Especially right around now when the weather change and they make the time change as well. I get sleepy. I want to go to sleep as an hour after the sun goes down. I start going to sleep. I fall asleep at 6 o'clock now. It's dark already. I fall asleep. I wake up at the break of day, 4:30 a.m. every morning, right before dawn. I'm up.
How far away are you from Huntington Beach?
About 60 miles,
Oh, so
70
it's a
miles, maybe 70 miles.
little hike. Yeah, you're San Diego, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Okay, yeah. So you're a little hike away. Okay.
quite a ways. I could make it on my bicycle in probably a day. I never tried to go that far though. Not at,
There,
all at one time.
there's a restaurant. The reason I asked, there's a restaurant on the beach at Huntington Beach, indoor outdoor patio that didn't allow people to wear mind control devices. So I would love to go there, but I'm
What kind of
1,500
mind
miles
control?
away.
What do you mean mind control devices? What did you mean by that, brother?
To keep little tiny invisible microbes out from entering your
You have to have intervention so you don't.
yes. I try to
You
be
have to.
politically correct on Discord because they're hooked up to
Yeah,
YouTube.
yeah. I got the message though. So yeah, I got you, man. I get it. Yeah, I don't know. A lot of them still are. I think actually. Yeah.
They did one of the Dallas stations. We have station 4, 5, 8, and 11 here. ABC, NBC, CBS, and Fox. And one of them went to the airport yesterday, and they talked to people who were leaving for the week to go visit friends. And the two people, even though the FAA doesn't require those things anymore in airports, they found two people. They interviewed two people that were both wearing them, as they were leaving, to go on their trip. All the people that they could have interviewed that weren't wearing them, they interviewed two people that were. It was like, what a joke. We need to find a time, God rocking, when Helio is changing over YouTube to another 12 hours, and we can talk freely without being recorded. Hey, God rocking, thanks for sending me that video. I'm working through it. The one with Stu Peters. I'm working through that one.
Yeah.
Did you watch Watch the Water a year ago?
I'm not sure.
That's the one with Peters and Artis. Artis, who is it was all full of sophistry. It was just unbelievable. People were crying and all that stuff. Doctor was crying.
I did see that. You're right. Yes.
Yeah.
That reminded me. You said that.
Sophistry is an Austin word. I picked up from Austin.
Austin, Texas, or Austin, Witzig?
University of Austin, Witzig. Yep. University of Yeah. Yeah. I'm 4 hours from University of Austin in Texas. I guess there is an Austin College in Texas. I guess there is. But no, it's the University of Austin Witzig.
Oh, sorry, I had my mic open. Hope it wasn't too loud. I was thinking as you were saying that, I'm like, he should start the institute. Wait a minute, I had it all down. Wait a second. The Austin Witzig Institute for Linguistic.
Yeah.
Linguistics.
Yeah,
Oh,
I love
the Linguistic Institute. Yeah, there you go. Got it.
I love the word sophistry. I never knew it existed. Sophism. I love sophism. SOPHISM. Or sophistry.
That was a very sophist thing to say. Actually, that was brilliant. Amazing.
I love that word. I'm gonna start using that word. I haven't used that word with anybody except for you guys.
Put the definition up. Hold on, I'll do it. I seem to be the secretary here too.
First time I've ever used that word with anybody, with you guys. I've thought about it, but I've never said it to anybody.
You guys are brilliant with your memes. So old
hey,
dude,
God rocking, you there, God rocking?
Yes, I'm here.
You're full of sophistry.
That's okay.
Hey, God rocking, your sophisms are legendary.
Well, I don't know about all that. That's giving me just a little bit too much credit there, Jim.
Some of the globalists come in with refracted sophistry.
Ooh, I like it.
For today. Tap, tap, tap. Does this thing work?
Hey, we hear you.
Okay. Just drive around making money.
Happy stationary topographical plane Tuesday to you.
That sounds great.
Yeah.
Drive around making money. That's pretty cool, man.
Yeah.
Oh, you're a trucker, huh? You're one of our transportation.
No, man, I'm a popcorn peddler today.
Oh, that's right. I remember your popcorn thing, man. Oh, shoot. Look, I want to send me a DM, and I'm going to buy some of your popcorn when I'm able to in a few more days here. Right now, I'm enjoying the carnivore diet, and I'm loving it, man. It's great stuff. Bunch of beef.
Yeah, you had the carnivore diet, and I've got the carny diet.
Carny. Bunch of carnies. Families of carnies. They grew up all together. They're like, what happens when you
carnivore and carnival?
I don't know, but I was going to make some off-color joke about carnies. Anyway, I won't. I'll stop myself. I'm funny as hell. Yeah, I know. Crack myself up too. Sonny's got to learn how to stop at some point. I mean, they gave me the mic. I better learn to be responsible with it.
Been irresponsible your whole life, Sonny. How you gonna change that?
Actually, you know, I'll be honest. Here's the whole story. The part of the story you probably haven't heard. Sonny was a good little boy and wanted to do what Dad told him to do for most of my life, and I was really like heartbroken because he took me away from my mother, who I was the sole source of love. That was it. What did they call that? Without conditions, unconditional love. So anyway, I tried to do it until I became older, and I was pretty much on my own after the age of, let's say, 13. I could do whatever I wanted to do, and I did since I was 13. And
yeah, I did the same thing.
I proceeded to not listen to or give a fuck what anybody had to say to tell me to do. Like, if someone told me to do something, like, I had violent reactions to this, even if it was implied. Like, I was very reactive, young man. I was very reactive. And
yeah, when I was from the age of 13, all I had to do was get good grades in school and do anything I wanted. I didn't have to come home. I'd stay away for a week at a time. Sometimes. Yeah.
So,
as long as I got passing grades in school, that's all that mattered. And I could do whatever I wanted.
Like after I was like the age of 16 and a half or 17 at that break, me and my friend traveled to Mexico. And after that, I just kept traveling. I would stay in town for short periods of time, but I would get on the nearest boat someone needs a delivery, I would get off and go sailing, like go to Catalina every chance I got, like commandeer my dad's boat as a teenager, the 42-foot catch with all our belongings, our household, and steal it with all my loaded friends. And go to Catalina and break down, and ended up ordering the part and got it fixed and all this stuff. 2 weekends in a row I did that. I could sail that boat by myself from start to finish, untie all the things. Nobody had to do anything else. I could sail that whole entire boat, 2-masted catch, myself. At
Nice.
17. So after 17, I started sailing. I got on a boat that was going from the marina there where I was living to Martinique, which is 6,000 miles away. And I got on that boat, a 51-foot catch, and sailed with 3 other people. We had as many as 6 people on board at any time, 6 or 7, I think. People would get on, they would get off at another city down in Mexico. We had several groups like that. On and off. But at the end, it was just 3 of us, just like we started. This couple and myself. We had a lawyer friend that was the skipper's friend, lawyer friend that I used to varnish in his boat. Many dozens and dozens of hours varnishing. I could do expert varnishing where I could put 10 coats of varnish. This would look like glass. It would bring out the grain of the wood, like that's what I used to do. But I probably got brain damage from all those fumes. All that painting and stuff I used to do probably didn't help much, but so yeah, interesting stuff. Sailed all the way there in 3.5 months, and flew back on an airplane in 2 days. Where did we go? We flew from coming back home. Flew from Martinique to San Jose in Puerto Rico, and then flew back the next several hour layaway there. Then we flew on to Los Angeles from Puerto Rico. But the sailing down, that was a shock, coming back to civilization after 3.5 months of living on a sailboat. Flying back in 2 days and then being in the Marina del Rey on my dad's boat. Again, in the middle of the city in Los Angeles. That was crazy. Like, that was really wild. And if you talk about a struggle sailing that long, that is an adventure you couldn't even imagine. Like, I lived through it, the whole thing. I don't know if I could handle all that bouncing around anymore.
So, where was your dad when you were out sailing around in his boat? Where was your dad at?
He was out of town in Santa Barbara doing business. Had business, something he had to do for business out of town in Santa Barbara. And so yeah, and then years later, when I was in the Navy, or after I left the Navy, I just told him, I said, do you know, I took the boat 2 weekends in a row with my friends from Venice and Santa Monica to Catalina 2 weekends in a row. He goes, I knew. The neighbors told me. He said he knew the whole time. Isn't that hilarious? But I had to replace like several bottles of booze, just being honest, like, because I would pilfer all this booze off and water it down. For years. I did that for years. And so I replaced this Drambuie, which is like a $40 bottle, and like probably even bottles of whiskey or vermouth or something. I don't know. He was a teetotaler in my opinion. I mean, you didn't want something to drink. What you didn't want something to drink it. Why'd you leave something around that tastes so darn good? Gee whiz. Why you leave it around so long? I better go.
God, I would love to sail. Man, I went on a cruise ship once and I got so freaking seasick. We hit this storm going to Mexico, and these waves were coming in from we were going down the west coast toward Mexico, and they were coming from the west, headed toward the shore. And these waves were so big that the boat, this huge cruise ship, when it was in the bottom, when the waves come in the boat, you could look out the window and see these big tall waves that were like 40 or 50 feet tall. Yeah, taller than the ship. And then the ship would go up sideways, and then it would turn the other way sideways, and then come down back in the belly of the waves. I had to tie my bed to the fucking doorknob on the bathroom in my cabin to keep the bed from slamming from side to side in the room. I had to take the sheets off of it, tie the bed to the doorknob so it wouldn't slam back and forth. And I got so fucking sick. Oh my God, I was puking and puking.
Yeah, listen. My ship in the Navy was 562 feet long, right? About as high as a 40 or a 4 or 5 story building from the water.
Right.
High. 50 or 60 feet above the water. So we sailed 11,500 miles to Adak, Alaska from San Diego. And then when you get up to these places like off of Alaska, Kodiak Island, you talk about waves. We were probably in a calm period of time, but there was a period of time where we were going through like literally 30-foot waves. And our sister ship, here's the purpose of the story. Our sister ship, another repair ship that was went at another time. I think they had one of their cranes fall off of their crane deck. 2 big cranes. They're just held on. They're just held on by their weight alone. And so the ship's not supposed to be heeling or listing or rocking more than, let's say, 20 degrees. But when they go 30 degrees, and inside there's hundreds of toolboxes. Can you imagine? Those big Craftsman, I'm sure those huge Craftsman toolboxes. Well, and the machine shop, it's the largest open spot with all these milling machines, lathes set up in different configurations, and a big, long, straight hallway down in the middle of the ship, a passageway, right? And then all these passageways going laterally from hatch to hatch, from side to side of the ship. So in this one area, you have all of these toolboxes. They weigh probably 200 to 300 pounds each on wheels. They're all tied together. Well, on our sister ship going to Alaska, those cut loose and can start slamming from side to side. Can you imagine like 3 or 4 tons of toolboxes?
Yeah, wow.
Going from side to side, boom, slamming into shit, knocking machines that weigh 1,200 pounds off their pedestals, boom, knocking all that shit around. It's sliding back and forth. You would be killed instantly.
Yeah. Anyway, I called the nurse, the doctor, said I was puking and so some really cute nurse came to my room and gave me a shot in the ass of some vinegar and some anti-nausea medication, and then she rubbed it in, and I'm like, oh, that's really nice, thank you. I called for a second shot because she was so cute. Yeah,
that hurt the last time I got that. They put it in my in my shoulder. That sucker hurt so bad. Oh my God, that hurt like hell. That's the worst thing I ever felt. But after that, when it did start taking effect, it was quite good.
Yeah.
I have to say, it
Yeah,
did the job
it was
really
quite good
well.
for me too. It took my sickness away, and boy,
I'm
it
like,
was.
"Where can I get some more of that? I could use."
Yeah, that was some good stuff. Whatever it was they gave me, because it definitely made the sickness go away, and I felt wonderful after that. It was crazy. But then the storm went away, and there was smooth sailing, and I didn't get sick after that. But when we were going up and down those waves, side to side, and oh my God, locked up in a little cabin down at, all you had was a little portal to look out of and stuff. So I turned green, man. It was so ugly. I guess you get used to that once you've been on the water long. It really doesn't happen to you anymore. But that's
Yeah,
the first.
look, I always got sick, but I never threw up because whenever I got to the point where I was sick like that, I either laid down and went to sleep, or I would get up about in the cockpit where there's fresh air and I have view of the horizon at all times.
Yeah, if you can get up and look out and see what's coming, it helps out a lot.
Yeah, you got to be able to see the horizon.
Yeah.
That's why I would just stay outside when I'm sailing. I can't stand and then after a while, after a few weeks, you get used to it, and you can actually go down below and cook food in the galley and do fine. I just made sure I was looking out the portal to see that horizon every now and then. But that can make you sick too, because the boat's bobbing up and down. So you can have the side of the boat outside rocking up and down, blocking your view of the horizon. That can make your vestibular confused.
Yeah,
if you're down below cooking, you just kind of look somewhere where you can see the horizon more consistently, like out the hatch or something out the.
Well, I was on this huge cruise ship, and you couldn't see nothing out that little portal, that little window. It was bad. I mean, I'd never been so.
Yeah, that's a different situation. Yeah.
Yeah, but anyway,
But
once
I
the
bet
storm,
you,
once the storm went away, and it
they
was
probably
smooth,
wouldn't let you.
it was good.
They probably wouldn't let you do it, but if you could go to some place where you were above, where you could go outside and just either be tethered or hang on to something that's very sturdy and be outside, where the wind and the air, where that air is hitting you.
Yeah, that fresh air, that does help.
Yeah, and then you kind of get a sense of where your level is, where you're standing balanced instead of rocking around. You can't tell. That's why you get sick like that.
Yep, it was bad. Oh man.
But I felt sick in the Navy when we went underway, but I never got sick. Because I had lived around boats so long, I don't know. I just didn't get sick. It didn't matter how rough it was. I was used to it.
Yeah, that's what once you get used to it, that's how it is. Yeah.
But I don't know.
First time that was the first time I'd ever been on a ship that big. You know what I mean? That cruise ship was huge. I mean, it was 4 or 5. It had 5 swimming pools. It was a monster. And when you're locked up down in the hole of that thing somewhere with a little tiny.
Yeah, exactly.
So
that's kind of God Rockin', that's kind of far removed from your actual natural human experience. You'd be in a much smaller boat, and you should go out on a calm day in a harbor somewhere or on a lake and go sailing on a smaller boat, maybe a 24-foot sloop or something that has a small cabin, and sail around in that, so then you get a whole different
right.
idea.
Well, I learned to sail just a little like a catamaran that we had at Bear Lake. This kid I knew from Salt Lake City would meet me.
Awesome.
At my grandpa's at Bear Lake. He had a catamaran, and I learned how to sail on that. And we were just kids, but we could, you stand on one of the pontoons, and then you lean out over the top, you lean backwards, and it tips up on its side, and then you go real fast.
They're really
we got to where we could finally do that. We were just kids, but we learned how to. We could do it.
That's it.
We tipped it over once. We had to have the boat come help us flip it back up.
I think it'd be cool to have like a perfectly waterproof capsule, and like a trimaran, but a smaller version of a trimaran.
Yeah.
But have like a single seater and you could actually make it so that you could have what are they called? You have the wings underneath the water, so it lifts it up, and you'd actually be flying above the surface. You could achieve more than 50 knots, more than 50, 60 miles an hour once you get above the water.
Yeah,
So
when we got that catamaran up on just one pontoon, and we're standing on the other one, and it was like 10 feet off the water. We were tipped sideways big time. That thing screaming off the water. That was
Flying
fun.
across. They're very fast. They really are.
Yeah. It was fun.
But now, like I was alluding to, they have these racing catamarans and trimarans that literally lift themselves above the water with these things, like that famous surfer does. What's his name? Laird Hamilton. That surfs Jaws with the towing surfing.
Little ski under the water lifts it up. Yeah.
Hydrofoil.
Hydroplane, yeah.
Hydrofoils.
Yeah, hydrofoil. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. So they have a hydrofoil on these race boats now, and they're going like so freaking fast, man. They're going at freeway speeds.
That's because there's no friction. It's just that little hydrofoil is in the water. And that's it.
Yeah.
That's it. There's hardly any drag at all.
They actually have an expert that comes in place of the captain when they leave the water. He's like a flight expert.
Because it is kind of like flying. You're flying with that little.
So they have a flight technician that steps in and sails these race boats because of that.
Yep, that hydrofoil is like the wing in the water. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
And you're also flying. You're also flying with a huge wing of these race boats have huge sails that are going up over 100 feet in the air, and they're shaped like a precise wing. And those things create a lot of pull, like lift. And so that thing is flying in several different ways, balancing as a fulcrum there, right?
Yep.
Yeah. That's
I've never been on one of those, but I've seen one. But I've never been on one. Hydrofoil.
I've been on big race boats, 80 foot, 70 foot long race boats, even smaller 50, 60 foot race boats that went faster than anything you could believe. And these are monohull boats. They were unbelievably fast. Like I've been in races on some of those race boats. I worked for a rigger that made the spars. He actually made the whole spar. He had it manufactured. He designed and had it manufactured, and he would put all the fittings on, and I would help him do that. Like I would paint spars, paint racing hulls, like fair the holes. So they would be perfectly baby ass smooth. You could detect this after a while with your hand. You do wet dry sanding.
Nope.
You use micro balloons in your epoxy in your resin. You put micro balloons that has air in it, so it's more buoyant. It's amazing. Anyway, I'm gonna get up and do something else. I've been sitting in this chair too long, so I'm gonna get up and go outside.
You don't need to go anywhere. You're having too much fun.
I need to move.
Cooking me a pizza. I'm making a pizza right now, so I haven't eaten nothing today. So I'm having some pizza. Well, somebody else take over. I'm going to just listen. So somebody else spark up some kind of a conversation, even with yourself. If you just got to talk to yourself, act like you're talking to someone, that's fine too. Go ahead. Pick up the mic and tell a story, or do like Dr. Flat Earth Dude did the other night when he monologued for like 2 hours all by himself. I don't know if anybody was here, but that was hilarious.
Okay, I got a story. Got to rockin'. Sit back in your easy chair and get your latte and put your sunglasses on and flex those 20-inch biceps and just really go for it. Anyway,
take it away. Take it away.
Yeah, I've been looking at this flat Earth stuff, this Earth stuff, way too seriously, and I've come to the following conclusions. At the equator, we do spin backwards at 1,039 miles per hour. Where God Rockin' lives, it's about 750 miles per hour. He spins backward, and so the sun sets as he's spinning backwards. I've realized that the tilt of 23.4 degrees is no big deal. I've gotten used to it over the years. I've learned to walk, being tilted over at 23.4 degrees. And I know gravity pulls everything towards the center of the ball or center of the mass. So even if I was, upside down on my ball, gravity would make pulling everything towards the center of the ball or center of the mass okay. So in Australia, I'd be standing upright, and that's okay because gravity solves all problems. And I realized that I can go to Antarctica anytime I want to. Screw the Antarctic Treaty that says Article 6, paragraphs 1 through 6 says I cannot freely or privately explore Antarctica unless I get a little okay to go see some penguins on a little peninsula on Antarctica and spend $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 to do it. And if I wait 3 months and get permission to go explore through my government through a permit system, which says that I have to pick up my poop and I can't take any dogs or machinery. I have to basically just take my skis and pull things behind me. But that's okay because I can go visit Antarctica whenever I want to. So that's good. And then I realized that sextants work only on a curved Earth. Celestial navigation only works on a curved Earth. And I forgot about Antarctica. There is a 24-hour sun, not just sunlight. There is a 24-hour sun 3 months out of the year. And it's just an amazing thing. But I've never gone there to visit, but I've been told through somebody. So anyway, I always believe people. And then I know that the North Pole exists, even though I can't go within 500 miles of it. So I don't know what's really up there, but I know it's up there because I can freely go explore it anytime I want to, even though I'm told I can't go within 500 miles of it. That's okay as well. And you know what's really the best thing? If I want to, I can spend enough money and I can get a rocket and go into outer space because my rocket will push off the vacuum of 10 to the negative 17 torr, no problem. And I can rocket myself off to the moon, which obviously exists 2,000 mile diameter because Neil Armstrong set foot on there, even though the shadows, there were two separate sets of shadows with one sun. Even though there was a camera to video to show Armstrong coming down, even though the flag blew in the wind, even though I would never be in that lunar module, be put in water because it would leak like a sieve, but that's okay, no problem, because NASA would never lie to me. So it's really, really good. I like it. I like it, and I know God Rockin's looking forward to going to Mars. So he's going to be going soon. And I think he put a deposit of $52,500 down for Artemis 10 to go there in 2028. God bless God Rockin. I'm glad he has that much money to spend. So I'm kind of coming towards the end of my story. I went to bed last night. My tooth fell out. I got $30 adjusted for inflation. And Santa Claus has sent me a message that he'll be by on the 24th midnight, and to look for him to leave some milk and cookies out. And the Easter Bunny, which is actually Istar, which is a pagan holiday which celebrates fertility and sex and all that stuff outside of marriage, that it's okay, and I'm looking forward to Istar. So anyway, that's my story. Usually when stories end, you end up with saying the end.
Jim, I got a question for you.
What's
you
up?
talking
What's up?
putting out milk and cookies for Santa Claus, okay?
Yes. Yes.
We did that too. And you never did eat them all, though. You only took a few bites. And I think that's probably because if you added up all the cookies in the whole world, it would be at least a couple of semi-loads full. So he could only take maybe a little tiny bite off of every cookie in the house that he went in, because his belly's not big enough for that many cookies, is it?
Well, if he went to the UK and ate all the cookies in the UK, Great Britain, he would gain some pounds. Get it? Pounds? Haha.
Well, I just want to know how he ate all them cookies, because even just taking one bite, it would have been at least a couple of truckloads.
Yeah, but over the course of 8 or 10 hours of flying around the world, he would probably digest a few, maybe take a couple pit stops and feel better.
He'd poop a lot then?
Hey, you said it. I didn't.
Well, then he didn't go to Antarctica, because you have to pick up your poop there.
Yeah, I mean, Antarctica is a piece of cake. I mean, all you do is go down there, say hi to the penguins, go see the Russian, Chinese, and American installations down there. Say hi, give them some cookies, and be on your way. And you know, the fun thing about Antarctica, with God Rocking, is you can actually go down there, fly around, fly right through Antarctica to the bottom of the ball, and come up the other side, no problem. That's been done all the time. Oops, it's never been done. Anyway, in my story, you can go down to Antarctica, go down the bottom of a ball, and come up on the other side, and that's not a problem, even though it's never been done before.
You still didn't answer my question about the cookies. I just don't know if I believe you.
Oh, well, it is my story, God Rockin'. You make up your own story. All I gotta tell you, God Rockin', is you live on a ball. It's tilted, wobbling, spinning, and it's in the vacuum of outer space, traveling at insane speeds. And if you don't believe it, you're a flurf and you're stupid.
Okay, Matthew. I'm going to start calling you Matthew Lawrence.
I don't think Matthew ever says the word flurf, though. He just says flat Earth.
Well, if he mumble, it might sound like flurf.
Did you hear the part where he accidentally said Carl Satan? Did you hear that part?
Carl Satan?
Yeah, he brought up Carl Sagan, and he originally said Carl Satan, and he said, "Excuse me, I mean Carl Sagan." He actually said Satan. I'll tell you what. I'll drop that in. I can't drop it in. Well, I can. I'll drop it in voice text. Just a second. Somebody sent that to me. I'll drop it in voice text now. It's 33 seconds long.
What? Where Matthew says Satan?
Yes.
That's
I'll drop it. I'll drop it here. Yeah, I got it. I'm dropping. I got it right here.
All right. You got my gloves out.
I dropped it at 37 minutes to the hour. There he is.
Got it. I will play it. I got to check on my pizza first.
Yeah, he says Carl's Satan by accident.
Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot.
I don't know. Cosmos was by Carl Sagan. Excuse me, Carl Sagan. My mistake. Yeah, I would say that those scientists way back from the beginning, especially the beginning of the Enlightenment and in the scientific age, were definitely very concerned about like looking to God's, looking to figure out what is God's design for the world and understanding how it works.
I wanted to say something about that, but I didn't go there. Just because you read it in a textbook about Newton and Galileo doesn't make it true.
Well, it's a good thing XO didn't hear himself call Carl Satan, because he would have been called a Satan.
Or Matthew. You shouldn't pick on Matthew so much, God rocking. You shouldn't, especially with those 20-inch guns of yours. You shouldn't pick on people at all.
What I want to know is how did you measure my biceps?
One of your lady friends from that corner that's in Salt Lake City, that you said it's the prettiest ladies in the world. Somebody did a poll, found the prettiest ladies in the world live on someplace in Salt Lake City.
Yep.
I think one
South and State Street.
Yeah, I think one of them got hold of me and said that when you were asleep in your chair, she slipped in the house and measured your bicep at 20 inches and 1/4 inch, 20 1/4 inches.
And I wasn't even flexing?
No, you were asleep, relaxing with a big smile on your face. That's what she told me. That's what she told me.
Well, I had a big smile on my face. I can guarantee you she wasn't measuring my biceps.
Oh, okay. We won't go there. Hey, I'll come up with another story sometime if 24-hour/7 Discord wants me to fill some time in, or need some time filled in. I'll work on another story. I'm gonna call it the day I stopped off at the moon on my way to Mars. That's what I'm gonna do next.
Maybe they're going to be attacked on the dark side of the moon or on the way back to Earth. Maybe there's an imminent attack.
All I want to know is anybody who denies outer space and nebulas and galaxies and the sun and the beautiful planets like Jupiter and Saturn, anybody who denies that is limiting God. So stop it.
Jim, this pizza is really good. You want a piece?
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
I'm inviting you over for lunch to have pizza. Come on.
God rocking, funny, haha.
Get in your car and drive on over. Come on.
God rocking, funny, haha.
What, you think I wouldn't give you a piece of pizza?
Hey, I did finally meet somebody local who's a flat earther. He lives a little bit west of Fort Wayne. Excuse me, that's Indiana. Fort Worth. And we're gonna stop at Denny's sometime, meet at Denny's and have breakfast sometime, and talk about how nuts we are.
Wow.
So in a metropolitan area, which is the fourth largest in the country, behind New York, Chicago, and L.A., I finally found a flat earther. So we're gonna meet up in a couple weeks and have breakfast. Out of 7.5 million people, finally found one. I hope that's not indicative of how many there are across the country. 2 out of 7.5 million is not really good.
Oh, I sent that. Somebody said there was a meetup in Utah for the Flat Earth, and the guy said email him for the address of where the Flat Earth meetup would be. And it says that the address was not found. I put it in there. I copy and pasted it right off of the message or the post that he put there for the Flat Earth meetup in Utah, and it comes back that's a fake or not a email address that can be found. So that Utah Flat Earth meetup sounds like to me is a farce.
Maybe in the whole state of Utah, you're the only one. Maybe you're it.
Because this address says it does not exist. So I can't find out where this hot Flat Earth meetup is at in Utah. Or it's fake. Or it's fake. What's going on, Jim?
I sure hope we don't have as many flat earthers as there are electoral votes in the country, 535. I hope there's more flat earthers than 535.
I thought you gave up on politics.
I remember there's 535 electoral votes. Because you know what, God rockin'.
How many times did you vote for Trump? That's what I want.
530. Excuse me, I was wrong. 539 electoral votes because you got to get to 270. Okay. Yeah, in 2016, I voted for Trump 16 times. I kept coming back as somebody else.
That's the only reason he won, isn't it?
Yeah, my vote. Show you how worthless my life is. I'm going to show you something. Oops, I can't. I don't have access to the camera. I was going to show you how worthless my life is. I got YouTube on my TV set, and I have Austin and that Steve, that Mike Flat Earth Test guy up against two Globers. I think was on Modern Day Debate last week. So I got that on. I'm watching that. I have it on pause right now. Shows you how ridiculous my life is.
Wow, you're making me sad.
I know. And then it's funny on Austin's YouTube, he has like another 2.5, 3 hour recap of this. So this debate's like 3 hours long, and then he has a recap. This is 3 hours long on Modern Day Debate with James Coons, and then he has like 2.5, 3 hour recap on his YouTube channel. It's just like, okay. See, you think you learned everything, but then you listen to him again. It's like, I didn't know that.
You like that Mattoon guy, that Mattoon dude, don't you?
That Loon McToon.
Something else, isn't he?
The demon in his eyes is very prevalent. Very prevalent.
I don't think I could even have a conversation listening to him. It's just no.
He's terrible. He on Discord, if you go to his profile page, he says Christian on it.
Really?
I mean, my goodness gracious. I mean, I actually respect him if he didn't say Christian on his profile page, but he says Christian, and then he takes Isaiah 40:22, finds these two obscure translations that say sphere or globe, and it's just like no. And that's the first thing on his website too. That's the very first thing he does.
Wow. Well, there's a very specific word for a ball. It's not the one they use if you convert it to Hebrew or whatever. It doesn't say it's a ball.
No ball. No ball in the Bible. No ball. No matter how much no matter how much you were taught at 5 years old, all the way through your life, there's no ball in the Bible.
No, but there sure was in my kindergarten class. I remember it.
Yeah, me too. And I liked it. I live here. This is where I live. I live in Illinois. I can point at it on my ball, on my globe, and I go home at 5 years old and I tell Mommy and Daddy, I pointed at where I live here in Peoria, Illinois, on my ball, on my globe. And my teacher said I was right. Teacher gave me an A.
Oh my God! Did I tell you how many dozens of times I stopped at Peoria or going through on the train from St. Louis to Chicago?
Up
all
50,
those cities.
yeah, up 55 or whatever it was. Yeah.
Actually, in the old days, it was Route 66.
Yes, that was the old days. That was the old days.
I remember that.
I remember when they built 55, they used the Eisenhower money from the 50s, and they finally got around to doing it in the early 70s, if I remember right.
Yeah.
That was the only thing my mother, who was very conservative politically, agreed upon using taxpayer money for was interstate highways, because it made it easier to get from point A to point B.
I remember when they put the freeway in when I was a kid here. There was no freeway until they put I-15 in. And they had it all blocked off and it was almost done. But one day my dad said to me, he said, get in the car. Come on, son, we're going to go for a ride. So we got in the car. We had this Galaxy Ford 500 at 390. It was pretty fast for a family car. It would get up and scoot pretty good. Anyway, he got me in that car, and we snuck around the barricades on the freeway entrance and got on the freeway. We were the only people on the freeway. It was on the weekend when they were closed. They weren't working. And we flew all the way to Layton, this town that's like 2 towns down, at 120 miles an hour, got off the freeway, turned around, went around the barricades again, get off and on, and went 120 miles an hour all the way back home. Got off the freeway and then went home. And that's my first experience with the freeway. Was with my dad. We went 120 miles an hour, both directions. And the whole trip lasted about 10 minutes. I'll never forget it. My dad took me up on the freeway and it wasn't even opened yet. It was pretty fun, 120 miles an hour. That's when it was a 2-lane freeway, two lanes on both sides. Now
here's a
5 lanes.
Here, wait a minute, will this post? Oh, here's a 60 Ford Galaxy 500 wagon. Remember these cars?
Yes, ours was blue. It was blue, regular 2-door Galaxy 500. Had a 390. It moved along pretty quick, I'll tell you. I can remember thinking as a kid, before that, they didn't have any freeway. Man, it's going to sure be cool to have these freeways where you can get on the freeway and go 70 miles an hour all the way from state to state. Be able to get there a lot faster. Yeah, it was, I remember thinking about how cool it was going to be to have freeways because we didn't have them when I was a kid. At least not in Utah. And all of a sudden we did. Yeah. My first experience was 120 miles.
I don't know. It just got me thinking about station wagons. Here's some Ford ones. These were bizarre. Seeing these cars. Actually, I remember all these cars. Wait a second. Ford 1960 Ford Country. Wait a minute. Country Squire station wagon. Look at this weird looking thing.
It's your turn. I think I'm going to solve it. All right, go ahead. Okay, the Earth looks pretty flat to me. Yeah, that's it. There you go. Why risk it?
Sorry, I'm making a new soundboard, and I just wanted to try that out.
It worked. It worked really well.
And they're just videos, but I play them in the music bot, and the music bot plays them. Okay.
I went through the Ford station wagons. Well, Galaxy 500 station wagons. Let's go to the Chevy station wagons. A pictorial review.
I cannot believe how old you are, God Rock. The first time you ever went on the freeway. The first time it was built, I was like, oh my gosh. But cool experience. 120 mile an hour.
Yep. It was fun.
When in the very beginning of my paramedic career, I was in the ambulance, driving, and we had toll booths, like actual toll booths, and they took them out now. Like everything's all digital now. They just take a picture as you're driving through. But we had like the concrete barriers in between toll booths, and so you got to slow down a little bit in order to get through them safely without like worrying about hitting the edge or whatever. And I flew through one at 110 miles an hour in my ambulance. Just to try that, just to see what happens.
You remember the Superman phone booth? Where they were just in those boxes?
Oh yeah, they have them at the Dallas Zoo as a memorial now.
Yeah, well, I used to use those. And I can remember when I was, I think I was 20 years old. I had a 914 Porsche. I was married for the first time, and I took a hit and a half of this paper acid that was called Star, and there was a star on 4 hits on the perforated sheets. So I took 1.5 of them, and I got my Porsche and was driving down the road, and then and suddenly I needed to make a phone call. So I pulled over at this little place called Quick Stop. And they had one of those Superman phone booths outside. So I got in the phone booth, shut the door, made my phone call. And the second I opened the door, all of a sudden it was snowing glitter, literally glitter. And it was piling up on the ground. And somebody walked by and I could see their foot, poof, poof, poof. And glitter would puff off and I could see it on their shoes. It was literally real glitter. I thought it was real. And when I got in my Porsche to go home, I had to turn on my fucking windshield wipers to get the glitter off the windows because I couldn't see. And I remember thinking, man, these people are going to think I'm fucking crazy driving my Porsche with my windshield wipers on because I know it's not. I know it's not snowing. I know it's not snowing glitter, but but it's coming down so heavy I can't see out my windows. So I had to turn on my windshield wipers to get the glitter off. And it happened the second I opened up the Superman phone booth. It's like all of a sudden, just bing, everything changed.
Right.
Reminds me of
That reminds me of the book Trillions. If you've read that.
I haven't.
Good book. Yeah, good book. Interesting book.
But yeah, that was one of my first experiences with LSD. Yeah, that was wow. Literally, it was snowing glitter, and it was piling up on the ground. My windshield, I couldn't see out of it, so it was just piling up on the windshield. I had to turn the freaking windshield wipers on, get it off, so I could drive home. Oh, and I remember thinking, man, these people must think I'm crazy. I've got my fucking windshield wipers on, and there ain't a cloud in the sky. It's sunny, bright, sunny day, and it's snow and glitter. That was probably 1976, I would imagine.
That's the year I was in
That was
Mexico
6 years
City.
before I was born, dude.
That was the year I was in Mexico City, 76, climbing to the top of the Sun Pyramid in 1976.
I wasn't even a glean.
Then in 1980, I sailed to Martinique. I was 21 years old. I'm only 2 years behind God Rockin'.
That's old.
Yeah, well, I don't know about that. Maybe not. Okay, it's still not too late for me to get off my ass and move. I haven't moved all morning. It's already 2 p.m. I think I've been sitting here since 7 a.m. Man, I need a fresh air break. So we'll get them stogies rolling. Keep them doobies rolling. Let's see if the phone is charged up enough.
That stuff is flat.
It's flat. Nope, only 30%. That ain't gonna cut it.
Here's something that'll make you feel old. George Jetson was born July 31st, 2022.
Who?
George Jetson.
Oh.
George Jetson was born when?
July 31st, 2022.
Oh, so July 31st.
Check the live
So he's a Leo. He's
So
a
just
Leo.
this year.
He's young.
Yeah.
He's just a baby. He's just a baby. He's still in diapers right now.
He's just
So
a
that was a
baby.
Mandela effect, huh? I experienced George Jetson in the 60s. So that was a Mandela effect, right?
Are you old enough to have watched the Jetsons when it was on TV? I was. It was one of my favorite
I did.
cartoons.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And actually, Felix the Cat and Mighty Mouse.
Oh, yeah. Felix the Cat was good. Felix the Cat.
Casper the Ghost, the old ones, and some of the old Bugs Bunny and Daffy Duck, Donald Duck, all those were.
You remember Ricochet Rabbit?
Oh, Ricochet Rabbit, Deputy Dog,
Woody Woodpecker, Gumby.
Deputy Dog and Ricochet Rabbit.
Aesop's Fables. Remember that whole thing?
Check it out, Ricky. This is a I don't know what you call it, but when Deputy Dog would pour his cup of coffee in the morning and he's sitting in his little office, it would fill up the cup and it would go above the rim, and it was so thick that it would go, and then he had to cut it off with his knife. He cut when it overflowed in his cup. It was so thick. He cut it off with his knife. Remember that? Threw the chunk off. And then he drank the coffee, and then what happened? He got all buzzed up and he went bing, bing, bing off the walls. Out the wall.
Literally, I got you.
So he literally bounced off the walls in his office and flew out the door at 100 miles an hour. He was so spun on the caffeine. I didn't know what to even think about why he was doing that. But now as I get older, obviously he overdosed on caffeine, for hell's sake.
Yeah. Give the kids ideas. Yeah. So go steal your parents' coffee so you can get a buzz. That's what they were giving us all. And it worked.
And then you remember Rocky and Bullwinkle, of course, right?
Rocky and Bullwinkle, yep. And let's see, I'm just trying to think.
Natasha and Boris, or whatever his name was.
Boris and Natasha are in there.
Anyway, I have a story to tell you about Rocky and Bullwinkle.
Okay.
I could never figure out what the fuck a flying squirrel was doing hanging out with a fucking moose.
I don't
And then one day I was putting a new bathroom in and building some terraces and doing a bunch of tile work. A friend of mine's house up in a place called Causey Estates. It's up in the mountains up by Causey Down.
All right.
And I got done building this terrace in the backyard. It was a flat terrace with a rock wall to hold the dirt up around it, whatever, making it real nice back there. And I got up in the morning because I was staying up there while I was doing the work. And I opened the door, and there's a fucking moose laying on that, great big bull moose laying on that terrace I built, about 20 feet off the back door. And in the trees were flying squirrels. So,
holy crap.
Yeah, so it was right at that precise moment I went, oh, now it makes sense why Rocky and fucking Bullwinkle hang out together, because they live in the same fucking place in the forest. They're buddies in real life. Because there were flying squirrels in the trees above where that bull moose was sleeping on that terrace that day. I thought, wow, Rocky and Bullwinkle, now I get it.
How strange. Reality is stranger than fiction. And so I wonder what symbiotic relationship the moose, they just live in the same area. I bet they have a relationship. I bet the squirrels alert the moose to something happening further out that the moose can't perceive because of their hearing or sight.
Can you imagine? It's probably the reason that some dude made that cartoon, because he probably seen a moose where a flying squirrel had landed on his horns and was sitting on his horns. He thought it was a tree or something, because those flying squirrels would buzz your head when you'd go out in the backyard on that terrace. I built this fire pit out of brick and this floor, a circular big fire pit around, and then a rock wall around it. And anyway, then while I was doing that, working on that backyard, those squirrels would fly from tree to tree, and they'd like buzz your head. It's like they go like a foot over your head, from tree to tree. And that's how come I knew there were flying squirrels there. And then I seen the moose a couple days later. It's like, holy shit!
And this is way up in the wilderness area in Utah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I've been in the bighorn crags in the primitive area of Idaho.
Yeah, Bighorn Mountain area.
For a week, we hiked up there, 10,000 foot level, and it was an 80-mile trip on a gravel road. 80 miles gravel road going up to this place.
One of my ex-girlfriends lives in a little town called Tens Fleet, Wyoming. Mm-hmm. And what's the mountains you just said were?
Bighorn Crags or other
Bighorn Mountains are just right there. You can see them from right there where she lived in Ten Sleep, Wyoming. But anyway, her grandparents were the biggest cattle ranchers in all of Wyoming, and they hustled up their cattle by helicopter and stuff. And we used to go up and help them when we'd go up in the summer and do branding and round up the cattle and stuff, because my girlfriend wanted to go up and visit her grandparents. So anyway, that Dude Ranch, that show that they made in Ten Sleep, Wyoming, about the cowboys, that the gay cowboys, and what was it called? What was that show called? Anyway, they made that movie in my girlfriend's grandparents' Dude Ranch cabin. That was a real place. It was on their property, and that's where they filmed that movie. What the fuck's the name of that movie? It was about those gay cowboys. Huh?
It's Brokeback Mountain.
Brokeback Mountain. There you go. Bingo.
Yeah, I heard you talking about that a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, Brokeback Mountain. Anyway, yeah, my girlfriend's grandparents and her dad, they owned that fucking Dude Ranch, and they filmed it on site, and they were so pissed. They were so pissed off. Them portraying the cowboys were gay. And I asked my girlfriend, well, were they gay? And she goes, I don't know, man. Maybe. Yep, that's a real place, that Dude Ranch. My girlfriend's fucking grandparents' Dude Ranch in Ten Sleep, Wyoming. Yep. Been there a few times. There were no gay cowboys there at the time. They weren't doing the Dude Ranch thing anymore. They were rustling all their cattle by helicopter and shit back.
Hello, has anybody measured curvature for the Earth yet?
Yeah, I seen it from the helicopters while we were rustling cattle. Why?
How much curvature did you measure?
I was too busy rustling cattle to make cows to measure it. All I know is it was boy, was it round. Or it could have been that.
Could you not see the next couple of feet over that big hill, that big curved hill?
Well, I was in a helicopter that had a glass bubble over, cabin. Maybe that was part of why I see the curve. It was a big curved window that I looked out of.
Oh my God!
You've seen those helicopters with glass bubbles for cockpits. I know you have. That's how you find curvature. Just so you know. Went and got me a new VPAP this morning. My insurance company bought me a new one because my other one quit working. That thing you sleep with when you have sleep apnea. Got me a brand new one today. Just went and picked it up a few hours ago. I have what's called central sleep apnea. It's where your brain forgets to tell you to breathe. It's not obstructive. I don't snore, and I don't have that kind of sleep apnea. I have what's called central. It's where your brain doesn't tell you to breathe. So when I went and did my sleep test, 260 times in one night, I stopped breathing.
How do you know that you stop breathing when you're asleep?
Because I was in the hospital being observed, and they had all this shit hooked up to me. I was doing what's called a sleep study test. I stayed at the hospital for the whole night. They had a little motel room like place that you stayed in. It was just like a motel room, but they had cameras on you, so they observed you all night long. They had all these electrodes and shit hooked up to me and whatever else. So yeah, they knew when I was breathing and I wasn't. They had shit hooked up, wires hooked up all over me. It's called a sleep test, sleep study test. You can look it up and see what's going on there if you, yeah. Because I went to the hospital.
How was that?
What? The stay there, it was nice. It was just like staying in a motel room. It was pretty, I mean, it wasn't bad. I mean, they just come in and
pay premium dollar.
I didn't have to pay anything.
What do you have? Insurance or something?
Yeah.
We got free healthcare, but if you want that free healthcare, you probably got to be waiting in that room for a few hours, maybe a day.
No, not at all. I got what's called Molina, Utah Healthcare, Molina Complete Care of Utah. And I can see any doctor I want, any specialist. I got my own personal primary care doctor. I've seen specialists. I've had 3 stents put in. Had 5 heart attacks. So I got disabled when I had the Widowmaker heart attack. Almost killed me. They disabled me and gave me free health care from that moment on. So I haven't paid for health care at all. And yeah, can go to any doctor I want, any specialist I want, do whatever I need done. I'm considered severely disabled because of but I'm doing pretty good actually. Since I've had the 3 stents put in, whatever else, I haven't had really any problems. I can't like run or like carry heavy stuff for very far or whatever. I lose. It's really hard. I start gasping for air and can't run, can't work hard. So I had to quit working and be retired. So they started giving me disability checks because I was disabled. And now I'm old enough, I get my Social Security. So I'm on Social Security. But I still changed from Medicaid to Medicare. Now I have Medicare insurance. That's really good. I mean, they pay for everything because I'm disabled. So that's how you get free health in where I live. Is you get disabled because of almost dying. Like I did one month. Having a heart that's all fucked. Because I was construction work my whole life, couldn't go back to doing that. So they just gave me disability. Said, here you go. This advocate seen me. The next day I woke up in the hospital from when I had the real bad Widowmaker heart attack, almost died. Just a lady called me up and said, I want to get you some disability. Are you interested? I said, sure. So she comes up to the room. First thing she did, she sat down and she said, look, she says, I'm going to get you this disability. You just answer these questions the way I tell you to, and I'm going to get you this disability. So I did. I had it within 3 months. They paid me for those 3 months from when I had my heart attack on, and then they've been paying me disability pay ever since. And well, now I have my own Social Security check. I still have disability. That's not how you want to get it, I tell you, because it was not died.
What's a Widowmaker heart attack?
Yeah,
Yo, God Rockin'.
Excuse me, I was getting a cup of coffee. What did you say?
What is a Widowmaker heart attack?
That is the biggest artery in the front of your that runs down your front of your heart, and it's when it gets blocked, it's nicknamed the Widowmaker because it usually kills you. It's like 95% of the people that have that heart attack die right on the spot. I had my artery was 100% blocked. And when that heart attack hit, it hurt so fucking bad. I could barely, I'm like, I couldn't breathe. I couldn't talk. I jumped. We lived like 2 miles from the hospital. So as soon
Why
as it
did
hit,
you have the heart attack?
because my artery pinched off in one little spot. It was like, if you put a rubber band around there.
What I mean is, well, why does that happen? I don't like why does that? What causes that to happen?
I don't know. They couldn't tell me why, because it was just pinched off in one little spot. It was like my artery got damaged somehow. Something damaged it and it collapsed. It was like if I looked at the x-ray of my artery and it looked like someone had put a rubber band around my artery and it pinched off just in one little tiny spot. The rest of the artery was fine. It was just one little spot. It was pinched off. And it was because it got damaged somehow. I don't know how it got damaged, but somehow it got damaged and collapsed. And so they went in with a balloon, puffed it up, and opened it back up again and slipped a steel sleeve in there. It's called a stent. It's a steel sleeve, and they curl it up, and it's made out of spring steel. And then when they put it in there, they let it go, and it boing pops open to the same size as your artery, and so it holds it open. So, and then I have to take a blood thinner to keep the blood from sticking to my stent, because if you don't, it'll stick to it and sometimes be blocked again in 24 hours with blood clot. They couldn't tell me how or why it happened. And they don't really know why that happened. It's not like I had all this cholesterol build up and my arteries were all clogged up and whatever, or like I was eating fucking nothing but.
Can you tell me? Sometimes it happens very randomly, but I'll breathe and I'll feel it in my heart, like it's a very, very strong pinching pain, and it'll be like for like 1 second, and that's it. And it happens when I breathe.
I've had that. I used to have that happen to me too. I don't know what that is. There's a lot of people that experience that same thing. You breathe in, and all of a sudden and it's just real bad, sharp, like stabbing pain.
Yeah, what is that?
I don't know. I don't know what that's called, but I used to have that every now and then. It only happens in my entire life. It happened like maybe 2 or 3 times. How many times does it happen to you?
Maybe like 10, 8.
Oh, I don't know.
It's been happening to me for the past like 6 years.
Has it?
Yeah, maybe
I
like
don't.
once a year.
Yeah, I don't know what causes that. I have had it happen to me though too. So I do know exactly what you're talking about, but I can't tell you why. I wish I could. I can't. So
That's not a mini heart attack, is it? Is it? Because I hear some people using the word mini heart attack.
No, it's not. If you were having you have heart attacks because your arteries are blocked. Either they shrink up, or like what happens to mine, got damaged, collapsed in one spot, or whatever. Or you pass a blood clot from like your legs, major deep thrombosis, which is your deep arteries in your leg. They're called deep thrombosis blood clots. If you have blood clots and throw a clot, you can go throw a clot and it will enlarge in an artery just before it gets to your heart and cause your heart to have a heart attack. And that's what causes a heart attack, is when your heart's starving for blood. And when they do bypass surgery, that's when they take a vein out of your leg and they go in and take your heart out, right out of your fucking chest, and they take all the arteries that are fucked up off your heart, and then they put veins in there they replace the arteries with blood veins out of your leg. Resew it back. Yep. And then they stick it back in your chest and then shock it and get it back going again. They actually take your heart right out of your fucking chest and put you on a life support system that keeps your blood pumping through your body through some machine. And then they take your heart out and take a vein out of your leg, a big long 3-foot vein. And then they chop it up into pieces and sew it where it hooks to your heart, where your arteries were hooked to your heart. They hook these veins up in the same spot, sew them up real good so they don't leak and shit. And then they hook them back into your arteries wherever whatever distance from your heart that they have to use however long of a piece of vein. And they sew that up and they put your heart back in your chest. Boom, give you the shock with them fucking, what are they called? Those electrical shock plates, whatever they are. And then your heart just starts beating again, and then off you run. I know because my dad had bypass surgery. I didn't get to witness the whole thing, but I have watched it. You can go watch it online if you want. I think you can watch open heart surgery on YouTube if you want. Anyway, yeah. But no, I don't think you're having a heart attack. I don't know what that is. It's just some kind of some kind of a nerve or something that gets pinched, or I don't know. Usually it's when you take a deep breath, right? You take a breath, you'll be breathing in, all of a sudden, you have that sharp pain, right? When you breathe in.
Yes.
Yeah. So I don't know what causes that. You could ask a doctor. It's some sort of a nerve that gets pinched, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I'm not going to ask a doctor anything right now.
Yeah, they're not too trustworthy.
I fucking talk to a doctor, I'll hear quack, 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 quack. Okay. Quack, quack, quack. You need this, quack, quack.
I happen to have a really cool doctor that I know personally, and he's really cool. He doesn't do any of that
bro,
shit.
I don't know any doctors personally, but I bet they're cool people, but I don't know about their practice.
Well, this doctor I have doesn't push anything on me that I don't want. We talk about if he'll examine.
Well, that's a nice doctor.
He'll examine me, and he'll tell me what he thinks might be going on with this or that. He's never really tried to do anything to me since I've had. The only thing I've ever had a doctor actually do is when I had my heart attacks. If they hadn't put a stent in, I'd be dead. So, I mean, I'd rather have them put a stent in my artery than die. So I've had that done 3 times. But anyway, so when I see this doctor, he just more or less asks me how I'm doing, what's going on, does blood work, checks my blood to see if my kidney function is working good and everything is all, checks for whatever they check when they draw blood. They check your kidneys, your liver, whatever. And so far, I've never had any problems. So he's never really tried to push any drugs on me of any kind. So other than a blood thinner that I continually take because of my stents, and that's from my cardiologist that did put my stents in.
Do you think it's worth it to visit doctors regularly? Because I'm actually scared of doctors.
I would say not unless you've got a serious health problem like cancer, like a tumor that needs to be removed, or you have an artery that's clogged that needs to be opened up, or you're going to die, put a stent in there, or you do an x-ray and you've got blood clots in your lungs or something, and you'll know if you have that shit because they hurt really fucking bad. I get blood clots in my lungs.
How do people get birthmarks?
I don't know. I don't have one. I know what you're talking about. Like a brown spot or something on your skin called a birthmark.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. I think a birthmark is just a nickname for it. And it's some sort of a discoloration of your skin or whatever. I don't know. I'm sure it's nothing serious.
No, it doesn't do anything. I'm just wondering what it is because I've had it my whole life.
Right. Yeah, I know people that have them too. I don't. I don't. I do know people. I've seen them on people before. They've showed them to me. Look, this is my birthmark. Oh, okay, cool. I think I really need to see that. Thanks anyway.
My birthmark's on my dong, bro.
I certainly don't need to see that one.
Yeah, I'm not going to. Of course.
Oh, that's funny. Oh, that's a personal problem there, bro. If you, I think I'd just keep that to myself if I were you.
Yeah, that was weird because I talked to one of my friends when I was in high school, and he said a birthmark is the last place where God touched you.
Oh, that's fucking just folklore. Whatever.
Yeah, I never told that guy where my birthmark was, though. Thank fucking God.
What's God doing touching your penis?
Yeah, I hope that's not true.
No, I'm sure it's not, friend. I'm sure it's not. So anyway, yeah, I have a really cool doctor. He's really cool to me. He just does blood work like once a year. I do have sugar diabetes. I'm diabetic, so I do take a medication. It's called metformin that takes my blood sugar. I don't have to use insulin, and I have to take it twice a day. And if I don't, my blood sugar goes fucking like 200 high, and that's really dangerous. You need to do something. If you're not going to use insulin, you got to do something with your diet, or if you're not going to use metformin like I do. I've tried to control it with diet. I can't try it. It doesn't work. So I do take a metformin pill, and it causes your liver to process the sugar out of your body. It helps your liver process the sugar out of your blood. So as long as I take 2 of those a day, my blood sugar stays down in the normal range. And you don't want extra sugar in your blood because it destroys your organs. It'll make you go blind. You'll get ulcers on your feet, have to have your feet amputated. There's all kinds of fucked up shit.
What are ulcers?
Huh? Ulcers, yeah.
What is that?
What?
What's an ulcer?
It's an open sore on your foot.
A what?
Feet or your legs. It usually happens to people that have diabetes, or they go blind. It really fucks with your organs. Check it out. It's like this. This is how I had it explained to me. I don't know if this is accurate, but it makes sense. He said, imagine a bunch of extra sugar in your blood. And what does sugar look like? It's a crystal. It's like glass. It's a little sharp piece of glass. And it's just flowing through your veins, and it goes through your liver or goes through your fucking eyes or whatever. It slices it up like little bits of glass, and it damages it. It does somehow damages your organs, your eyes.
How does it get to your eyes, though?
Well, the blood flow. Smoke a joint. Smoke a joint. See how red your eyes get, bro. That's extra blood flow.
Really?
Yeah.
That's why my eyes get red?
Yes.
Because it makes your heart beat faster and your blood goes faster, right?
No. It makes your arteries makes your blood vessels come to the surface on your eye. And actually, that's why they prescribe marijuana for people that have glaucoma. Glaucoma is a disease where your blood vessels in your eyes recede, which means they go deeper into your eye and don't supply your eye with enough blood circulation. So they started prescribing marijuana to people that had that disease, and it made your eyes turn red, and it raised the blood vessels to the surface, and then made them water and glossy and watery, which they dry up when you got glaucoma, and then you got less blood flow, and then you end up going blind because your eyes dry up, shrivel up, and they die because there's not enough blood flow and there's not enough fluid. So they started prescribing marijuana because it makes your eyes red and it makes your eyes glossy. And so it's a miracle drug for glaucoma. It raises the blood vessels to the surface of the eye.
Why does marijuana raise your blood vessels?
I don't know. But I know that it does. I can't tell you why it does it, but I know that that's a fact. You've seen your eyes get red when you get stoned, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. That's because of the blood vessels coming closer to the surface. Increases the blood flow to your eyes, which is a healthy thing, which is good for your eyes.
What if I have so much marijuana I can't see at all?
Why would that make you not see?
Listen, if you eat enough edibles, sometimes it'll get you so high. Like looking is not so good. Like looking at things is not as clear.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
Is that from the hallucination or do you think it's from the way too much blood flow?
It could be from the hallucination. It's possible.
Yeah. It is.
I don't know though.
It is considered to be a slight hallucinogenic drug. Very slight. I mean, I don't know that I've actually, when I've smoked weed, actually say I had hallucinations. I don't remember ever having myself, but I do classify it as so. I do know.
Well, it's not like I see literal like entities or anything. It's not like you know what I mean. It's not like that.
Right. I know. I've smoked a lot of weed, bro. I understand. I'm just saying that it raises, if for some reason, it dilates your blood vessels in your eyes and get closer to the surface of the eye, the white part, and it's feeding your eye with all this extra blood. When you have glaucoma, that's what your eye needs in order to not die. So that's why they prescribed it for marijuana for glaucoma patients, because it, like I said, it increases the blood flow in the eye, it raises the blood vessels to the surface and turns them red. That's really healthy for your eye to get all that extra blood flow. Even if they're not sick, even if your eyes are not suffering, it's healthy for your eyes to be red like that, unless it's from like getting sand in your eyes or something like that. If you damage your eyes, see, then that's your eye responding to the damage to send more blood flow to the eye to repair the injury. So you can get your eyes red by throwing sand in them or dirt in them or whatever and fucking them up. Then your eyes get all red because your eye's trying to repair itself. The body's an amazing thing. It heals itself all the time, all various different ways. Your body's always trying to heal itself. This, that, whatever you eat. Sometimes you eat something that's not good for you, and your body has to heal up your body. It's always something that your body's doing is, replenishing your blood cells, your skin cells, your whatever. And so, and that generally happens through an increase of blood flow to the area that's damaged. It's a natural reaction of your body. Just throw some sand in your eye if you don't believe me. It'll turn red as fuck. And then it'll stay red for a few days until it gets better. Anyway, for some reason, smoking marijuana increases the blood flow to your eyes, like I said, and it's very healthy for your eyes, especially if you have glaucoma. So there you have it. That's about all I know. I know a little bit more. That's enough. I wasn't trying to be rude. It's not that I'm done talking. I just think that's about all I can tell you about your eyes and that, about why they go red and all that kind of stuff. I wasn't trying to tell you I'm done talking. Sorry if it sounded rude. I wasn't meaning to be rude. Apologize. What's that? Someone showed a flash. Oh, for my glaucoma. Yeah, there you go. Big old fat spliff. Is that an actual fact, Flatman Ken? You actually have glaucoma, or is that just a joke? Cannabis, diabetes, blood vessels. I guess that could be true as well.
Hey, is anybody here? How's it going, everybody? Is anybody out there? Can anybody hear me? What's up, guys?
You're good, Miggy.
Must be late for you guys over there, huh, Batman? Or early in the morning. All good, all good. Just checking in, see what you guys are up to.
Not much this morning.
Yeah, not much here. Just checking in, seeing what's popping. Not many people are on, it seems. We got a lot of people that are just hanging out. See how many people we got in the live stream. We got 19. 19 people hanging out. Yeah, if you guys want to have a conversation, I'm going to hang out for a little bit. 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. You know what time it is. Get that Nightbot link that you can come in here. Become part of the conversation. And let's talk to see if you... What is your perspective on the shape of the Earth conversation? Whether you think the Earth is a globe, you're on the fence, or you know the Earth is flat. Come on in here. We'll have a discussion about it.
Hello, sorry, is God Rockin' here?
What'd you say, Satoshi?
Oh, I was gonna ask if God Rockin's here.
No, he's not here.
I just got out the shower, bro.
Feeling fresh?
Miguel, I keep having. You remember that? Remember those friends I told you about that I keep arguing with over like these lies? I think I told you about it yesterday.
Yeah, the ones that disowned you because you were talking about conspiracy theories.
So, one of them still talks to me and plays games with me, and I showed him the NASA images of those of the negatives. That is like old school Photoshop, and his exact response was, the scientists have already found that the Earth is round.
Is that what they said?
That was just his response. Well, okay. Let me actually go read the exact response. I'm paraphrasing. Let me see. Here we go. Others are more believable. Like flat Earth, completely utterly incorrect by modern science and geology. That was his exact words.
He doesn't want to come in here? Sorry, I'm far away.
I think he has. I think I might have brought him in here before, but he never came back. He might have left the server. I know I've brought one of my friends in here to try to.
He wasn't banned or anything, was he?
No, he left. I know I invited I actually invited two of them. One of them was trolling, and one of them was trying to understand things.
McToon has an open panel. Yeah.
Yo, Miggy.
What's up?
You heard about all the FTX thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So there's going to be something called the Dealbook Summit on November 30th, and it's in New York City. Get this. Sam Bankman-Fried of FTX, the chairman of BlackRock, that investment company,
Yeah,
Benjamin Netanyahu, which is the former prime minister of Israel, a Zionist, he's the leader of a party there right now. Mike Pence, you know who he is. Janet Yellen, the Treasury Department leader in USA, and the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky are all meeting on November 30th to have a talk.
Well, that's not a coincidence at all.
Yeah, how coincidental that the crypto exchange that was donating money, second biggest donator to Biden, and then after that, Biden donates to Ukraine and war funds. They're all having a big meeting now. How funny is that? Investment companies, the Treasury of the USA, a vice president in the past. How coincidental! They're gonna push a crypto agenda. I guarantee you.
Yeah.
Either that, or they're gonna fucking say Russia was the one hacking FTX and taking everything and try to start a war.
Yeah, he's got 2 years of just trashing the place. So just like a rock star in a hotel, gonna trash this place before it leaves.
Yeah, I don't know. When all those individuals meet up together, it doesn't seem too good.
Of course not, man. It doesn't take a genius to know like what they were doing, you know, like all that colluding. And you don't have to be a conspiracy theorist either to see, I mean, what's happening there. You can just see. It's not a coincidence, man. Like it's not a coincidence. But of course, if it comes from you, it will be sounding like a conspiracy theory. That's all they are. Crack Daniels. That's a wonderful name for somebody. Does Miggy have a life outside of 24/7 FE Discord? No. This is my life. My life is to destroy paradigms. I'm the paradigm destroyer. Yeah, and it's specifically for those who are anti against what we're doing in here. Especially those guys. Yeah, you got my attention. You guys are slithering around YouTube live stream text chat, acting like nobody's paying attention, but I'm watching you guys.
Oh, there's somebody in the live stream chat.
I don't follow Bobby Steele's derping all day long, but he's in here just as long too. So why don't you, Craig Daniels, say that to the rest of the Globe Earth proponents that are joining in there too? Go ahead and point fingers at them as well instead of pointing fingers this way. Yeah, numpty.
What's going on?
You like to point fingers over here and say why I'm here 24/7. Ask those other guys why they're here 24/7 because they get up bright and early and they're here all freaking day. So now who's the person who's in here 24/7? Yeah, it's you guys. Anti-flat earthers that are in here day in and day out. I could name them. Bobby Steels, Flurf Williams. You got Moxie. You got some other people, but all them guys. Anyway. Now you didn't hit a nerve, man. It's just that you guys think that you're so high and mighty, sitting on your high horse over there, pointing fingers at everybody else. That's why you just struck a nerve. I don't get mad with you guys, man. I'm just pointing out the obvious. You guys like to point fingers this way, but you don't ever look at yourselves. Take a look in the mirror for once. Check it out. You'll see what I'm talking about. I point all you guys out because you guys are just slimy snakes. That's all you guys are. You offer nothing to the intellectual conversation for Flat Earth. Zero intellectual conversation. None whatsoever. You guys are time wasters. I mean, really, if anybody indulges you in conversation, I'd be shocked. Every now and again, you'll get somebody in there that throws you a little bone. But nobody really cares about you guys. You guys are in YouTube live stream. All you do is mock all day long. Nobody cares for that. If you really want to have a good conversation, come in here and talk to me. Instead of being hiding in your little YouTube live stream text chat where you don't have to talk to nobody. Stop being an introvert. Come up here and talk to me. I've been inviting you this whole time. You guys are over there playing hide and seek. YouTube live stream. It's not my fault. Now, what you do is not talking to people, Bobby Steels. You mock people. You're what's wrong with this world. You and the rest of the freaking snakes that are in that YouTube live stream text chat. Nobody's begging you, dumbass. Such a freaking dumbass, dude.
What, are they trolling you or something?
Nah, he says begging won't help.
Oh, he's trolling. He's just trying to trigger you right now, that's all. Probably shouldn't even entertain him.
I do. I'm not triggered.
Why, you want to call him a monkey?
I'm real passionate about it because they're just jerks, man.
Well, yeah, that's their teaching. That's what they were taught. They were taught to ridicule and be ridiculed their entire life.
Well,
must suck to live like that.
That's all they do.
I just want to know.
They act like they contribute
What's
to
up,
some
man?
kind of intellectual conversation within this context. They offer zero, nothing whatsoever. Period. What's up, bro?
I just want to know why they haven't been bringing Artemis around, man.
What the hell?
You hear me?
Artemis?
Sorry.
What about Artemis?
You would think that they were bringing that as truth now, right? You know, they were like, but I haven't heard A. Glover bring it up.
Craig Daniels, you would have no intellectual conversation if it hit you in the face, dude. Better stay in the text chat. Helps keep everyone
Miggy?
honest. What are you, freaking crazy?
Miggy?
I mean, have any Glover brought up the Artemis mission yet?
They don't do it in here. They just do it in the text chat.
Because I mean, I haven't seen anybody come try to defend Artemis at all in any server that I've been.
Yeah, I'd like them to come in here and defend Artemis. They couldn't. They're friggin' clowns, man. Well, the clown shows that are in there right now definitely can't do it. I would take somebody that hasn't been in that slimy text chat to come in here and actually do it, because these guys they're not worth our time to even talk to. Some new people, probably, not these guys.
Hey, Miggy. I don't know. One of them when they could claim that looks real as nothing. Like that thing looks so bad. I think my son.
Body of science, Craig Daniels, you are on crack, bro. You wouldn't know the body of science if they came and talked to you.
Miggy, did you ever see the Artemis when they was getting close to the moon? It was actually showing the moon.
Yeah, some of the stuff they had in there with the video was real bad though. Like most of their stuff actually.
Everything looked that bad, and they have like one supposed to CGI and supposedly real, but it was hilarious how I mean it looked like the edges of it looked so. I mean it looked unreal. Just put it like that.
Yeah. Pretty unreal for
I
sure.
think they're going. I think they're going with the whole Elon Musk thing. That that's what they were showing, the two parts, the CGI and the supposedly not CGI. Because look, we could do a way better job. So it has to be it has to be real because it looks so fake.
Yeah, literally every technological advance came from the flat and stationary Earth, Craig Daniels. Every single technology was built on the flat and stationary Earth that you're standing on. There hasn't been not one thing built on a globe, well, except for the globe. That's why that's the thing that you guys don't understand. You're thinking that the body of science supports a spinning globe Earth, and it does not. When you see people that are creating an aerospace engineer, right? If you're an aerospace engineer, you have to build a craft that works on the premise, right? Assuming that the Earth is flat and stationary for practical purposes. So for engineering a craft on the Earth, you have to make sure that you're applying the idea that the Earth is flat and stationary. That's the base axiom of what you have to assume when you're building on a flat and stationary Earth. Isn't that interesting?
Let me
So
correct.
basically, every technology was built on a flat and stationary Earth, Craig Daniels. That's important. Please understand that.
And let me correct you on that because you said, except for the globe was also built on a flat stationary Earth.
Well, no, it's the globe was built, by the guys who built it. Were building a globe. That's the only thing that was built on the flat Earth. Was a globe.
They had to build, and they had to also build that on Earth, which is flat and stationary. They could have built it on a globe to have a globe.
GPS. Yeah, you don't know what GPS is. You see these like little words, little acronyms. You have no idea whatsoever. And I could just see that by your text. And you're saying text is the way to keep people honest? You don't. Your little words, little body of science, GPS, like you have no idea. We've done so much research into all of those topics. We could run circles around you guys. That's the thing about you guys. You're so apathetic when it comes to research. You have no clue how much information we know. We shame all of you guys every single time you come in here. That's probably why you don't like coming in here. You don't like getting pants in the schoolyard like we do every time. Every time you come in here, we make sure that you look like you don't know what you're talking about. And you never do. So anti-flat earthers always look silly when they come in here. Yeah, you mute because you got nothing to offer, Bobby. Go ahead and mute. Nobody cares to even entertain you anyway. Go back to your dungeon. Matter of fact, why don't you just log off and make everybody happy? You don't belong anywhere anyway. Not with that attitude. Shocky, you can kick rocks too. None of you guys need to be here. What is the purpose of you guys being here in this chat? That's what you guys need to tell me. What is the purpose? What purpose do you see for being in that chat? All of you guys. Shocky, Bobby Steels, Crack. What is the purpose? There isn't any, not one. So just log off and just go home, go paint, go, read a book, go do something. Be productive. We're out here speaking truth. You guys ain't contributing to truth whatsoever. You guys are bottom of the barrel, like just I mean, honestly, man, you don't even come in here. It would be even better if you came in here at least have a conversation, an intellectual one. You hide behind the live stream text chat. That's all you do all day long. Just hide behind that live stream text chat. Come in here. You guys are afraid. Like I said, I don't ban anybody. Unless you're belligerent, then I ban you. Why don't you come in here and talk about it, Craig Daniels? I'm right here. All you got to do is bring that information in here, and I'll tell you everything you want to know about that. I've dealt with that topic. That's like 2016 arguments. We've already talked about that long ago. So if you want to know the answer, you can come in here. I'll tell you. You never will, Bobby. It's like, why act like you're going to come in here anyways? You never will. You're full of hot air, dude. Like, man, that's why nobody goes in there. Dude, you're never coming in here anyways. You're way too scared. You're too scared to actually face the truth. Because if you're wrong, and I know you are, you would be afraid to face it. Just log off, dude. Seriously. Be better if you go anyways.
Hello, Miggy.
What up, homie?
All right, can you help me test my mic real quick?
Yeah, you're coming through. Why?
Okay, just tell me if you hear this, because I need to know if it's coming from my tablet or my microphone.
Okay.
Could you hear me blowing into my microphone?
A little bit. If that was you, yeah, I heard a little bit of it. Yeah. It doesn't sound like you're blowing. It sounds like scratchy. I don't know if you're blowing. It sounds like scratchy. Crack Daniels, nobody's saying the sun operates that way. If you want to know more, come in here. I'm not gonna read your chats and respond to you because I have all the answers you want to talk about. Just come in here. I'll talk to you in here. You sounded muffled, Satoshi.
What about now?
That's better.
What about now?
No, that was awful.
Does it sound like my microphone? Does it sound like I was like right up in the microphone?
It sounded ugly and distorted, but yeah.
Oh my god! So my microphone is working. Yesterday, it was all my sound was going through my tablet. I have no idea why.
I had no idea, bro. But yeah, whatever it was, like I heard you a lot better.
Okay. Well, I got some work to do tomorrow.
On your microphone?
No, like money making work.
Oh. Online or at like an actual job, like going somewhere?
I drive for Uber Eats, dude.
Nice.
Only like when I have no construction though. So like right now construction's slow, so I don't want to like sit home and do nothing right now.
Make that money. Make that money. Make that money.
Yeah, it sucks. You have to make money
until the bull market happens, and then me and you will be. Peace.
What are you got crypto?
I got a whole bunch of NFTs, like a lot.
I was delivering Uber Eats to a university. I'm in Toronto, and I was delivering to University of Toronto, and I was talking to one of my customers because he had a Bored Ape hat, and I I was asking him if he's into crypto, and he showed me that this NFT he bought for $800, and he sold it for 60 grand.
Yeah, yeah. There's stories like that all the time.
It's fucking crazy. You know some of those Bored Apes were going for like $1 million in Ethereum.
Yeah, I know. We got mutant apes too. Like all that stuff is pretty pricey, even now, even on the bear market. But
I don't understand why though.
That's why everybody that I know of, like all my crypto homies, like they're lying low in the cut, man. They're just like, it's cool. Once this thing bounces back, cha-ching, cha-ching.
Yeah, and with Sam Bankman-Fried meeting with all the Zionists, I think this is gonna push it up.
Yeah, we're close to the bottom anyway. We're getting really close to the bottom.
I think there's one last huge dump coming though.
I know.
Like like 30 to 40%.
Dude, I want to get some freaking some crypto.com CRO.
Oh yeah. I thought that Crow is about to I thought Crow is going to be the next exchange to bankrupt, but I don't think it's going to right now.
No, it's not going.